Welcome back to the Crash Space. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. Hopefully you're doing well. It is Friday, July 3rd. I realize in hindsight, this might be a pretty quiet day because tomorrow is the 4th of July. And so a lot of folks, I think in America, have this day off, probably more than Monday. So for the regular crowd who's here on a Friday doing their second monitor, productivity work related multi-track drifting, yeah. We'll see you next week, I guess. Hopefully you're all having a long weekend if that is the case. I'm Canadian. We had our Canada Day on Wednesday. Happy Canada. Here in Quebec, it's moving day. So it's it's been a celebration this whole side of the world, I reckon. Good morning, Andre. Hey, Jonathan. Good morning. How's it going? Also, there might be some new faces around here. I just want to say hi really quickly. We'll explain why that is, but we got a whole bunch of subscribers over the last couple days when it came to a new video. So if you haven't seen it, maybe that's why you ended up here. Sorry. Oh my God, his face is cut off. I don't have an easy way to fix this. 1 second. Studio mode overlay. I'll hide the card. So recently VillainTheory was kind enough to invite me on to do a little collaboration thing, and there is a video that should be linked in the description once this video is up about the two of us going through and talking about our favorite hero upgrades. Notably, VillainTheory heard me talk about this. Like, I play mostly solo and I generally struggle with event-based decks, and one of the things that I've really pinpointed that makes any deck a deck I like more or more consistent, particularly for solo play, is having a powerful upgrade in your kit that guarantees you some sort of consistent output every single turn. So if you draw a hand of no thwarting events, you don't just lose on the spot or lose pretty miserably in 2 turns. And so we have a list where we go through our top 5 upgrades. Now, they're not all kind of exactly the consistency upgrades all the time, but I think they largely are. And this video turned out really great. And so it's really cool to see everyone's comments and feedback about what your top upgrades would be compared to ours, and trying to I have a really funny second best upgrade that few people are agreeing with, which I think is kind of fun. But anyways, a whole bunch of people I think saw that and then ended up here coming to this channel. So if you're new around here, I guess I'll just re-rack really quickly. My name is Andre. I've been making content on the internet for card games for a really long time. My main channel, or the channel that most people know me online for, is called the Metropole Grid, in which I've been playing Netrunner for a card game for over at this point, the channel is 11 years old, I think, this month. So it's been around for a long time. Netrunner used to be put out by Fantasy Flight Games. It was also an LCG, kind of like Marvel Champions, and it's a really great game. It's still in print from some other folks, and they're doing a great job. I've been playing Marvel Champions. Originally, when it came out, I didn't care for it, and then I tried it again many moons later, and I've been playing since 2023, and I've been having a great time. I have a full collection. We've been playing mostly expert solo, and that's kind of where the channel is. I think that's it. I think I re-racked successfully. We're off to have a good stream today. We're going to be playing through the Rise of Red Skull campaign with some different modular sets, so it's going to be good fun. We're actually playing a deck, which I need to also mention, VillainTheory. So give me a second, I'll catch up on chat. But after this video, VillainTheory and we were talking, right? And one of the things that we said, which I always think is really funny, is trying to gauge what the Marvel Champions community is like in terms of how they play, what difficulty, all this sort of stuff. Trying to understand what the average Marvel Champions person, what do they want out of the game? What do they get out of the game? It's difficult. And I think it really depends on who you talk to or the day of the week, right? It's a very hard thing to kind of diagnose and to get a read on. And one of the other things is I have no idea how good, how consistent, how much my gameplay looks like a different Marvel Champions player. Because I don't play this game a lot cooperatively, I have no idea if I have a hand of 5 or 6 cards given a hero and somebody else has a hand of 5 or 6 cards, say VillainTheory or yourself. Do we all play that hand the same way? And it's hard to tell. And luckily, for streams like this, you can watch me and you can agree or disagree with me and come at me at the chat if you think I'm not doing something that's optimal. But I always try to describe what I'm doing. And then I think the only reason, or the only nice way that we can figure out if 2 of us are doing the same sort of thing, is by playing the same deck. And that is a rare treat, as you can tell from the title. We're playing Miss Marvel. Sorry, 1 second. Got to get that back. So VillainTheory made this Miss Marvel deck, which is called Miss Combo. It's linked in the description. It's a relatively straightforward Justice Miss Marvel deck. I got 2 games of testing it yesterday, and it turned out to be quite fun. I'll describe when I do the deck breakdown in just a second once I catch up on chat, how this is different than I've classically played Miss Marvel and why I like a lot of this better. There's some really obvious interaction points that are in this deck that I kind of missed me the last time I played Miss Marvel, but I haven't played too much Miss Marvel, and every time I played her, I kind of struggled a bit. She's a really interesting design and a very, I think, creative and ambitious design, specifically for how early she was released in the history of this game. So I'm looking forward to this a heck of a lot, that's for sure. And so then we can figure out if we're going to do Villain Theory proud on this or not. There's another deck too that we'll be playing in the near future. It's a Wasp deck. I think Wasp might be my least favorite hero of all time. This also, mind you, is an event-based deck, Miss Marvel. So we'll see if some of these upgrades can kick in to give us some consistency. Because one of these Miss Marvel upgrades was one of Villain Theory's favorite upgrades. As much as it does give you consistency, but not exactly in the way that I think I want. So we'll find out. Hey, Andy, good morning. Good morning. How's the move been? You all settled in? Do you have today off? Has it been like, are you at the point where like you look around and be like, nice digs. We've done well for ourselves. That usually takes a while. Hey, Tommy, been watching a ton of your Marvel Champions content and heard you mention Arkham Horror a couple of times. Do you stream it as well? And if so, where can I find it? Yeah, you can. The link is in the description, actually. I have another channel where we stream once a week called Velma's Diner, YouTube. Velma's Diner. The link is in the description on YouTube so you can get it. We actually just started this week, so it's a nice time to jump in, where we started the Hemlock Vale, the Feast of Hemlock Vale, but we've played through 2 campaigns so far on the channel. The channel's relatively new, and it's the same sort of overlay where like we have, again, sorry, I can't hide my face or the cards really easily. I need to fix it. But we show you all the cards. We have overlays, so it's like really, really accessible. That's the idea of how things should be. But yeah, we played through the beginning of Hemlock Vale, the first scenario, and so we're going to be continuing the second scenario, which is a much cooler scenario, if you ask me. Wednesday. We generally stream Wednesday nights starting around 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm in Montreal. We might be starting a bit slightly sooner because the Hemlock Vale scenarios are a bit longer in their setup. But thank you for the kind words. Yeah, it's kind of, if you know what this is, it's not that different, except that's a campaign game, and I'm playing two-handed, so it's a bit more complicated, which has been good. Two-handed has been really fun. All right. I hope everyone's been well. I think we're just going to be diving into it and talking about this deck itself. And again, this is not my list. This is Villain Theory's list. And so far from what I've tested, it's been really quite fun. Again, I'm not a huge Miss Marvel enjoyer. Generally, characters that all their kit is about events, I struggle with a lot when we play solo. And I do think Villain Theory said that a lot of these decks, they get a bit more interesting at 2 players. And I think that's probably a general sentiment across most of Marvel Champions, is that as soon as you hit 2 players, you can really kind of focus your deck and swing into a specialization, as opposed to when you play solo, you have to kind of do a bit of everything, and that does have some constraints on what you can do in deck building. So we'll see how that is. Yeah, she's an event-based deck. She was the first, I think, true event-based hero. As much as every kit has really good events, she's all about her events. And so that is something that usually isn't super consistent all the time. And you really have to keep that in mind when you play solo, because you have to put cards in your deck that mean that if you don't draw a hand of events, that you can do something. And she actually has a lot of good tools that allow you to get there. But let's start here with our hero text. It's Miss Marvel. She has a really bad stat line. 111 obviously is terrible. As much as possible, you want to try not to use her stat line, as you will every once in a while, like ping a toughness off. But the reason is that she has her morphogenetics ability. It's a response that says after you play an attack, thwart, or defense traded event, you can choose to exhaust Miss Marvel to return that event to your hand. Which means your events are now twice as good as long as you can afford to play them twice. So generally your event will be better than your activation for 111. So that makes sense. And that's the idea, is that your events are a lot better. Now, again, the issue with this is, most like other heroes, you have consistency on the front of your hero, where if your hero has like 2 attack or 2 thwart, every turn you're guaranteed that sort of forward output if you're not stunned or confused or exhausted. And with Miss Marvel, you're not guaranteed a lot. And so again, you kind of need your hands to be good, and you kind of want to have an event that you can afford to play twice. So also your cost curve really matters, because if your deck is like 3 cost events, it's hard to play the same 3 cost event twice a turn. So you also have to keep that in mind, and has a bunch of like restrictions based off of what you can do. Now, our alter ego is actually really quite generous. We have 5 recovery, which is phenomenal. We also have a lot of cards that are alter ego cards. She has an absurd amount of alter ego cards for an event-focused hero. So going down to alter ego to recover is usually a better use of our once per turn ready. So recover 5 is great, and her Teen Spirit action is just a ton of fun. It says that you discard cards from the top of your deck until you discard a Miss Marvel card, and that card is added to your hand once per round. You fire this every turn, just ripping through your deck. Like sometimes you'll miss important cards on your setup, but a lot of your most important setup cards are Miss Marvel cards, specifically the upgrades. This also will help a lot of the consistency, where like, oh, if I don't have an event, I don't do anything. This will almost always get you an event once you're set up. You do have one ally in your deck who is like such a weird misfit for what the deck wants to do, but this will guarantee you get an event so you can fire your attacks in the future. All right, how's it going? Not tuned in a while. Good to watch another stream. Welcome back if it's been a minute. I'm really excited about today because this is going to be a really fun deck, and we have a whole campaign in front of us, which has been a really nice thing to be doing on Fridays, where we have a fair bit of time. Now, that's mostly it. Her events are really straightforward. They're kind of the most straightforward you kind of expect. This is Big Hands. It's 2 to do 4 damage. It's a superpower, which could matter, and we have 3 copies of this. 2 for 4 is like not amazing. Generally, you want your 2 cost card to do like 5 or 6 damage for it to be like on curve in this game, but we can make it better. But these are the workhorse cards. On the other side, we have Sneak By, which is 2 for 3, which is also not particularly good. You want this to do about 5 or 6 for it to be great. But these are the workhorse cards that we're going to be playing on most turns. And we have, again, 3 of them, which is pretty big. Now, the reasons why these cards get better, but also all cards get better is things like Embiggen and Shrink, which are really fun upgrades. They both cost 2. They're conditioned superpowers. And this one says when you play an attack event, you can choose to exhaust this to increase the amount of damage that event deals by 2. Similarly, we have Shrink, which is the exact opposite, but basically for thwarting events, when you play a thwart event, you can exhaust this to make the thwart remove 2 more threat. Now that means that if you have these on the table, and you definitely want to get them as soon as possible, Big Hounds now becomes a 2 for 6, which is really good. That's on rate. That's what he wanted to be, because again, he does 4 damage plus 2, which is 2 for 6. That means for every like card you're spending, for every resource you're spending, you're getting 2 damage. That's kind of what you want to be doing in this game, and that's good. Sneak By is 2 for 5, which is not bad. It's a bit worse, but it's not terrible. And specifically when you play solo, 5 threat mostly cleans to all side schemes, so you're in a pretty good spot when that lines up. Now, you're going to see that these cards generally Shrink and Embiggen get a bit better when you play different cards, like events that have scaling effect based off of their numbers, doubling, or if they hit a certain breakpoint, something cool happens. So the idea is like multitasking is a really common card in these sort of lists, or let's say 1x1, actually. 1x1 is a really great example. A 1x1 is a card that says deal 2 damage to an enemy. If that attack defeats an enemy, deal 2 damage to another enemy, which is functionally a 2 for 4, which is pretty good as long as things line up. But notably, anytime that card says like increase the damage a card does, like Embiggen, you increase functionally all numbers on the card. So if you Embiggen a 1x1, it's a 2 for 8, which is absurd, right? Because it's a do 4 damage. If that defeats something, deal 4 damage. Like that's really, 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 really good. So like multitasking is the equivalent of this when it comes to thwarting. So this becomes a 2 for 8 again, as long as there's 4 different things, or sorry, 2 different things you can thwart off of. Really, really quite good, really quite fun. Generally when I played Miss Marvel, I would play a lot of cards like 1x1 and multitasking. I also play a lot of Confuse, and this deck doesn't really do any of that, which is kind of weird. There's some parts of this, as soon as I saw, I'm like, oh, that's really intuitive, but I've never built a Miss Marvel deck exactly like this, but I actually really do enjoy it. But that's a really big thing about these cards. They're just like +2 basically on a turn. You're not guaranteed to get access to the +2 for like a consistency upgrade, because you have to play an attack event or a thwart event every turn to fire both of these. So when you make your deck, make sure you have at least 1 attack hand and 1 thwart card in every hand, which is not guaranteed, but we're hoping for the best. Hey, Mela, hyped to be catching another stream. Traditionally, I've only watched the odd VOD chunk and a bunch of Netrunner stuff over the years, of course, but it's been nice to catch a handful live as of late. Welcome to the stream. I mean, the live stream's really fun because you can chirp at me and chat, but it's the same experience. Glad you can make it. As you're playing a bunch of Domino, I have a knee-jerk reaction to add White Fox and Digging Deep when I read discard on hero cards now. I mean, you could do it. Generally for me, if I want to consider Digging Deep in White Fox, the deck needs to be discarding super, super consistently. Like Kamala will end up discarding maybe like a dozen and a half cards every scenario, which is probably to the point where you can consider it. The issue is when it comes to Digging Deep, when it comes to your hero mode, you don't really discard anything. So you can build into that, mind you. There's a couple cards in aspects that allow you to discard cards. And she can also set up her Digging Deeps and White Foxes with some of her support. So she could build into it. You just have to really try hard. Generally Digging Deep again, and like White Fox and Domino or in a Bishop, those fire all the time and I like them, but I could see you considering that in this list. Maybe you have to play like some what's the one that it's Call for Aid or something, like do a bit more that works with it. But those are very good cards. They're very, very, very good cards. Free resources are great. Okay, so then she has one or more things that also help you with the sort of setup. We have Biokinetic Polymer Suit. It's a wild generator for an event. That's it. I mean, it's not bad. 1-cost resource generators are pretty generous in the game. And remember, our text also allows us to bring back defense events. And she has 2 really fun defense events. They're both called Wiggle Room. They cost nothing. And it says, when you would take any amount of damage, you can prevent 3 of that damage. And then you replace this by drawing a card, which means it's just free. It's like super, super free. So you don't want to be defending a lot because we have 1 defense stat. So generally, if you get attacked in the face, you just play Wiggle Room. You usually take like 1 damage after that. And it just replaces itself, which is great. Notably, this doesn't have to be an attack. So if you take incidental damage or consequential damage, or not consequential, but if you take incidental damage damage through like retaliate. You can cancel it for free functionally, just replace the next card. So it's really, really flexible and cool. Technically, if you're going to get attacked twice in a villain phase and you know you're going to get attacked twice, you can use your Miss Marvel text to return this to your hand and play it again. And that's often better than like your, you know, your thwart for one or whatever. But it's not super, super common. In multiplayer, that's probably a bit more common because you can defend for multiple people. Notably, Wiggle Room is defense traded, but you can only play it when you take damage. So you actually do have to block for the second person, which is weird. I've been waiting for this. So stoked to finally see some Miss Marvel. Phantom Flip, did you ask to play Miss Marvel? I know I got a comment recently, like play some Miss Marvel on the channel. Miss Marvel equals awesome. Have you seen the No Way Home Miss Marvel protection deck? Played DD Games, loves that deck. No, I haven't. No Way Home being a card or like a Spider-Man movie. I can't tell what that is, but I'm not sure what that would be. I haven't played a lot of Miss Marvel. In fact, classically, I've struggled with her, so I've kind of avoided her. But one more time, just to reiterate, this is a deck that VillainTheory has given to me to see if I'll enjoy it. And so far, it's been pretty fun. Now, the weirdest thing for an event-based hero, she has so many supports. They're alter ego supports mostly. It takes a village, and I don't know, as a teenager, maybe she has to rely on her family and her community and her friends. I think that's a really cute line. But all of these cards are like really good in different ways, right? So we have Amir Khan. This is a persona. I think this is her dad. I'm pretty sure she is the Khan after all. It says exhaust Amir Khan as an alter ego to place a card from your discard pile on the bottom of your deck, then draw a card. So at a minimum, this draws you a card in Alter Ego, which is obviously very good. And going to Alter Ego draws us 2 cards consistently because we get 1 from our Teen Spirit ability. And that's nice. And the fact that you can put a card on the bottom of your deck means that you can ensure right when you're going to deck out that you can get something valuable, right? It means you can play like Nick Fury 2.5 per deck cycle. Not really because it misses the deck cycle, but you can set up these multi-card combos which this deck actually does want to work on. So Amir Khan is not bad at all. It's also a card that you could set up with Digging Deep and then make sure you can discard the bottom of your deck, but ensuring you're discarding the bottom of your deck is not always the easiest thing to do. Next, we have Bruno, who is like frustratingly alter ego coded. In alter ego, you can exhaust Bruno to attach a card from your hand face down here. And the cool thing about this is like it gives you the reason to fire Teen Spirit even if you have nothing left to do. Like the issue with Teen Spirit is if you jump down and you say you have no cards in hand, firing Teen Spirit is still usually worth it. But if you just draw an event, like what are you going to do with it? And the answer is just put it on Bruno and then have it there for the future. Because at least with Bruno, you don't need to be alter ego to take the cards off of Bruno. And you can take up to 3 cards for a single action. So you can build like a really, really strong turn from that. It's nice to have a lot of cards in your hand, and mind you, can replay your events, so having more resources is good. But Bruno is a nice way that you can get that consistency when you jump down. Now, I find Bruno to be a bit tricky when you jump up, because if you start with like 7 cards in hand after firing a Mirror and Teen Spirit, you kind of have to math out your whole turn before playing anything, and then you realize, oh, I had a card left over. I should have put it down on Bruno. I really don't like that. It's so annoying, and often I will just like be forgiving, where as long as I'm not drawing any cards during the turn, I'll just play out the full turn if I start an alter ego, and if I have a card left over, I'll just say like, imagine I put that on Bruno before, and it just makes the game faster, so I don't have to math out my whole turn and then be like, oh, I had a card left over, I should have put that on Bruno, because there's no reason not to put it on Bruno. So yeah, that is one of the awkward things when you go from alter ego to hero, but when you go down to alter ego, you can just tuck whatever card you have. We also have Nakia. Nakia just says alter ego, reduce the cost of the next card you play this phase by 1. So it's kind of like the Helicarrier, except he's really cheap, and it's only alter ego action. This can actually be annoying because it's the next card you play. And this deck actually has a lot of cards you have to play in the right order. Some of those cards cost nothing. Some of those cards have requirements. And so this can get a bit tricky. There are turns in which like you have to play a weird card first before you do your combo, because generally one of the first cards you want to play when you jump up is one way or another to draw more cards. Except if you use Nakia and then jump up, you played one way or another and you've wasted the ability. So like it is slightly clumsy, but kind of having that hurdle to jump over is also like a bit of fun. So not too bad. Brother, I think. Bit rusty on my Miss Marvel knowledge. Amir is her brother? Okay, cool. It's just a reference to never using alter ego stuff so you never go home to her non-hero side. Oh, why would you want to do that? Her alter ego stuff is so good. Hey, Don Claymore, how's it going? I didn't ask you specifically, but if I know one who streams plays her, so I'm thankful you are. Okay, excuse me. I know someone in YouTube comments. There's like a backlog of things I get asked to play. I was asked to play Miss Marvel recently. I was asked to play Angel recently. And like sometimes it lines up better than others. This was asked to be played a while ago. Hey, 9 down. Finally Miss Marvel. My fave for so long. Now catch it mostly live. Welcome. I'm well. The move is going well. Thanks for asking. My stream is hiccuping, but I'm guessing it's on my end. Miss Marvel does so much work in Justice. It's wild. She scales the player count very well. I can't speak a lot about that because I only play mostly at solo, but yeah, she seems really fun. And this is Justice, which will be fun. I do want to say we've had issues on the stream somewhat even just last week where the stream has gone down. We are now wired in, so our connection issues should be a bit better. We're probably not going to have 2-part stream in the near future unless something terrible happens. But yeah, sorry, it does look it's on your end. Things look fine on my end. Bruno's been attending the George Stacy Academy of Holding Cards for the Hero. Yeah, George Stacy's easier to use because he's alter ego, or not alter ego, excuse me. You also have Red Dagger in this deck, which is like, why? This card has literally no synergy with your deck. It is like the black sheep of the deck. It is not even that good of a card. Like, it's a 3-cost ally that thwarts for 3 or attacks for, thwarts 3 times for 2 or attacks 3 times for 2, which is not bad. But when Red Dagger is defeated, you can go ahead and spend 2 more resources to deal 2 damage and return this to your hand. So functionally, you're only spending 1 resource to be able to play this over and over again. But the problem is, like, every turn you want to be playing 1.5 events. So spending 4 resources on Red Dagger is way too much. I do not get this. I find it really surprising that this is like in her deck because it just doesn't do anything with the rest of her deck at all. We try not to play this. We only play this when we have nothing to do. And it's also like a terrible thing to draw off of Kamala's ability usually when you're like looking for an event and all your upgrades are on the table and instead you draw this guy. It's like, great. Anyways, don't have anything good to say about him. All right, so let's talk about the aspect decks, aspect cards. And the first one here is like a really cool inclusion. It's Clear the Area, which Clear the Area is a card that, if you ask me, is so much better in lower player counts because this is a 1 to remove 2 threat. And if it removes the last threat, which for solo, it's not that hard for that to happen, you end up drawing a card. And that's pretty good because this makes it exactly a 0 for 2 or a 1 card for 2. Now, the thing with this is with Shrink, this is a 1 for 4. And that is something I haven't considered. I'm like, wait, that's really quite good. So this is not exactly like multi-talented or multitasking, but more so this is just a 1 for 4 that will draw a card. And then you can return this to your hand by exhausting. And then it's like functionally even better than that because it's like a nothing for 4 that draws a card. Really quite good, really quite smooth, like it a lot. And then on top of that, you have Turn the Tide. And Turn the Tide is just such a good card in Justice. Particularly, I think it's probably a bit better in solo where like clearing the last threat off of something is a lot more approachable. This is a 0 for 3 damage as long as your hero has removed by thwarting the last threat from a scheme. This is absurdly good. Like a 1 card 3 damage is already over curve. And the idea with Miss Marvel, we can return this to our hand and fire 2 of them off the same trigger is nonsense. So say that we clear the area and then we play Turn the Tide with Embiggen. Like it's a 0 for 5. Like a 1 card 5 damage. Then we exhaust Miss Marvel, return it to our hand, and then we can just replay it again because we're in the same response window. So it becomes basically 0 for 8. It's really good. Like, I can't believe I hadn't considered Turn the Tide in Miss Marvel deck. Usually I was looking for cards that are a bit cuter with their ability, but a 1 for 5 is just good. And then you can return it and play it again. And 0-cost attack events are like the best thing you can return with Miss Marvel because then she can obviously play this card again. You're not like really impinged on what you can play. You just play the card again. It's better than attacking for 1, attack for 3. So good, so clean, so smooth. And of course, to make this work, we have only 2 copies of One Way or Another, which is probably about right. We were playing, and I need to talk about this in a second, but we were playing Ironheart, where we had 3 copies One Way or Another. 2 is good enough, and this just means you get a side scheme. When you get a side scheme, you draw 3 more cards. When you draw 3 more cards, you clear the area, should line up well. And of course, we're playing Skilled Investigator. So all this is like the Justice staples, but they work really well inside of Miss Marvel because you can recur these cards, play them twice. All that sort of stuff works really, really well. Lastly, we have 1 copy Waylay, which like is not a card I played a lot of. This is a 3 for 4 damage, which isn't amazing, and it's after your hero thwarts. But this is a 3 for 7 if the thwart removed the last threat from his scheme. So kind of similarly to Turn the Tide. 3 for 7, and mind you, with Embiggen, it's a 3 for 9, is like basically swinging web kick. And swinging web kick is like good, especially in solo. Like that does get you towards the end of scenarios faster than normal. It's obviously way better just to play a Turn the Tide, but it's nice to have one of these because if the villain is like almost there, this will generally get there. Like 1 swinging web kick in the deck is just good enough. So we'll take it. And this is the sort of card you can definitely put on a mirror and then just grab it when you need it. Or not a mirror, on Bruno, excuse me. So I need to say really quickly, Ironheart. We played an Ironheart campaign on expert solo against the Galaxy's Most Wanted, which was pretty difficult. We got 1 game against Ronin. We missed a rules interaction that we could have actually benefited from, and we lost the 1 time. Since then, I've wanted to record it to get it on video so we can get that on the channel and finish the fight. And I recorded it twice this week. First time I lost, second time I won. Unfortunately, I was playing Stroke of Genius wrong. And I asked the nice people in the Discord and they were like, yeah, that's not the way it works. Stroke of Genius is one of Ironheart's really good cards. It says after you spend this card, place a progress counter on your identity and draw 1 card. I was playing this that you could commit or you could like pitch Stroke of Genius. You could draw a card with Stroke of Genius and then use that card to pay for a card, which you can't do. The rules are really weird about this. The rules, like the entire comprehensive rule book, does not explain how pitching cards works, how paying cards works. Technically, the only place the rulebook tells you that you have to pay costs simultaneously is in an FAQ attached to Pepper Pots in the end. At the point where it talks about paying card costs, it never says that you pay cards one at a time or you pay cards all at once. This is technically a response, so it should fire after you pay, but the question is like after you pay one by one or after you all pay. But the point is like we beat Ronin, but technically what I played was not a legal game, and so that like recording, which took me an afternoon, is probably not worth releasing. So I don't know what to do about it, but it's painful. But we did play Stroke of Genius incorrectly, probably on camera before, but definitely in that video as well. Yeah, that's not good. Deck space is too precious for 3 copies of one way or another. It is awkward with one way or another because if you draw into the second one or the third copy, you can only play one per round, but it's not awful. It's still pretty good. I think getting this consistently is really, really quite good. Red Dagger's the reason Lethus became a host of the winning hand for a year. He's become a really funny meme in the local community. Lethus defends Red Dagger. Boom guy. Boom guy thinks. I've been playing her for years with Clear the Area, Turn the Tide one way or another, multitasking, updating with the new cards that come out. I've been calling it the Queen of Yellow deck. I could see that. And like, we're not on multitasking, which is like the obvious card that I was surprised isn't in this deck, but so far I haven't missed it. Clear the Area is kind of similar, but when you play one way or another, like multitasking is just functionally free, where it becomes a 1 for 8. Like that's nonsense numbers. Stroke of Genius is a response, not an interrupt, which is why that works that way. I mean, yeah, totally, I get that. But the question is the response after you spend this card? The like philosophical question is more so after you spend this card or after you spend all cards. And that is not clear. Because I spent, say I'm trying to play, I need a 2-cost card. So say I'm trying to play Red Dagger. So how does it work? Do I spend 1 card? Do I spend 2 cards? Do I spend 3 cards? Or do you spend 3 cards all at once? And the rulebook does not say how that works. The comprehensive rules does not describe that you have to pay cost all at the same time or you pay cost one by one. If you can pay cost one by run, then technically I have spent this before I spend the next 2 cards and it could draw, and then I could play the second card. But simultaneous costs are paid, and that is only in an FAQ attached to Pepper Pots, which even that answer does not necessarily answer this question. I wish it was way more clear, but it's so surprising how loose the rules are for paying costs of cards. It's very strange. It's weird to me. Stroke of Genius' response, excuse me, Boom Guy thinks his take is hot. I got cut off earlier. Oh, excuse me. Boom Guy thinks his take is hot. Got it. Since one way or another reads in counter deck, would it be unusable versus Red Skull? He puts all side schemes in his own side scheme deck. Yes, I think one way or another is unplayable against Red Skull. Because every single side scheme ends up in its own deck, and this is in counter deck. We could double check the rules when it comes out, but this will be a dead draw in the last game. So it is what it is. It's still worth it. You could sub it out. We're probably not going to. The good thing is like one way or another is good for finding side schemes, but maybe the benefit is like in that matchup, we'll have guaranteed side schemes. I think if we really need the help, we'll just trade 2 one way or another for 2 multitaskings, which is just like busted against Red Skull. And then that'll be a good start. It does say after you spend this card, so you don't draw a card first and pay for it. Tony, how's it going? But that's the thing is like, I don't know if you spend cards one at a time, because I thought you would. I thought like I spend this card, then I choose to spend this card, then I choose to spend this card. And the rules are not very clear that that's not how it works. But it is a response. There is an interrupt card, but I think even the interrupt card doesn't like there's a protection card that says after you interrupt, when you pitch this to pay for a defensive event, draw a card, you can't use the card you drew off the interrupt to pay for the card because you have to pay all costs simultaneously. It's just like almost nowhere in the rule book. I didn't know MC doesn't have a resource pool you pull resource into and then pull from would solve so many rules headaches. Yeah, it's kind of like Flesh and Blood where you can overpitch and then you have floating resources. It makes the game very different though. We're like, oh, I'm going to pitch 3 and then I'm going to spend a 2-cost card. I have 1 floating. Like it doesn't work like that, and it would change a fair bit. It's not necessary, right? Paying all costs should be accounted for at the time paying any cost is decided. Like you can't use clarity purpose to damage yourself to heal yourself to play what doesn't kill me, for example. Yeah, there was discussion about that ruling as well in the Discord, and I didn't have the time to sit down and read through all of it because it got pretty complicated pretty quickly. But yeah, it's weird. It's not exactly what I thought, but it's fine. Anyways, multi-talented. I love this card. I'm so surprised how much I like this card because this card is like numerically not great, but it highlights something very important about this game and most other card games in which flexibility is usually worth paying a premium for. This card's also just really fun because every deck who plays this in a really good way, and it does all the things I want to do, a bit of everything and healing. I love hero healing. So this card says you want to play all 3 types for this. Our deck is weighted away from energy. I think we have more of the first 2, but we have a wild generator with our whatever our kinetic polymer suit is called. And if you spend a physical, deal 2 damage. If you spend a mental, remove 2 threat. If you spend energy, heal 2 damage. Now, technically, you're paying 4 for about 6 value, which is not good, but it is flexible. And the idea is like in solo, when you draw a hand, if your hand needs damage, if your hand needs thwarting, if your hand needs healing, this like pays a premium to get the flexibility. So it's always a good enough card in your hand. Notably, this is both an attack and a thwart traded card, so you can use it with both Shrinkin' and Biggin all at once. And then this card gets a fair bit better. Where are you? You're here and here. So I'm making a mess of this, but that's the cool thing too, is that if you have both of these upgrades, you're guaranteed to fire them with a single card, which not on every turn are you guaranteed to fire both of these, which you really want to fire both of these because otherwise you're wasting a lot of value on the table. And then this becomes a 3-4-10 or 4-for-10, which is like good. So cool, very fun card. And there's only 2 of them because we'll get them when we need it. I like it a lot. All right, other things that we have some side schemes in the deck. I'm going to go on record to say I don't like a lot of the Justice side schemes. My favorite one doesn't even clear itself, which is a bit awkward. But Superpower Training is a 1-for-3. We don't mind side schemes. And when this is cleared, we can go get an upgrade. We have 3 upgrades. 2 of them really matter in Biggin and Shrink. So we'll get whichever one we don't have. We're also playing Lay the Trap, which is fine. I just don't care for this. It has 3 threat on it, so it's easy to clear. And when we clear it, we do 5 damage to the villain, which like it's fine. We want side schemes on the table anyways, so it's okay. I like it, whatever. Under Surveillance. This card I used to play a heck of a lot. I haven't played too much of it. It's way better at lower player counts because adding 4 threat for 1 player versus adding 4 threat for 4 players, there's a huge difference there. This you attach to the main scheme and it just allows you to jump down to Alter Ego without having much confuse, way safer. And that is actually quite nice. That is really quite nice. Sometimes you don't want to put this on the first act or the first, main scheme. Like the first scheme here mounted on Attack of Mount Athena doesn't have a lot of threat. So attaching it on the first time around is not great, but attaching it to the second or the last scheme, that's where it really matters. And this card just allows us to interact with Alter Ego a fair bit more. Endurance. We have a good recovery and we want to take attacks to the face because our defense is not very good. So why not play the card with Miss Marvel on it and give yourself up to 13 health is good. And then we have a whole bunch of allies, right? Yeah, Under Surveillance is a blast from the past. I haven't played it in a long time, but like that was the issue. Like every time that I classically build Miss Marvel, I put so much Confuse in her deck. And that's because with Confuse, you're able to jump down to Alter Ego. And when you're jumping down to Alter Ego, you can touch all your supports. And what I'm realizing playing this deck versus playing the versions of Miss Marvel I played and I kind of struggled with is spending so much time on that Confuse stuff generally didn't progress the game forward. And then you spend a lot of time just kind of like, you know, spinning your gears to be like, okay, I can jump up so I can jump down, so I can do this, so I can jump up, so I can get another Confused, so I can jump down, as opposed to this, which is just like, oh, do you want to play a 1-cost 5 damage card? And it's like, yeah, I do. And then that wins the game sooner, which is really quite good. Even the odds with her is quite nice. I was overpowering at first, making a 5 per person, thinking Shrinking worked with it that way. Ooh, even the odds is one of those multiplayer cards, right? Yeah, remove 1 per player threat from each side scheme, deal 1 damage to the villain. Yeah, this is a card that in solo sees no play. Battlefield Benevolence, that's what I was thinking of. When I saw it released, my first thought was for Miss Marvel. This one doesn't really work too well with Miss Marvel, but this is what I mean. It's like these are the cards I classically put in the deck. It doesn't actually interact with Miss Marvel. It's not a thwart attack or a defense event, but you can just get a cheap Confuse. But this is like, you know, I spent so much time confusing and I was like, probably should just try and win this scenario. Yeah. Some of us like spinning our wheels with Kamal. I mean, I did too. I just wasn't winning a lot of games. I'm like, so many things are firing and I feel so clever, but ultimately like the game's not progressing. It's pretty rough. Another one that was fun was 3 Steps Ahead, but again, definitely a multiplayer pick. I realized I didn't have much experience with her in solo. Okay, these are our allies, plus, of course, Red Dagger. We Manifold. I have been underwhelmed with Manifold. I think the 2 health is the biggest part of this. You could look at this like a Maria Hill, except instead of drawing the top card of every player's deck, it searches your deck for a side scheme. It doesn't put it into play, though. It just adds it to your hand. And our deck has 2 side schemes in it that are pretty good. I mean, Manifold is not bad. It's like the numbers are fine. You generally play this for 2 because you get a card back, which is you don't have to play the side scheme. You can just use it as a resource. He thwarts for 2 and then blocks. I mean, it's okay. I don't know. It's like all our side schemes cost 1. So the turn that we play Manifold, we're kind of committing to just playing Manifold in the side scheme. And that hasn't lined up too well for me. Dazzler, another card I don't play a lot of, but this is like a better, like usually I play Prof X in this sort of slot. Shout out to this deck, which mind you, this is again, Villain Theory's deck. Doesn't play Nick Fury or Prof X in it, which I play way too much of. But it is that good, especially when you play Expert solo. You kind of need that sort of consistency. Dazzler, it costs 4. After she enters play, you can confuse an enemy. And then as opposed to like just getting the quick block and the 3 thwart, you kind of get more delayed value where she thwarts for 4 and then gets a block. But she's kind of comparable to Prof X, and I can't tell which one I like better. Having the difference between 3 and 4 cost is functionally 1 cost, but it's way more than 1 cost. Because playing a 4-cost card from your 5-cost hand is your whole hand. But it's not that hard to play Professor X in another card. It's really hard to play Dazzler in another card. She's only gets played largely if we draw a double or if we play a one way or another and draw 3 cards. But she's very expensive. We want to jump down, so this is one of the easy ways to confuse and jump down. Gambi. Pourquoi pas? Gambi is very good. It looks at the top of the deck. That allows you to jump down, which is quite nice. And generally will have 3 stats more consistently at harder difficulties. I don't know how big the boosts are in this campaign. They're not actually that high. There's not too many 3 boosts, but Gambit is fine. And he's just kind of like middle of the road, pretty good. And gives you control, or not even control, but he can't rearrange cards. He can just tell you what the future holds. Deadpool. I've liked Deadpool, but Deadpool has for me fallen to the camp of like all these 3-cost basic allies. There's usually you just play the best one, and Deadpool has never been the best one. But then I just started like not letting Deadpool die, and he's been kind of good, right? Like we talked about one of the issues for this deck being event based is we have no consistency, and Deadpool technically is infinite to thwart and infinite to attack. You see, if Deadpool would die from consequential, he just full heals, and then you add an acceleration. And let me tell you, with things like under surveillance and how good our deck is thwarting, you do not care about the acceleration. Like normally I'll be scared of acceleration, but now I've just embraced it and been like, you're a justice deck, who cares? And Deadpool can sit on the table forever. You can panic block with him, and if he panic dies, you don't have to take acceleration. But this has actually been like kind of cute in a deck that like I worry won't be consistent. This is consistent Deadpool output. Just let him like freak out. It doesn't matter. Like let him freak on the main scheme. And then Machine Man, which is easy to play. Machine Man is just a resource sink. So if you have an awkward hand, spend your awkward resources, making sure you're not throwing them out. This is the sort of like assess the situation slot, plan B slot. There's a lot of cards or a lot of decks that would just want like a weird resource sink. And this just means like if Miss Marvel could thwart for 1, or she could return the card in hand and then attack for 2 with Machine Man instead. I mean, that technically works out. Finally, resources, very simple. We're not an Avenger, which was surprising. I believe Miss Marvel was the only non-Avenger in this first wave. So we can't play the Quinn Carrier, and we would like the Quinn Carrier because they're multi-talented. So we're just playing the Helicarrier, which is the action, reduce the next cost of the card, which is fine, and then 1 of each, and that's it. The deck has been fun. I think it's actually been quite fun. The Deadpool love is bringing a tear to my eye. There's VillainTheory. So again, if those don't know, this is not my list. This is the list of VillainTheory shared to me after we were talking about like, what is it like to watch someone else play your deck, to see if they'll make the same decisions you will, to see if like their play style is different, if there is the right way to play the game, if you want to call it that. And so I only have 2 reps with this so far, or 3 reps yesterday on Dragon cards, really quickly getting some games in. We'll find out if I'm going to do VillainTheory here proud. So it's going to be pretty fun. I notice you tend to like Machine Man over Plan B. Is there a particular reason why? If you're asking about me, I play either of those cards never. I don't often play any of those cards. I think we recently played Machine Man in Rogue, and that's because we were playing the Android Synergy package. And I think we ended up cutting Machine Man. But I actually very rarely play Plan B or Assess the Situation or Machine Man. My favorite resource sink by a mile is Lockjaw, but Lockjaw is like not exactly like those cards. It's like, oh, this is a dead hand, or oh, our deck has way too many doubles and we drew like 3 of them in the same hand and that's not useful, which this deck probably won't have the issue of. But I don't often play those. If only Manifold cost 2. If Manifold cost 2 like Maria, Manifold would be absurd, but I'd be like playing Manifold in every deck. Yeah, Dumpster Dog is MVP. Dumpster Dog is really quite good. I like Dumpster Dog a lot. Let me just pile shuffle this. Junkyard Dog is a Crash Space mascot, nearly. It's been a while since he's showed up in a deck. I did check it up. I think canonically he is a good boy. I did want to shout out Cosmo in a different versions has been a good girl or a good boy, but Lockjaw is our good boy. Because of the Inhuman tie-in that they never leaned into again. We have a lot of like one-off traits. Like we have an Eternal, we have an Inhuman. I mean, at some point it could matter. Is Moon Girl in the deck? I wasn't here from the start. No, we're not a genius. So we can't. Oh, actually, Kamala's an Inhuman. She should have Lockjaw. No, we can't play Moon. Oh, no, we're a champion. Wait a second. I always forget that Moon Girl can be played by champions. No, we're not playing Moon Girl. I imagine you could. Like, I could easily see us like playing, instead of Gambit, play Moon Girl. I think we have enough mental resources. There's a lot of things you can do with this, but it's cool that we're playing cards we don't usually play. Machine Man can spend resources in Alter Ego, which can be where Miss Marvel sometimes finds unplayable cards and wants to spend them. He's also like Deadpool in that he's very stable. Yeah, that's a cool thing. It's like when you jump down, if you don't have Bruno, any extra cards you get off of your Teen Spirit effect, you can just throw into Machine Man. And that's a really nice thing. Because yeah, in Alter Ego, sometimes you're ending up with a card in your hand. And unless you have Bruno, that card is usually very awkward. So having 2 like outlets for that's good. Yo, HFT, by the way, good luck this weekend and good game yesterday. And solo feels like Blindfold would be a bit better than Manifold at the same cost. To make sure you have 1 fold typal card. I like Blindfold a lot because she gives you control over the top of the deck. So she is like the sort of like soft confused card. Like she's pretty good. But the difference with our deck is that we really care about getting side schemes abstractly. So that's like the total difference. But if you needed a fold type card, I'm definitely more likely to play Blindfold. I think Blindfold's quite good, especially if you have X-Men or Psionic traded synergy packages. What I like about Dazzler over Prop X for me is it's much easier to call whether or not the Dazzler line is correct. Yeah, and if we're jumping down, like Prop X gets a lot worse too. Like generally when you play Prop X, you want to stay up so Prop X can soak a hit and then jump down. A Dazzler, you can go down right away, and technically jumping up and down every round is like pretty good in Kamala. So anyways, that's this. I'm excited for this. Now, the villain theory-ness of this stream is not going to stop right now because we are going to be playing through Rise of Red Skull campaign, which is the campaign that she came out with. Now, we're not only playing cards that were legal at that time, which we have done before in stream. We have a wider card pool, so things should be easier for us than, were intended at the time. Rise of Red Skull is not the most difficult campaign, as much as playing Expert Solo and playing Miss Marvel probably is going to make things a bit harder for me personally. So what we're doing instead is I jumped onto the website, if you're not familiar, called Modular Champions, which is a thing VillainTheory has put together, which gives you like recommendations for alternate and counter sets, and then tells you like what difficulty they will be compared to what you're normally playing. So this is our scenario. It's Crossbones. We're starting here. We're going to play full expert campaign, so tracking our hit points is going to be a thing. But we're going to be playing some alternates. So I have 5 alternates lined up. They're pretty thematic. Some of them are quite scary. They're ranging between 0 and +1 difficulty. So this is by the community or VillainTheory. Whether that difficulty lines up, we'll find out together. But basically, we're going to be playing with encounter sets that we don't normally play with, just to mix up Rise of Red Skull. Also, this means we want to have Madame Hydra in scenario 1, which is a huge win no matter what. But this is meant to be slightly tougher than base. What's his name? Crossbones. So we'll figure out together if that's the case. So unfortunately, a bunch of the ones that we're playing today are going to use villains nemesis sets as encounter sets, which is something you could do. I guess there's no rules against it. The problem is when we have these like encounter fans, I do not have the encounter fans for nemesis sets, these sort of things. Oh, that's not good. Why did that happen? That's not good. Anyways, I don't have the encounter set fans for nemesis sets. I think I'm going to make them in the near future. But like these sort of things where they pop up and show you what the villain is. Oh, why is that not working? Okay, I broke something. Oh, that's wrong. Okay. We're not going to hit that button anymore because that button doesn't work. But you know what I mean, right? These things. Yeah, we don't have those for nemesis sets. So we're going to have less information on what's in the deck visually. I'll try and build those in the future. They're not that hard to make. I have a homebrew rule when playing her, where if you activate Embiggen, you have to say it a la Spider-Ham-esque type silliness. I think her Embiggen has like a sound effect on it, so maybe you have to say that. Okay, it's Crossbones. Villain named Crossbones. Is this gonna work? Nope. Hold on. Villain name Crossbones. I was playing against this guy recently. So our setup here is we are going to have in the deck, we're still going to be playing with Weapons Master and Hydra Patrol. The only thing that we've added is instead of Legions of Hydra, we're playing with Captain America's set, which means that we have access to Baron Zemo and a couple other cards. I think it adds a bunch of guard Hydra minions. So it's like thematically very much, again, still on theme. Baron Zemo is going to come out. 5 health is a pretty ugly breakpoint for us, and Quick Strike for 3 is pretty mean. And when he's on the table, we can't thwart, and that can be an issue because we're a lot better at thwarting than we are at attacking. So this is going to be in the deck instead of Madame Hydra, and we'll see if that is worse or better for us. Hey, Morning Zombie, how's it going? Let's message SFG to give us some more fold support. I mean, it's only a matter of time before the fold expansion comes out. Okay, cool. So create the encounter deck of the experimental weapons. That's these. We put it next to the main scheme. We're going to be randomly adding one of these. That's it. The setup's relatively simple. There's 3 main schemes with an absurdly low limit. So this one only has 3 threats, so we're not going to under surveillance it. When revealed, we put the top card in the experimental weapons deck in play. Shuffling is a bit difficult for 4 cards, so we're just going to roll a die. One's on left, and one of these will be attached and will be following us for the rest of the campaign. We're going to get the Power Gauntlets. This one's pretty bad. This one I feel like we have to deal with because it's the only one that like messes you up if you don't deal with it. It just says after the villain attacks you and damages you, which will be happening. We take a lot of attacks to the face through the history of this game. We're not very defense traded. We have to discard a card, not randomly, our choice from our hand, which that's not great. That's the whole setup. Otherwise, the villain is Crossbones. Going to start with 14 health. Crossbones, we still have Weapon Master in here, so we want to detach weapons, because otherwise there's a card that says Crossbones activates, gain surge. That one's really quite bad for us. While Crossbones has a weapon attachment, he gains piercing. We have no toughness, that doesn't matter. Schemes for 2, attacks for 2, has very few health. 14 health is not a lot. And when revealed, we search for the machine gun, which is already in play. The machine gun's good fun. You can use your wiggle on this. It just says when Crossbone attacks you, first as an interrupt, remove an ammo counter, discard the top card in the counter deck, and take indirect damage equal to the amount of boost icon. So you're just going to take a bunch of damage as you set up. With that, we're off. I feel like we're missing a step, but I think we're right into it. Again, Rise of Red Skull setups are relatively straightforward. For expert campaign, whatever health we have when we end the scenario is how much health we'll start in the next scenario. Ultimately, that's not that big of a cost because we recover 5. But I think you end up like taking an obligation and add that to your deck, kind of like Arkham Horror, to reset your hit points for free. I tried to make an aggression firepower deck with her calling it the Queen in Red with Yarn and grenades, but I keep putting too many cards wanting to use no quarter and hone technique. I always end up with 50 cards though. So honestly, 9 down, that's actually one of the interesting things. No quarters uniquely, I think one of the cards in the game that would recommend you to play a bigger than 40 card deck. Because no quarter does 4 or 6 damage if you're playing, Kamala. And for each point of excess damage, you discard the top card of your deck, and for each aggression card. Now, the only way to get more aggression cards in your deck is by putting more aggression cards in your deck. Because you're kind of locked at the ratio of like 25 to 15 if you play the standard 40. So it's one of the few cards in the game that actually does incentivize you to play more, as long as you're only playing red cards. So it might not be the worst thing to do, I'll be honest. And then Kamala can still consistently get to some of her upgrades using her like spirit, her teen spirit if you're lucky. Does Crossbones rifle discard when it's out of ammo, or does it just you sit there empty the rest of the game? So as a rule, any card that says the word uses on it, like this says uses 2 player ammo counters, as a hard rule in this game, any card that says uses will discard itself automatically when it's out of uses. That is a rule that they've baked into the game. I wish Netrunner did that sooner than later, because every card now has to have text on it, be like, when this is empty, trash it. So sometimes you'd want the card to stay on the table so you can reload it. Shout out to Rocket Raccoon, whose weapons when they empty don't discard, but they specifically don't have uses because you can reload them. But yes, anytime any card, hero or villain, has uses, when it's empty, it's discarded. Yeah, good question though. It's really good templating, so you don't have to write that sentence, and this already has a lot of words on it. Yo, Recursion, how's it going, Jason? I hate his machine gun. It always shreds me. I mean, I get an assault, and then I get a what's it called, an advance, and then I take no damage. I do want to say we're not playing standard 3. I considered it. Our nemesis is not a bird, definitely not a bird, but that's mostly gonna be it. Let's mulligan and start our campaign. So here we're trying to get Embiggen, we're trying to get Shrink. Unfortunately, a lot of the earlier campaigns, there's nothing to do on turn 1. So the only thing that we actually have to do on the table, like the only problems we have to solve, is spend a physical and a mental to get rid of this, which we should. It's definitely worth it. We spend 2 cards now not to lose 1 card next turn and for the rest of the game. So that's the only thing we care about. Cool. Big hands. I mean, it's a physical and it's technically playable on turn 1, so we'll probably put that in the maybe category. We could just hard mulligan for upgrades. Speaking of hard upgrades, I mean, that's amazing. That's Embiggen. We always keep that. A double to make it played cheaply would be quite nice. This is good. This is so far quite good. Now, this is only for events, the Biokinetic Polymer Suit, but like I cannot ask for a better setup. The only thing is Shrink, and honestly, Shrink at this point might be too expensive to play all of them, so we probably don't want to draw a Shrink here unless we draw a bunch of doubles. Helicarrier, it's good. It's not bad. Again, we can't play the Quinn Carrier. I think the Polymer Suit will do us just fine. Technically, this is more effective. It can be worked. It's usable in more than just events, as much as some of our events actually require resource spends of certain types. So it's probably we're not going to keep it. We're not going to keep another Big Hands. And 6th card is Nakia, which Nakia is probably also worth keeping because she just makes you lose 1 card this turn because you spend her and then she immediately makes them big and cheaper. So like I think like the problem with them Embiggen is like we're really incentivized to keep the Big Hands. The Big Hands, if we don't play it, has a physical, so it can get rid of the Power Gauntlets. We only have 1 mental in our hand to get rid of the Power Gauntlets, but I could keep these. And again, we're going to get 1 more card guaranteed with our Alter Ego power. This is pretty good. Never got my head around this hero. Curious to see how you play her. So again, this is not my list. This is from Villain Theory, and I've always struggled with her, but this list is relatively straightforward. But she is such a cool design. All right, Machine Man. Probably not going to play him, but doesn't only have a physical, and then we have a multi-talented. So we're missing the extra copy of the mental if we want to get rid of the Power Gauntlets. I'm assuming getting rid of the Power Gauntlets is more important than setting up the Biokinetic. Sorry, I think the Biokinetic is more important than the Power Gauntlets because this gives us a resource a turn. This just knocks a card a turn, and he's going to have a weapon no matter what. Hone Technique. No quarter always does 6. If you run the aggression attack boost that needs mentals, you can make it do more with a bunch of different aggression things. But 6 is already pretty good. And you can make it do more overkill damage as well. And this is why no Moon Girl. But I'd mulligan for it. All right, we're going to start with our Alter Ego. And we're going to discard cards until we find one that makes sense. A mental. All right. We didn't see any non-aspect cards, really. We have Red Dagger. That's the worst. Goddamn Red Dagger. I hate this guy. I don't like this guy at all. Okay, cool. So now we have to plan our whole turn out. We're not getting more cards than this. So again, our alter ego text, as long as we play a card, or sorry, our hero text, we can get that card back because attacking or thwarting for one's not really worth anything. So that means we can always like play big hands, use big hands back to play something else. The problem is like the order that we want to play this cards is a strict order. And now immediately we're in a spot to be like, if two people are going to play this opening different. So my priorities are always these two. Soft priority is this. If we don't play big hands, it's not the end of the world, as much as we're losing a lot of value. But these are the three that I want to start. We can't easily get rid of the power gauntlets this turn, so I don't think we will. We'll probably just take damage and it'll be okay. But if we do like Nakia like this, then we can tap Nakia to play Polymer. We can use Polymer and 1 to play big hands. We can return big hands and then play him big in. I think we can do all of it. Hey, 1 second. Sorry, Maddie? Do I know where Nanako is? No, she's not with me. I think that's the best setup. Like, it allows us to set up all our upgrades, all our supports, and it doesn't allow us to do 2 more damage with Embiggen, but I think that's okay. Again, that would be play Nakia, use Nakia to play the resource generator, use the resource generator plus the card to play big hands, bounce big hands, it plays Embiggen. I think that's the best. I think that's the best we can do. It's the most efficient start. That gives us all of our very greedy upgrades and supports and doesn't play Machine Man or Multi-Talented, which again, we don't play Multi-Talented here. The only bad side is that we don't take the power gauntlets, but we'll do what we can do. Is this the opening hand? This is the opening hand, Proof Rock, right in time. All right, so we'll play Nakia. Alter Ego will just we'll exhaust her. So the next card we play this phase is reduced by 1. So we'll flip up to hero mode. So we'll play for free the Biokinetic Polymer Suit. So this just generates a resource for an event. We'll spend that and this to go play good old big hands. It's going to do 4 damage to the villain as straightforward as it gets. And then we're going to use our hero text to exhaust ourselves to return the attack thwart event's hand to our hand. Then we're going to spend 2 and we're going to play in big end. So pretty good start, I think. You missed the deck. Yeah, you just missed the deck tech talk. It's YouTube, so you can rewind and listen to the deck tech talk at 2x speed, and you'll catch up with us, like, technically. But yeah, and that's our start, I think. That's not too bad at all. We'll pass. We're gonna get boxed a bit. We definitely want to get rid of the gauntlets, but it's the best we can. I love Miss Marvel. I've been playing her for years. I have played very little of her, and I struggled, so this is gonna be fun. 5 cards. Okay, Turn the Tide. Quite nice. There'll be 1 threat on the main scheme, so we can get some cheap damage. We have Bruno Corelli, who, if we're going down to Alter Ego, it's a bit hard on a tank amount on Athena. We have a Sneak By, so that's our mental and our physical in our hand. This will remove threat. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of threat to remove. Manifold could do something here if we have like exactly the right resources, but Sneak By is definitely worth playing with the Polymer. And then we have a Wiggle Room. With the Wiggle Room is perfect because we play the Wiggle Room and take no damage from Crossbones attack. We actually do save a whole card because we don't take damage with the Power Gauntlets. So that's a really good draw here. Very, very good draw. Okay, so we put 1 threat. Oh, I have to break this. 1 sec. We're trying never to defend for 1 for obvious reasons. Like if we jump down, we recover for 5, let alone let's defend for 1. So that goes here. And the villain attacks us. But when Crossbones attacks us, we discard card from the top of the deck and we take 1 damage. We'll take 1 damage. It's fine. All right, now Crossbones is actually attacking. So Crossbones is attacking for 2 in a card, and if it does damage, we have to discard a card. Technically, we exhaust ourselves, so we might not take damage, but we're definitely hoping for not a 2 boost here. So 1, 2, 3 is perfect because now we can do Wiggle Room. We can always return this to our hand, but we probably won't. Actually, we could. No, it doesn't have the icons we want. The thing is like the Sneak By is pretty bad, but let's just play Turn the Tide. We can decide after we draw this. So we don't take any damage and we draw a card. We drew another Wiggle Room, so I'm not going to return this one to our hand. But if Crossbones attacks us again, we'll be pretty happy. Could start 1 encounter card. Hydra Regular, Insight 1. Okay, so we have a thing to fight. And we can fight this. I type Hydra and try to autocomplete through, and there's like 700 Hydra cards. So we didn't advance. We have a really smooth start here. Crash just checking in before bed. Online MC tomorrow. Yeah, when does it start? I usually starts Friday nights, but is it actually starting Saturday for you? Because it's probably starting at like 9 o'clock tonight for me, I think, right? I think that lines up for you tomorrow. You can double play Wiggle Room in the same window if the damage is over 3. Not the case here. Yeah. As long as, I think you can only play, let's read the text, but my assumption is you can only play this if you're preventing damage. Because you have to interrupt that. I don't know if you can play this for free just to like cycle it. Technically, we would have cycled it if we took more damage because we don't want an energy icon in our hand. Yeah. Oh yeah, with their exhaustibility. With their exhaustibility, yeah, you can return it and play the second one if you're taking a lot of damage, which would have been okay. That would have been fine. Okay, so what do we want to do here? We definitely want to play an event because we have this. If we play Biokinetic Polymer Suits and then we pitch a resource, so say that we pitch the Wiggle Room, we can play Sneak By. That'll remove 3 threat. We remove all the threat, so we can do turn the tide for 3 into Hydro Regular, turn the tide for 3 into Crossbones. The issue is that Sneak By is the only mental in our hand, and if we want to deal with this Power Gauntlets, again, that's the issue. But we could technically do like 6 damage for very few resources here, and then just set up Bruno Corelli. We could technically jump down and say like you can get this stage to go through, because this stage always goes through. Like it usually doesn't not go through. I'm worried about this. The thing is, like, we don't have any thwarting with our hand unless we play Manifold. If we play Manifold instead, we can play Manifold and leave a blue and a red in our hand. But if we play Manifold for 3, we're just hoping that the side scheme has the resources that we want on it. I mean, I don't know. Manifold allows us to grab a side scheme. I don't know what what are the resources on the side schemes we have? We have Superpower Training. It has a mental, I think. No, it has an energy, and then we have the guards one, which I don't know the name of. So I think it's probably mental and energy. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay, so I don't think we want to do the manifold line here. They're both energies. Thank you, VillainTheory. So they're both energies. So this is the only mental we have access to. Again, no Moon Girl. So I think we just do the first line that looked good to us, which is just like set up Bruno and deal with the table, and we're gonna risk the Power Gauntlets one more time. Bring back our Sneak for the mental. Oh yeah, that actually could be better. Like we don't do 3 damage to Crossbones, but who cares? Because yeah, that's probably a lot better. So we do Biokinetic and like Manifold for Sneak By. We return Sneak By. We knock out the Turn the Tide. And then we just play these 2. And then we keep Wiggle Room for the next phase, which is almost always worth it to keep. Yeah, I like that a lot better actually. So we'll do Biokinetic and Manifold for Sneak By. We just remove 3 threat, nothing special. We're going to use our alter ego to exhaust to return this to our hand. And this is what's cool, is like she has so many flexible, like her turns are way more complicated because you just have way more options. We've now removed with a threat, with a thwart, so we can do 3 damage to the regular. Okay. To get rid of the Power Gauntlets, which is an annoying card, we're going to spend a physical and a mental. It sucks not to play Bruno, but I mean, this seems fine. So that's a physical and mental. And then we'll just hold on to Wiggle Room because it will replace itself, so it doesn't actually cost us anything to keep this in our hand. Let alone, it can replace itself twice, and we'll pass. So we didn't get to access Nakia or Embiggen, but that's fine. We did see 2 big hands already, so our Embiggins only have, I think, 3 more targets in the deck, 4 more with the multi-talented. Clear the area. That's going to be easy to fire. Superpower Training should be easy to fire too. Mind you, we can thwart, well, technically only for 2, but us plus our face will thwart this. Another clear the area. Okay, that should be easy. And then we have Delay the Trap, which is the other one with the energy that I'm pretty sure has Batman on it. Have you guys seen the Batman in the corner? Why did they go put a DC character on that? It's Batman. Look at him. He looks so mean with his beard and his claws. This goes to 1. We don't talk about Bruno flashbacks. Hello, hope you're doing well. Recently followed you due to your video with VillainTheory. Welcome, Beowulf. I'm amazed by the quality of your streams and your videos. It's amazing. I'll be here for a while. Thank you so much. I reckon there's a lot of new folks here who have come in through that video. Shout out to VillainTheory. Doing also the collaboration feature is like so easy. That worked really well. But welcome to the channel. If you're new around here, don't hesitate to ask questions. Again, chat interactions are always really great fun. His nose there is his 7th claw. Isn't that Wolverine? No, I'm pretty sure it's Batman. I think they put Batman in. We're gonna get attacked. We do Crossbones machine gun. So we're gonna get how much damage? 2. Okay, that's fine. We'd rather cancel Crossbones attack than cancel this damage. We're down to 7. Crossbones is gonna attack. We're not gonna do anything smart about that. So 2 in a card we won't block. 3 boost is perfect. Sorry, 1 boost, making a 3 damage is his knife. He also now no longer has any weapons, so if we draw the thing that surges, it won't surge. So we'll just play Wiggle Room here. So, since we're just getting to know each other, a little FYI, I don't like being taken by surprise, Miss Marvel. So we'll take no damage, draw a card. We drew Shrink, which like kind of incredible. The issue now is that like the Superpower Training has no targets because we only have 3 upgrades in our deck, and the last one's in our hand. So what you always can do is you can pitch Shrink to play Superpower Training and then thwart 3 on it. But technically there are no targets for this thing if we play the Shrink. So keep that in mind. Card Raid the Armory. So Inside 1 has been firing every turn. I mean, that's fine. We've cleared the area. So this goes to 2. Discard cards until there's a weapon and reveal it. So, okay. We'll see if Baron's Emo shows up. Assault is good to know. Advance, that's very good to know. I don't know if Crossbones can scheme off of anything besides Advance and the card that cares about having a weapon. Hydra Bomber is not a weapon. What am I doing? Okay, Hydra Sidearm. I mean, I think this one just gives him piercing again. Oh, it gives him ranged and +1. Okay, whatever. Cost of mental and physical, get rid of it. Do you think the new Daredevil hero is going to be tier S immediately? He looks really strong, but I think the thing with the hero, like, it depends who you talk to, because it depends on your player count. For solo play, he looks absurdly strong. And that's because having a consistent side deck that you play for like half cost, because they don't cost cards in your hand, where those cards give you the consistent value, looks really absurdly good, but also just like really consistent. I worry that he's going to have a repetitive play pattern, but I think the fact that his deck doesn't rearrange the order, so you're going to be on a turn where like, oh, I really want to play this card, but I have to play this card first, and then you have to plan that out. He seems really good, but like, I haven't tested anything. Just finished watching yesterday's Netrunner stream, so I thought I'd have a bit more champions. Welcome back, Fixby. Is Sense of Justice in this deck? No, we have nothing else that boosts the amount of thwart from a thing. Oh, wow, that's not what this card does. No, we don't have another resource generator. All we have is Helicarrier, Biokinetic Polymer Suit, and so far it seems enough. Like, our cost curve outside of our allies is really low. He's the king of resource sinks? Yeah, I mean, they're very good resource sinks, aren't they? New person from VT Collab. I echo Epic Beowulf's comment about your production quality. Tony, thanks so much. That's very kind. That's very, very kind. Welcome to the channel. Glad to have you here. Okay, so our turn. The thing that we want to set up is Shrink. So far, we are coasting. Things are quite nice. Shrink costs us 2 resources. We've drawn literally 0 of our doubles. All our doubles are still in their deck, which means we might draw a really ugly hand in the near future. Luckily, we haven't seen Dazzler yet, I don't think. So at a minimum, if we want to like clear the area, we can do it with this hand, right? So we can start by just clearing this to draw a card. So we'll draw another card, and we can always return this to our hand. We can throw out Shrink to play the superpower training, and then we could thwart for 1 and then clear it and then put the Shrink into play. We will draw another card and we can play Lay the Trap. I mean, like, that's kind of reasonable. I don't know if there's an obviously like smoother line to that, but I don't mind that, because playing the Shrink is really expensive. Playing the superpower training, especially when clearing it draws a card anyways, seems pretty good. So I think we will start there. This is Justice. It definitely could be here, but I ran a pretty tight amount of upgrade supports for more events. Could swap it in with Helicarrier. Yeah, I don't know if the Helicarrier, I've played it in any of my test games so far. We don't have the one that grabs a support, right? We only have the superpower training. But like, I honestly haven't played the Helicarrier a lot, because 3 is very expensive for this deck. But maybe that's why, yeah, Sense of Justice is better. I don't know. What's your least played aspect outside of pool? Leadership. The leadership has gotten a lot cooler. I played, like, leadership was easily the best aspect when I was getting into the game, because it is very good solo, followed by justice. My least played was aggression, and then protection became my most played very quickly. And then at this point, I think I play aggression second most, protection always still the most, and then leadership, justice. I actually don't play a lot of justice, but justice hasn't been getting that cool cards. Like, usually when a cool card comes out, it's not a justice card, and like justice has old cool cards, so it's fine. As someone who loves jank MTG, don't worry about repetitive play. It just makes less optimal choices. Yeah, just make less optimal choices. All right, let's start here with the biokinetic and to clear the area. The cool thing is we can see what we draw before we return this, but we'll clear all the threat, which means we draw a card. We drew a Gumby, which I don't honestly think we need to put an ally down on this turn. So I think we're going to continue to commit to our line unless we draw a double somewhere. So we're not going to return the clear the area. We're next going to throw out Shrink, which feels bad, but we'll play Superpower Training. So this is on the table. Superpower Training. So this one's on the table. It comes in with 3 threat. When we clear, we can go grab an upgrade from our hero class. We are actually going to thwart for 1, which is kind of weird. And then we're going to go ahead and play Gumby or pitch Gumby to play clear the area. Then we clear this one. So once this is cleared, it goes to the victory display and we can go grab ourselves a free Shrink. So we are totally set up outside of Amir and Bruno. We did clear so we can draw a card. We drew Under Surveillance. That's totally good that we drew here, because Under Surveillance is a pretty good card, but attaching it to a 3 threat scheme seems a bit silly. We will just go ahead and play Lay the Trap. This is just something that we can sink ourselves into later, especially once we draw our Skilled Investigator. But this will just do 5 damage, which turns out is a lot of damage off of Crossbones. So Lay the Trap's coming in with 3 threat, and we can go visit Batman in a moment. That's mostly it. We always want to have a side scheme here. Big thing is if you're playing on Expert, keeping a side scheme on the table, a player side scheme is good because it beats Master Plan. Like putting 4 threat on here, we don't care. Master Plan won't do anything bad. All right, that's it. Draw 5. We're going to take some damage here. There's Amir. So Amir is here. We're going to have a lot of doubles left on the list. Ooh, Waylay might be worth playing. Removing 3 threat is now super possible with our Shrink. We have the Skilled Investigator, so now we have a lot of reason to try and get rid of Lay the Trap. And we have a Sneak By, which this is like perfect. I think this is like incredibly perfect. So this will do easily 9 damage. This hand does 9 damage, 6 threat. Sorry, 5 threat. Very, 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 very good. Under surveillance is just build your own Rhino scheme. Yeah, yeah, surprisingly, just pure Rhino. I mean, this hand's sick. This is really good because we can like play sneak by, then play waylay, draw a card with skill investigator, do 5 damage. Like we'll knock out Crossbones. In fact, we waste some damage with waylay, so maybe it's not perfect. This goes to 1. Crossbones is attacking for 3 in a card. The most damage we could take here is 6, so we have to consider jumping down in the near future because we're not playing allies, we're setting up. If Crossbones double activates, we actually could die here. That is the one bad thing I have to say, is we've played no allies, so we are trying to get kind of lucky here. The worst case scenario is he draws one of the cards from the Weapon Master set that says he activates and gains Surge, which is, there's 2 of them. We've seen one of them. It's called Weapon Master. But if we double activate, we probably do die here because we only have 1 defense, so hoping for the best. We attacked for 3 in a card. We won't block. 4 damage, raid the army. Okay. So we get attacked again. This might be it. No, that's fine. So this is Hydra Soldier from Captain America, who is in the deck now. So it has the same text. It just has a different colored border. So this is 4 health. When this is defeated, we have to spawn another head of Hydra and we get another encounter card. Okay. That changes things slightly. The best thing we could possibly draw with this hand is a Turn the Tide. I think we have 2 more left in the deck. A Turn the Tide here would go so hard if we draw it because we can knock out Hydra Soldier for free. I think we're at the point where we have to jump down because our hand has no allies. So we'll probably jump down and let this like tactically advance and not care about it. But yeah, we'll start playing a skilled investigator. So whenever or once per turn, when a side scheme is defeated, we draw a card. We don't have to defeat it. Doesn't care how it's defeated either, which is good. So I think there's a chance we can play a mirror, which means like we could waste the value on biokinetic, but biokinetic plus waylay, that's an option. This does 6 damage. It could do actually 9 damage to the Hydra Soldier, so that's not bad. And then the thing is like we lose a mirror if we play sneak by with this. We're gonna draw the sneak by back. We're gonna draw skilled investigator. Like we probably still do it. We probably still do it. The waylay is like really expensive. Again, the best case scenario, there's 2 copies of the card we want to draw here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have a 1 in 4 chance of getting a sick top deck here. I don't think it really matters ultimately. So I guess we'll keep a mirror because there's a chance we don't play waylay. If we don't play waylay, we waste biokinetic polymer suit, but I don't think we care. So I'm going to actually not use the polymer suit here, which feels strange. So we'll remove 3 threat. We're not going to use our thing. And then we're going to fire Lay the Trap. So Lay the Trap says when it's cleared, deal 5 damage to the villain. It's not an attack, so it beats the guard. And then we can draw a card with skilled investigator. Please. It's not. It's another sneak by. Okay. Awkward. So the only thing we can do here is with our hero text, we can choose to return the sneak by to our hand if we want to. Otherwise, we can jump down and we can recover, which I think is probably going to be a bit better here. So that means that we're just going to spend our whole hand. We'll do biokinetic polymer suit, sneak by, a mirror, and we'll do a big old waylay. It's total overkill, but a guard minion did show up. So this is doing 9 damage to the Hydra Soldier, which is a ton. We draw an encounter card when we knock out the Hydra Soldier. We're still ready. We're just going to let this go through. It's guaranteed to go through, so that should be fine. We're just going to jump down to Alter Ego. And here we could get lucky if we draw, I don't know, a 1-cost cheap card. We can use Kamal's ability and we can reduce the cost by 1. I don't actually know how many 1-cost cards are left in our deck that are worth doing this to. It's like Endurance is playable, but again, this discards until... Basically, our deck is only a big hand. Oh man, there's 2 Turn the Tides next. That would have been so good. Yeah, we know we're going to have to do threat removal. So we could use our hero text here, our alter ego text to discard. This is just going to rip through the deck. The question is the bottom of our deck has like no threat removal. So I honestly think we do fire it and just say like we want to get to the bottom of our deck. The issue is if we end up decking out, we draw 3 encounter cards while we're face down and like that doesn't feel good. It's a bit risky. Very excited about a lot of the Justice cards coming to us with Daredevil and Jessica Jones. The Justice card that allows you to stun the villain over and over again. It seems absurd. Just nonsense. I think for solo play, Justice has the most amount of staple cards and 98.5% of them are old cards. Yeah, it has a lot of staple cards. It's like, I think they're reprinting Skilled Investigator, but of course you have to, right? Okay, so we're going to fire her text. The best case scenario, we don't deck out. On average, we're meant to be discarding about half the deck, so we probably will deck out if we do it. I mean, none of these cards are good if we don't deck out, so I'm just going to do it. So we're going to do Teen Spirit. Discard, discard, discard. Okay, big hands. So if we keep the big hands... We're still going to deck out, which it means I think we don't keep the big hands because we're not necessarily going to need damage here. I'd rather have the multi-talented, which will do 4 damage, which is a good enough breakpoint. So I'm not going to keep this and we'll recover for 5 instead. That's it. We'll pass. We could use Nakia for fun. We will. And then she'll just ready. So we draw Turn the Tide one way or another. That's a good combo. And Endurance is really cheap. And then Multi-Talented is the card that I'm most excited about because it will solve a lot of our issues. We draw a second encounter card. And then we shuffle. So we could be, in theory, lose 2 main schemes. It's just not super common. We're owed 2 more cards. And then with Kamala and Nakia, it's like we have a, what is it, like an 8-card hand size? I can't believe we went through the whole deck cycle without playing a single ally. And it felt good. Besides, we did risk 1 turn of dying. Miss Marvel is your favorite hero to play Justice? Definitely not. I play very little Miss Marvel. She's one of my fewest played heroes. I think every time I played her, it's either been Justice or Aggression. Was her precon Protection? I feel like it was, but no, it couldn't have been, right? Because Doctor Strange was Protection? Maybe she was too. I'm not sure. Helicarrier and the Waylay came back. I mean, okay, that's weird. So this goes to 2. Crossbones is scheming. Mind you, this always goes through. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We clear this. That's a side scheme out of the deck, which matters. When this advances, you flip it over, and all we have to do here is, well, I guess we have to read some flavor text on the way. This comes in with 1 threat, and we have to go get the next experimental weapon. So, excuse me, this will go to the Infinity Stone, which will go to this. So if Crossbones schemes again, this might advance. We have to reveal the top card of the experimental weapons deck, so we're just going to roll a die. 1, 2 on left, 5, 6 on right. It's 3, it's the middle. We're going to attack real hard. It's a laser rifle, and notably all these cards will follow us through the rest of the campaign. So this gives double ranged, which doesn't really matter, but he does attack for 4, which is a big number. Okay, 3rd encounter card, and we just look through them. Her precon was Protection. Oh, one of the worst precons for the hero comes within the game. I remember her precon being pretty bad. So that lines up. As much as she does show up on some cool protection cards. All right, Crossbones, Assault. Okay, so this one, if you clear it, he activates, which is actually kind of scary because he attacks for 4 on a card at this point because we haven't cleared anything. It's only 2 threat, which is easy to clear, but like pretty bad text. So that's kind of frightening. Oh my God, we're just drawing all the side schemes. I mean, hey, Villain Theory, why not multitasking? That's the card they always play in this, and like maybe we don't need it. This comes in with 3 threat, and it asks, when revealed, discard a card from the top of the counter deck. Place an additional threat here for a boost. Oof, we discarded Hit Squad, which has 3, so this is 6. I mean, we really know how we like rip through our deck to make sure we have a hand that can thwart. This is why. Unfortunately, we did not draw that hand. I mean, that was 3 encounter cards. Okay, Shadow. So we're going to get our Nemesis set. Again, I need to remind you all, it's not a bird. This is Thomas Edison. Yikes. Okay, at least some damage is going to matter here. So Thomas Edison cannot take damage while you're engaged with another minion, so that's totally fine. We add Generation Y, which is it's the one you have to clear. It says discard the top card of each player's deck for each ally and persona support. So we only have 1 persona support, so we just discard a multi-talented. That's fine. We would have discarded it anyways. We have to clear a hazard. The coolest card we're going to shuffle in the deck is Edison's Giant Robot, which is just like very, very interesting encounter card. Yeah, that was a villain turn and a half. I think we can deal with this. 3 side schemes is a lot. We definitely need to clear these 2 as soon as possible and then just like survive a bit. We can do this. It's possible. The best card we could draw here is like a Skilled Investigator. Sorry, not a Skilled Investigator. Clear the area. Because there's 2 threat on this. We can clear with a multi-talented, which is fine too, but I think we need to do more than that. The question is, do we play, not Turn the Tide. Turn the Tide will be really good against Thomas Edison. There's like a chance we actually don't play multi-talented. So we have to figure out what we want to do here, because now it's our turn. So multi-talented heals us for 2, which we can go to 10 health. It does 4 damage, which knocks out Thomas Edison, and it removes 4 threat, which is fine. I think like Turn the Tide is already good enough for Thomas Edison. It can also knock out Crossbones, which I'm not sure what happens. I think he gets another weapon, experimental. The rest of the sand, though, like one way or another, I can always check. Are there side schemes left in the deck? Because if there's no side schemes, you can't play the card. Or you could, it just whiffs. So we could get Hydra Patrol, which is a 2 thwart crisis that spawns a Hydra minion. And I'm pretty sure we have the small Hydra minions in the deck left. Or do we not? It says each player searches the deck and discard pile. Okay, so we can always get the little insight guy. So we actually could go for the Turn the Tide here because we have more damage in our hand and we want to draw 3 more cards. So it might be correct. This is one of the weird things though. That's a bird though. No, it's not. Tommy, take that back. I considered multitasking could definitely be here. I wanted to make sure you had damage, so went for the card draw, clear the area, waylay, and multi-talented. You know, it's cool. I get it. This is a turn where you definitely want multi-talented. I honestly, for as bad as things are, I think we do still play the one way or another. The only hard thing about one way or another is that it's really not great with Nakia, because Nakia is a bit awkward. Because as soon as you use Nakia and Alter Ego, you're committed. Your next card has to be a more expensive card. Like we might just dump out an Endurance and say that's okay, or we might just play the multi-talented. The problem is the multi-talented you also don't want with Nakia, because then you can't pay full cost for it. So this is actually a pretty awkward Nakia hand. We might just trade Endurance for it, but we're gonna start with an Alter Ego and discard. Best card that we could draw here is our hands, the thwarting one, the sneak by. So we discard until we find one of our cards. Oh, clear the area would have been sick. Oh, 2 clear the areas are out. Well, that's not good. Okay, it's a sneak by. Okay, sick. So sneak by actually does one-shot cornered staff. No, it doesn't. It does 5 threat, so it doesn't. Never mind. Okay. We have to figure this one out. We might not one way or another. We have to do all the math. We have to plan out this whole dang hand. So no matter what here, we always do Nakia. So our next card, whatever the next card is, it has to be reduced by 1. And then we're going to hop up. So our hero text again can recur one of these cards. So now we have to do math. Thomas Edison, ultimately, like, we don't have to deal with. He's not that big of a deal. Like, he just attacks for 1. Like, who cares? But we can deal with him, and we might as well now, because he makes it hard to jump down to Alter Ego. So the next card is reduced by 1. So we can play Sneak By to remove 5 threat. That doesn't hit any grade breakpoints unless we want to thwart this for 1 with our face, which bouncing a card here might not be super necessary. We are not likely with one way or another to draw into a clear the area, because it's not good. You're right. Thomas Edison does have the bird trait. I don't think I've noticed that. That's really good for Falcon. But yeah, one of the first bird traded cards too. Very funny. He's not a bird. Yeah, weird. This is weird. This is strange. Karma Tell reduce helicarry by 1. Excuse me? Nakia? Nakia can make the helicarrier cheaper, but this doesn't feel like a turn that I can afford to play this. Because then we're going down, you know, like 3 cards to generate 1 resource. And this is like a really high turn where we have to put out tempo. Like we can't go for the value play because we have to fix this problem. And spending functionally like 3 cards to get 1 card on this turn is the opposite of what we probably want. I think the one way or another probably is worth it. Like, again, this is 1 card into 3 cards. It does present a problem. The problem it's presenting is not like that bad of a problem, but it is technically a problem. With that, if we find the last clear the area, we're really happy. Man, clear the area would be so good here. It's a shame we discarded 2 of them, because clear the area just deals with this and then draws 2 cards. We also could just like draw a card off of one of these first and see what we get with Skilled Investigator. So like we're kind of incentivized to do the Endurance or the Sneak By, but the Sneak By is probably the most important card here. It removes 5 threat though, which doesn't clear any of these well. And if we sneak by this for 6, I think that's how we start. And then we can use multi-talented to clear this for 2. Yeah. Good luck. Thank you, VillainTheory. Thanks again for sending this. I'm very excited to see how this plays out. We have a whole campaign in front of us. With the number of side schemes, Crossbones is cosplaying Red Skull. I mean, we did draw every single side scheme in the deck besides 1. And we're going to draw it this turn anyway. So we'll play Sneak By using our Biokinetic. So it's going to be free. We will go ahead and use our Shrink. So it does 5 threat. We'll just clear this down to 1. We're not drawing a card. Do we want to return this to our hand? I don't think we do. I actually think we thwart for 1 here, because we don't have a big incentive to return any of these cards to hand because they're all a 2 threat. And like, unless we draw clear the area, which I guess we'll find out if we do. We'll play one way or another. Let's go get the last side scheme. Trying to get 3 side schemes together next time. I mean, I'm going to try and get another one here. So we search the deck for side scheme. Master Plan would have been such a bad draw. It's still in the deck, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's right there. So this is Hydra Patrol. So Hydra Patrol comes in with 2 threat, and when we clear it, we have to go grab a Hydra minion, which I think we can deal with it, and it has another Crisis icon. This is fine, I think. We're a Justice deck. This is where we want to be. Okay. With that out, one way or another resolves, and we draw, not you, we draw 3 more cards. Please clear the area. Oh my god, that was the last one. That's sick. That's so good. We can't play one of these, but that's perfect. So we can still keep ourselves ready, but I think we just want to start clearing cards and see what happens. So we're going to go ahead and do one way or another and to clear the area. In theory, we should use our energy icons because we probably want to get rid of one of those. I don't think we can afford to, though. I don't think there's any shot. Well, we can't play one way or another, and we're not going to play the Helicarrier, so I think we'll just do clear the area with the one way or another. So clear the area. We're going to do Generation Who, I think. So gets rid of that. clear the area is going to draw a card, and then we're going to draw a card with Skilled Investigator. So deeper we go. So Gambi is really good. Another wiggle room is a bit kind of not great here. All right, so we're back down to where we started. We could always exhaust ourselves to add the clear area back to our hand. I think we do, because it's better than thwarting for one, because we have the resources to spend. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to clear the area on this Hydra Patrol. When this Hydra Patrol is cleared, we're going to draw a card to clear the area, but we have to search the encounter deck and discard pile for an enemy and put it into play. It has to be a Hydra enemy. So it doesn't reveal it, it puts it into play. So we can get around some bad text. I think Hydra Regular is just the easiest thing for us to do. Okay, Hydra Regular, inside one does not fire because it wasn't revealed. And it comes in with 2. All right. I wonder if bouncing Turn the Tide was better. So here, I think we'll just do a Turn the Tide. Man, with the wiggle rooms, we should clear this too. I think we might have not done that properly. Yeah, that might not have been it. Anyways, Turn the Tide. We thwart it so we can do 3 damage. I'm going to hit the Hydra Regular because, well, we have to in that order, unfortunately. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to clear Crossbones Assault because we have these wiggle rooms, so we don't mind being attacked. So I'm going to do we're going to spend a red. Oh, I should have planned this out better. Oh, I should have planned this out better. Hold on. We needed to keep a blue in our hand. So when we pitch the one way or another, we need to pitch another card because we need to keep the right resources types because we need to keep one of each. So red, we need to keep a blue. So I'll trade it, excuse me, for a yellow. So we'll do that. And we'll do a red, blue, and a yellow. We want one of each for multi-talented. Sorry about that. I needed to keep in mind of the resources. That's where things get really tricky here because you want to spend one of each for this thing. So we just traded the resource that we spent on that. I'm not sure if we drew that card after. There might have been incorrect, but we can now play multi-talented. So we got to do 4 damage with Embiggen, so we'll knock out Tommy. We can do 2 threat removal, so we'll clear Crossbones Assault. When Crossbones Assault is removed, we get activated on, and we have a pending 2 heal. So Crossbones Assault is going to fire here. So it says when this is cleared, the villain activates against you. So Crossbones is going to activate. It's going to attack for 2, 3, 4. We can't die to this. So we're going to get attacked for 4 in a card. We won't block. 5, 6. That's perfect. Instead of taking 6 damage, we're going to play 2 copies of Wiggle Room. So this one says don't take 3 damage, draw a card. We're going to play this copy of Wiggle Room. Similarly, it says don't take 3 damage, draw a card. So we take no damage. I mean, kind of incredible. And then we'll finish resolving multi-talented, and we'll heal up to 2. I mean, this turn was looking bad, and then it wasn't. It kind of wasn't anymore. Weird how that is. Love Marvel got Vulture guy who's bird and Thomas Edison a bird who's a guy. Now I can afford the Helicarrier. I mean, I don't think so. It sucks that this hand is like not really doing any much more. Like Manifold is 1 too many. The Helicarrier also is like awkward because it doesn't let you pay for multi-talented in a way that makes sense. I'm a whole ass hour late. Welcome, Lucy. So things that we could do, we can knock out Crossbones or at least do 4 damage. But I think just getting rid of these attachments probably makes sense. So we have mental and physical, so we can get rid of the Hydra sidearm. We're going to float a Manifold. I honestly, probably it's okay to play an ally. The issue with Manifold is like now his text is totally useless because we played all our side schemes. They're both here. So like the Manifold is not really worth anything. So we probably just pitch him. The bottom of the deck still has a Dazzler and 1 resource in it. But I think here, like keeping this at 1 is actually good because it fires Skilled Investigator next turn guaranteed. So I think we'll just spend, this one says range, this one says ranged. I'll get rid of the one that says ranged. I think we have less energy icons, so we'll get rid of the one that has an energy icon and we'll just pass. We can hold on to the mental. It should be good next turn. We have no more clear the areas. That was a good turn. Get rid of attachment for sure, yeah. I think we'll get rid, they both do the same, so it just cares about the resources. We'll hold this and draw 4 more. Dazzler, there she is. Machine Man, if we have some extra resources, a mirror, and big hands. So kind of mediocre hand. This is where like Dazzler is really hard to play because it's your whole hand. But honestly, if we play Dazzler and jump down, it's not a bad turn. This goes to 2. Okay, Crossbones is attacking us for 3 in a card. This cannot defeat us. We're at full health. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5 off of Harvest. This is one of our new cards from our Nemesis set. It cares about personas. We take 5. That's a lot. 1 encounter card. Master plan. All right. So we didn't draw this at the worst possible time. So all this does is it adds 4 threat here. So we go to 5. That is good enough. We can clear this with a single copy of Sneak By. That's actually really, really good for us. We've been getting quite fortunate for this. That means we can do Sneak By, play Dazzler, clear the whole table, jump down. Feels good. So we will. We'll do Biokinetic Polymer Suit and we'll do big hands for sneak by. This usually does 3, but we'll make it do 5, which clears cornered staff. When this is cleared, we just lose the crisis. We can return a card to our hand, but I don't think we will. Oh, I think we have to, so that we can play Dazzler, but we can draw a card when we jump down anyways, so I don't think we do. We draw a card with Skilled Investigator, but the question is, do we use our alter ego to return this? I don't think we do, because we're going to waste a card anyways, let alone, actually, we don't have to, because we have Nakia. So I'd rather recover for 5. So yeah, this is acceptable. So we will not return it to our hand. We will jump down to alter ego. We'll use Nakia to reduce the next card we play, and we're going to play a Dazzler. When Dazzler enters play, she does her thing. She confuses. There's one more advance in the deck. Shield Thwart for 2, just to keep this clear. We will recover for 5. The only question is whether we're going to use our alter ego. And to figure out whether we're going to use our alter ego, we should just look at our deck. It's mostly our hero cards, so this doesn't really do anything. We're going to be drawing these cards plus more, so that all this does has the chance to discard Under Surveillance and Genius. We know Red Dagger's in the bottom of our deck and a Sneak By, so I think we don't. I think we chill. And then once we deck out, we'll be able to use it for free. Stream shared, Matopper, how's it going? I still haven't checked out your Wolverine, man. I mean to do it. Every time I leave the stream, I have to like go publish and do all this other stuff, and I forget about doing it, so apologies. I definitely will get to that. I intend to. All right, we haven't advanced Crossbones too much, but we had a very big, turn to clear, but this seems good. We'll draw, I don't know why I shuffled this. We draw these 5 cards, plus 1 more. Okay, we're doing good. Full health. Crossbones, when he flips over, only has like 17 health. We have no damage in our hand, really, but that never stopped us. Dazzler will miss the deck out, but that's fine. So we just want to start throwing hands here, like literally throwing hands. Okay, the worst card is because we left 1 attachment, the one that says that Crossbones schemes and then Surge. So 6th card is Gombi, which yeah, allies are good. All right, this goes to 1. Crossbones doesn't scheme. We draw 2 encounter cards. First one, caught off guard. I mean, that's acceptable. So this forces us to discard a thing. Honestly, I'm gonna get rid of Skilled Investigator because there's no more side schemes at all in the deck. So this is not gonna do anything until we deck out, which totally acceptable. Secondly, Harvest, I think this is not that bad because we only have 1 support or persona. Exhaust each persona you have. For each support, the villain heals 1 damage. Okay, so this is the least bad it can do. So the villain just goes up to 6, which 1 hand knocks out 6 anyways. We did just lose Nakia, which meant we lost a resource this turn, but we cannot complain. That's a pretty soft encounter card. All right, speaking of soft encounter cards, I mean, no, that doesn't make sense. We'll just discard cards until we find something. So we'll do our thing. We have a Sneak By. I mean, that's not useful. It has a mental, which means we can get rid of this, but we're just going to do what we can here. There's nothing to do. We'll hop up. Okay, so we want to throw hands. Our hand has no hands. Oh, sorry, no. Before we flip up, we definitely should be using Bruno here because there's no way that we're not going to use Bruno. We need to plan our turn. So we are ready. The thing with Bruno is Bruno can only hold cards when you're an alter ego. So Bruno is the kind of awkward thing where you have to plan out your whole turn before you do anything, which is slightly annoying. But I think here we want to play Gambit or Red Dagger. I think Gombi would be less consistent. I think we could play the Under Surveillance if we have extra resources, but we don't really need to. Why is your draw pile upside down? That's a good question, honestly. It's more noticeable here when we have branded sleeves, but there's 2 reasons, okay? So let me just put this Under Surveillance on top of the deck. First reason is physically how I draw cards. I draw cards hold on. So say that I have my hand. If I draw a card, I go like this, and it ends up in my hand the right way around. If it's like this, I have to draw it and then flip it like that, and that kind of just hurts my wrist. This is just the easiest way where I grab the top and then I pull it into my hand. That's so much easier to me than doing it the other way. Second thing, and this one actually looks terrible. I play a game called Netrunner, and in Netrunner you have your R&D, your deck. And whenever the runner makes a run on R&D, they're looking for certain cards in your deck called agendas, and so they access. And so I need to reveal the top card of my deck to my opponent without seeing it. And so I do this. And that is super easy for me to do. And that's another reason why I keep the deck like this. I find it a lot harder if it's like this. Oh no, actually that's way easier, I'll be honest. I'm just always have it like this because I pick up my cards like that. I find it way easier. I don't know, simply. I don't think I don't need this to say Marvel upside down, but it is. Same with this thing. This one's also upside down because I grab by the top. It's always been like that. Okay, so we could play Bruno we could play Red Dagger because it's fun. We have no reason to play the Sneak By, so we could play that for 3. If we want to play Bruno and then we could host something on Bruno, We have one more resource in our hand. The shame is we drew no damage events. We've drawn literally no damage besides our allies. We haven't seen exhaustion, and we haven't seen any of the big 3 boost expert cards. So playing Gambit like might be more fun, but actually getting Red Dagger out of the deck is a bit better for our Teen Spirit effect. So like playing Sneak By is actually pretty cheap because you spend, you know, 1, 2 on this and it comes back. So we probably do end up playing Sneak By. So I think we would always do Gambit plays Bruno. Bruno hosts a Sneak By for future days, as much as I'd rather have something else on there. Then we hop up. We use this plus this to play Sneak By. Sneak By comes back, then we play Red Dagger. Yeah, that's good. So we'll pitch. Oh no, I messed it up. I think I messed it up. Okay, hold on. So we'll pitch Gambit for Bruno. This might be not right, but we might not use Bruno. The issue is, again, you have to do all this in Alter Ego. Then if we hop up, we'll just see if we have an extra card. If we hop up, we'll spend Under Surveillance and Polymer Suit thing for garbage Sneak By. The Sneak By goes back into our hand. Playing Sneak By for 1 is so silly. Why would we do that? We're not going to do that. It's like, it only costs us 1 true card because we spend 1 and get 1 back. So it's like cheap, but it doesn't feel good. The other option is like we waste resources. Like if we just play Red Dagger, that's it. So maybe the chances we're so close to the end, we don't play Bruno. We just play Under Surveillance and chill. Yeah, that's probably better, actually. Is this an expert campaign? We're going to be playing expert campaign. Yeah, we're going to be carrying health over. But luckily, we can always just jump down, recover 5. The issue is like it's harder for us because most of our forward progressions on events, and you have to do those first. So you generally need an ally to finish the game out. Okay, I'm sorry. This is so difficult for me. So we'll play, if we do Under Surveillance, we'll play Red Dagger. We float a card. Yeah, this is just ugly. It's just kind of awkward. Sneak By is not worth playing. So I think we just won't play Under Surveillance. We'll be fine. If we have 1 resource left over, we might as well play Sneak By. It just feels so silly. So we'll throw a Gambit for Bruno. We have Bruno on the table. Bruno can host a card. We have to do it now. If we say Bruno hosts Sneak By, great. We have a Sneak By we can grab later. If we hop up, throw her on the floor, we can thwart for 1. Then we can just play 1, 2, 3 for Red Dagger. We can hold on to Under Surveillance. I mean, I don't like any of this. We could have maybe thwarted 1, but it's like all we get from this is 1 extra damage. I don't think it's worth the mental energy at this point. So we play Red Dagger and Dazzler will both attack for 2. The villain goes down to 2 health. Okay. Under Surveillance, we can hold on to it. There's not much else we're going to need here. If anything, we need damage, and we haven't drawn any damage, so our deck has a fair bit of damage. We'll pass. All right, we'll hold on to this. It's playable. You can play both allies. I know we could play both allies and pass. That's fine. I think having Bruno is like kind of fun. Playing both allies is not bad at all. It might have been better. We had 7 resources. Actually, I don't think we can. We had 7 resources because they each cost 4. So we couldn't play both allies. Jinderek, how's it going? Catching a stream. This is Christmas. Welcome. 1, 2. Clear the area is good. That will guarantee us card draw because we'll have 1 there on the main. 4, there's damage. We definitely need damage. So we'll advance Crossbones first. The biggest damage card we could draw in 2 is our Waylay. How does he do it? That's sick. Oh, this goes to 1. All right, the villain is attacking. We can take the first attack to the face. The second attack is the one we're concerned about, but 3 in a card. 4, we lose a soldier. That's good. We don't want those. We'll take 4 damage. 1 encounter card. Gang up. Okay, we get attacked again. So luckily there's no allies. Gang up is pretty volatile if you don't deal with the allies. Sorry, I saw that boost card. It's a 3 boost. We would have blocked anyways because 3 boosts could kill us. I did see it, but I'll block here with Dazzler. So she does 1, 2, 3. Actually, we could block with Red Dagger. Red Dagger technically has text here. Deal 2 damage to an enemy. I mean, it defeats Crossbones, but this can fire when it's defeated by consequential. So whatever. We'll just use Dagger here. It was 6. But yeah, we have to block because the reach of the villain is always their attack plus 3. And so this would have defeated us. So we have to like at least put an ally in the way. I technically saw the block there, but we would have exhausted for sure. Okay, it's us. Again, we always have access to Sneak By if we want to, but I think we just start here with a clear the area and then we just do a Waylay. So Red Dagger will start first. Attack for 2 into the villain. Villain takes 2 and we advance. All right, only 16 health is surprisingly low. We have a 50-50 on the top of the experimental weapons deck, so either one that gives him +1/+1 or retaliate 1. One of those we'll have to get rid of sooner than the other. Even is Exosuit. Even is Exosuit. So Exosuit just says +1/+1. Okay, so Crossbones is attacking for 5. I mean, yeah, we definitely need allies for that. So Red Dagger is going to be pretty important. This hand, I don't know if we have 16 damage, but we're getting close. We have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 13 damage. When Red Dagger dies, it does 2 more damage back. So I think we're short 1 damage here. Okay, we'll do what we can. So we'll do the polymer suit for clear the area. This, mind you, is for events. So we'll clear the 1 threat off of this, which draws a card. It draws a one way or another, which unfortunately is not really playable because there's no more side schemes than counter deck. We could choose to return this to our hand, or we could attack for 1. Let's figure out what our math is here. Because here we definitely play Waylay. If we play Waylay, we're wasting a card. How is this always happening? So we play Waylay here. It does a massive 9 damage because we can use them big in on it. The other options, we can play this, which is 2 for 7. If we play the big hands, it's slightly less damage, but it might mean that we can play more cards. Because if we do big hands, it's 2 for 6, excuse me. And it can leave us with these cards so we can play under surveillance. I think that's probably better. So we are going to exhaust to return this to our hand. We're going to spend 2 for the under surveillance. You have Bruno. Yeah, Bruno can give us another card, actually. Yeah, wait, maybe the Bruno is worth it. Because if it allows us to play both, that's probably the best thing we can do. Because the under surveillance is not super necessary. So these are our 6 cards. Why do we have 6 cards? Why do we have 6 cards? No, we played the clear the area. So we have 5 cards. So if we play Waylay, oh, because we returned it, yeah. So if we return this to hand, we have 6 cards, excuse me. So we can do 1, 2, 3 for Waylay. Yeah, we can do all of this. It's a bit less efficient because then big hands is still 2 for 4 as opposed to 2 for 6. But it means we should have lethal next turn. So yeah, we'll just use Bruno. Yeah, it's a good call. We'll use Bruno Corelli. There's no more side schemes. So we'll exhaust and add up to 3 cards attached. In theory, we can do that after because we have no window to do that because Waylay's a response. So let's play Waylay first. So we'll play 3 for Waylay. We'll do 7 damage. We'll make it 9 damage with Embiggen to the villain because we cleared the last threat. Then we can do Bruno because it's an action. And then we'll spend these on big hands, which just does 4. So the villain is down to 3 health, which unfortunately is 1 health too little because when Red Dagger gets defeated, we can knock Red Dagger out. We could have got 1 more damage if we didn't have to exhaust, but if we drew a double, we would have lethal there, but we'll pass. But yeah, we have no way of doing 1 damage during the villain phase. Machine Man. Wiggle Room's really good for safety. Clear the area is great. We just technically don't need any damage. We have Machine Man at a minimum. Turn the Tide is good damage too. All right, so this goes to 1. Crossbones is attacking for 3, 4, 5. We'll put Red Dagger in the way. Red Dagger, when Red Dagger dies, we get to do 2 damage to the villain if we spend 2 resources. So 3, 4, 5. Boost, hard as nails. Oh, this gives a toughness, I think. Give the villain a toughness. Oh, that sucks. If you cannot heal 3 damage from it instead, so that defeats Red Dagger. Now, Red Dagger now only does 1 damage for all these resources. I don't think it matters. Spend 2 resources to deal 2 damage to an enemy and return Red Dagger to your hand. I mean, I think we can do it no matter what. I don't think this matters. Because we have enough damage here. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just let this go through. We could do it, but we don't need to. Ah. A guard. Okay, now maybe it's a bit more necessary. That sucks. It's a Hydra Soldier, so this is guard. So we need to beat the Hydra Soldier, and then we have to do damage to Crossbones and deal with the toughness. A lot of that is actually kind of difficult. I think we can do most of it. I wonder if we're meant to take the attack to the face with Wiggle Room. Actually, it's likely that we were not meant to block with Red Dagger. Because if we didn't block with Red Dagger, we would have had 2 more damage. Yeah, I think actually we were meant to take the Wiggle Room to the face. Yeah, that's on me, I guess. Okay. So we'll do what we can. We'll clear the area. Which draws a card. It's a mirror. That's not super useful. And then in the window, we'll play Turn the Tide. Turn the Tide will make it do 5 damage to knock out the Hydra Soldier in 1 shot. And we get another encounter card. Okay, we can attack for 1, but we have to do 3 damage. Our hand has 3 damage. We'll attack for 1 into Crossbones. We'll play Machine Man for 2. And then when we activate Machine Man, we'll spend 2 resources to give Machine Man +2 attack. And Machine Man will attack exactly for 3, knocking out Crossbones. We're going to start the next scenario at 6 health. That's totally acceptable. We could have held on for another turn and jumped down. And then when we jump down, we could recover for 5. Because in an expert scenario, your health does track. I think this is totally fine. I don't think we care about this. So that's totally good. Hydra Soldier's in your discard pile. Is he? Oh, he's ours now. I mean, it's a pretty good ally for no cost. All right, that'll do it. That's not too bad. So it did feel like we tread water for a bit. We had a really bad turn where we drew everything. But like we do throw out good damage. Like, though, Turn the Tides being a 0 for 5 or a 1 for 5 is just so good once you're set up. The way that art's a bit wild. Not sure what other art in the game has the same vibe. The character it is has the same vibe. That's this character. Warlock always looks like this, which is really, really strange. And so it has to look like that. It's not an art style choice. That's what Warlock looks like, from my understanding. GG, yeah, GG. I'm still waiting for champions to be revisited in a new release. Playable Red Dagger with the team up, Brawn with the team up, Wasp, Nadia, Pim, Vivian, Hero. The designers have confirmed they will be revisiting old heroes, which means these characters will be showing up again, and then, like, you know, how many years of design knowledge will be hopefully evident in the new cards. So I'm looking forward to that for sure. Okay, we go on to the next. Let's just check the campaign really quickly. So far, I mean, this is the most fun I've had with Kamala. I can't deny that. It's pretty cool. So again, we're playing some modified versions of these scenarios. So the next scenario just says victory. Each player chooses a tech upgrade from the Hydra campaign set and adds it to their deck. Now these cards are weird. There's 4 of them. The rules on them are a bit unfortunate how they work, because we've been playing them incorrectly, but technically the way that we've been playing them has been beneficial. So we can pick one of these. This is the very simple campaign in Rise of Red Skull, which I do like a heck of a lot. So we can start with this. They start on the table. This just does 5 damage to the villain and each enemy engaged with you. This one's always been pretty good because when you're solo and you can't defeat villains or you can't defeat minions, you're in a really bad spot, especially when Zola shows up and Zola has a lot of minions. So this one's like pretty good. We have the emergency teleporter, which, like, it's not bad. It just says search your deck and discard power for an ally and put it into play. Give it a tough status card. I mean, this seems a lot better once you have an ally that, like, has a really important enter play effect, like Dazzler. I don't often play this one. This one feels best with Nick Fury, but giving Nick Fury a toughness is a bit silly. But that's an okay one. We have adrenal stims or adrenal stims. This just says heal 5 damage and ready your hero. Our hero ready is not that good. We're already really good at recovering, so we probably won't take that one. And then lastly is the tactical scanner, which is not bad for a deck. It just says draw 5 cards. The issue is, like, card draw in this deck actually has, like, limited scaling because we play 1 good attack event and 1 good thwart event a turn within Big and Shrink. So if you draw too many attack events or too many thwart events, they just become not really great cards. So this is not a bad card. Like, drawing 5 cards will solve most issues, but I do think laser cannon is just, like, the safest pick. It just means, like, if we're in a bad spot, we can just blow up the board. Now, the one weird thing about this is every time I used to classically play this card, I would remove it from the game. You're not meant to do that. It's meant to go into your discard pile, and then you just can't use it again because you cannot remove it from the campaign log, which is, like, really, really awkward. So we haven't done that correctly in a long time. Yeah, like good old shells and laser cannon. It's funny, but yeah, it'll be fine. The only other thing we have to care about is we have to keep our health, which luckily the overlay does. Otherwise, we can take a what's it called? What are they called? Set each player's hit point to the remaining hit points. Each player may add a random obligation to our deck. So we add a bad card in our deck. I'm not going to do that. We'll just recover once and we'll be good. And welcome to Absorbing Man. Now, this is not your stock standard Absorbing Man. Notably for the campaign, all the experimental weapons will follow us. That's the only, like, big campaign change. But excuse me, for this Absorbing Man, we're making it way harder. Normally, I actually skip Absorbing Man in some campaign playthroughs. Technically, it does matter because how fast you complete Absorbing Man will matter for the campaign. But we're doing Light Masters of Evil, so this deck is going to have in it, where does it say it? At the bottom? Yeah, here. We're going to have the Wrecking Crew from the Hood, which is one of the hardest encounter sets from the Hood. I think I can pull these up. The Wrecking Crew. And then we're going to be playing with She-Hulk's nemesis, which is Titania, which I'm not sure exactly why she's in there. But we will have Wrecking Crew in here, and Wrecking Crew has some pretty big minions. So it's not just going to be Hydra Patrol and that's it. So yeah, we have some work to do. Let's just clean this up. Ooh, is an exhaustion. Okay. The cool thing is we're not going to be reusing any encounter sets, so it's very easy for us to reset this because we're playing all custom encounter set stuff. We need experimentals, excuse me. Yeah. That felt right. It felt right for a moment there. I felt like we got into the zone and then we lost it. So there should be 5 Edison cards. Yeah, that seems right. There should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's correct. Cool. So I just count through all the sets that should be there, the amount of player cards, and then it should line up. Titanium Absorbing Man are an item. Oh, okay. So it is. There is a lore thing. Okay. That makes sense. It's Absman. Yeah, Laser Cannon's a wild, so it could be worse, but it's also, like, could be better. All right, Absorbing Man is our villain. Give me 1 second to set this up. Absorbing Man. Can kind of mimic, you know, the environment. Absorbing Man gains the trait of every environment in play. When revealed, if Super Absorbing Power is in play, deal 1. Otherwise, go search for it. And so Super Absorbing Power is going to be here. Notably, this says search for the Super Absorbing Power card, reveal it, shuffle the counter deck if it was searched this way. Okay, great. So that's fine. We have to do some discarding here at the beginning because we're going to start with a random environment in play. This deck has, again, a whole bunch of these Wrecking Crew people, and then Titania is going to show up as well. There's only one main scheme, so it's a good under surveillance target, but largely we want to just complete this as fast as possible. This deck is massive. It honestly is kind of goofy how big this is because it's experimental weapons, expert, standard, Titania, 8 Wrecking Crew, and then like Absorbing Man has already like 30 cards. The original decks were really quite big. Like this is hard to hold. Okay. My friend loves playing the Miss Marvel Gunboat Diplomacy deck. She makes the card busted good because she can recycle it. Gunboat is the one that's attack and thwart, right? Anytime that you find a double traded card, it's really good in her. Can that player side scheme get you Laser Cannon to play though? Even after you discard it? No, because it's not one of our identity specific upgrades. Like, I believe Superpower Support. I never know the name of it. I think it's Superpower Support. No, it says an identity specific event. Sorry, upgrade. This is not an identity specific. For it to be identity specific, it needs to have Kamala's face in the bottom right corner and be red, white, and blue. There's a custom mod set called Climate Change by Design Hacker. I think that makes Absorbing Man 10 times more fun. I think there's a bunch of ways you can make Absorbing Man a lot more fun. A lot of why he's not fun is the encounter deck, but yeah. Is the Wrecking Crew scenario any good? I have it, but I haven't got around to playing it yet. It's not great. Like, it's easily one of the least necessary Marvel Champions products. It was the first multi-villain scenario, and then since that, they've been better at making more interesting multi-villain scenarios. The problem with it is like it's very upkeep intensive because you actually have to have 4 separate encounter decks and then 4 separate villains and 4 separate health pools. So like there's a lot going on. All of the other multiple villain encounters that came up later in the game, they just said like use 1 encounter deck. That's also the only scenario that doesn't use standard or expert or even your obligation. I guess you don't use your obligation in Kang, but it's like not great. It's also really easy to cheese because you always know which villain's going to activate and they all have different text. So like you can always just like, you know, make sure that this person's the only one that's activating and they don't have relevant text. I think it would be much more fun if the way that they fired was a bit more random or you didn't have control, kind of like against the 4 Horsemen. Boom Guy sent me a nice little main scheme that kind of fixes a lot of that. I played it. It's still okay. It can brick some weird times because technically the way the Boom Guy fixed it, you can't attack or activate against somebody who doesn't have this card on it. But then there's a card that shows up that says you can't attack anybody besides the person who has this card on it, and they can like, that can be an issue. It's okay. I wish that there was a way that it became super playable. Yeah, build support, not superpower support. Don't forget you can fire the cannon twice. Yeah, we cannot fire the cannon twice because you cannot pay the cost twice. Yeah. Okay. So that's this. All right. So let's see what we have here. None shall pass. So we have to discard cards from the top of the counter deck and then shuffle the counter discard pile back into the deck. So we're basically just discarding until we find our first thing. All of these cards will go back. So it doesn't really matter what we do here, but it looks like we got the dense forest. So we're going to be having the forest trait or the wood trait, excuse me. This gets shuffled back. And then that's it. So let's just look at this really quickly. So this is None Shall Pass. It comes in with 2 threat. All the text is that at the beginning of the villain phase, we add 1 counter here. That's going to be progress, or what is it called? It's called delay counter. As soon as you hit 5 delay counters, a bunch of the counter cards get a bit worse, but the delay counters are actually counted by the scenario. So you want to just kind of beat Absorbing Man as fast as possible. The thing that does slow you down, and it's actually going to be kind of rough into us because we're not a really defense deck, is that all of these environments, they punish you for not defending. So this is forced, the woods. After Absorbing Man makes an undefended attack, take 1 indirect damage or 2 indirect damage if it's 5 or more delay counters. So we're not really good at defending. So this is just going to be bad text for us. On top of that, we have Super Absorbing Power, which is the side scheme that starts on the second side. And this one just says Super Absorbing Power. This one just says that he technically has all traits. None of the traits actually have like any sort of mechanical text. You'll just see encounter cards that say like, if he has this trait, do something. We definitely want to clear that because giving him access to all traits makes most of the encounter cards worse. Surprise Lord of the Rings reference. There's a lot of people that worked on the Lord of the Rings card game that worked on this game too. I'm pretty sure. There's another fix for Wrecking Crew called Wrecking Crew Redux. It's awesome, but hard to find. I have the reskin version where Wrecking Crew is Arkham inmates, Bane, Scarecrow, Poison Ivy. Oh, that's cool. I think I would be much more interested in playing Wrecking Crew if there was one encounter deck. Because the amount of table space it takes up, like you need 4 decks, 4 discard piles, 5 main schemes. They each have their own threat. It's just like so much. It's so many small pieces, and it doesn't feel like it's worth the setup. I really wish there was a setup that just said shuffle all of these cards into one main deck, and then it's like super, super easy. All right, that's it. I think we're off. Again, Alter Ego, we're only starting on 6 hit points. We can always recover fully to 10. But it shouldn't be too bad. We do start with this thing, but we're not going to try and use it unless things get really out of control. We end up with all of the Thunderbolts, or not Thunderbolts, the Wrecking Crew. Well, that should be it. Okay. We had such a good mulligan last time. Let's see if we can replicate it. Dazzler. Okay, we're not replicating it. We don't have to keep her. If we draw 2 doubles, we might keep her, but she's pretty expensive. Clear the area, almost perfect. Technically clear the area, and us thwarting for 1 can clear this area and draw a card. The problem is we want to probably recover because we have to take a lot of attacks to the face, and with the forest, the attacks to the face are going to be a bit harder. This is a probably keep though. One way. I have no idea how bad the side schemes are. We already have a side scheme to deal with, but usually if you can play a 1-way, you should play a 1-way. So it's just like +2 cards. Machine Man, probably way more keepable than Dazzler because 2 resources gives us at least thwart 1. At a minimum, 3 resources technically. We open with Nakia again. She's been good, but like we didn't jump down that to Alter Ego too much. Against Absman is a bit easier because we have 12 threat on the main, so it's a lot more forgiving. So she might be a keep. And finally, we have another 1-way, which we definitely don't keep because they limit 1 per round. So not a great start. It would be better instead of playing clear the area on this. We could clear the area of this, but it'd be better to draw our sneak by because that hits 3. So I think we could still keep this and then just hard mulligan and hope for the best. We probably have enough extra card draw with 1 way or another and our Teen Spirit effect that we can hold on to Nakia and just use her. But if she doesn't get used, she's just a resource. It's not the end of the world. None of our upgrades yet. Wiggle Room. Okay. We have no way to take damage during the hero phase, so not as good. We have Red Dagger, nothing good to say about him. And then we do have the Sneak By, which is good, so not too bad. And then we'll just start immediately with our Alter Ego, so we'll discard cards until we get a big hands. Okay, cool. So we can plan this out. The problem is like Nakia into 1-way is another really awkward thing that just happens constantly. So we could always just do Nakia into clear the area to clear this. That just like replaces itself and we end up spending 3 cards for 2 cards. So we get 2 cards back. That seems pretty good. I don't think there's any way that we keep the big hands, but there's a small chance we keep the Red Dagger because having an ally into Absman is pretty good. So we'll pitch the big hands and we'll play the Nakia. We'll just go ahead and recover for functionally only 4 because we max out at 10 health and we'll flip up. And now the first card we play this phase will be cheaper. So we're going to play Clear the Area for free off the main scheme. Clear the Area clears 2 threat. And when it clears all of it, it draws a card. So we'll draw a card. We can't return it to our hand. Oh, Amir. Oh, bummer. This card's really good. We haven't used it yet. By the way, I'm from Costa Rica. What part of the US are you from? I'm from Canada. I live in Quebec. I live in French Canada. My French is not that good, but I grew up in Ontario. Happy 4th tomorrow, huh? Can you tell? Like, I think I do say a lot of words that make it obvious I might have a Canadian accent. I think the word that gets said a lot that really makes me remember my Canadian accent is card. I say card like I'm from the East Coast a lot of the time. Card. That does show up. I say a lot at the end of sentences unironically as well, but I don't know. I feel like you can maybe hear that I'm a Canadian over an American, but it's relatively subtle, especially if you live in the Northeast. Okay, let's start with the 1 way or another and just see what happens. I have no idea how bad the side schemes are. There's a chance that some of them will punish us for having all the traits. We always can go get Titania's side scheme. I don't remember what that one does. And there's definitely some side schemes from the other set, from what's it called, the Wrecking Crew. So we'll just search for a side scheme. Again, we have to look through this massive tome. And so we just want to find our first side scheme. Avalanche. When revealed, each player must choose to either spend an energy or take 2 indirect damage. Don't want to do that. Top talent. Hinder, 5 threat. The villain and each elite minigames retaliate 1. I mean, 5 threat is a lot. Can we do like a smaller number? Do you have smaller numbers in here? Mind you, Wrecking Crew is some bad cards. So personal challenge, 3 threat, 4 threat, crisis, super straightforward. That's not a bad choice. Just 4 threat crisis, which we don't have to clear the main scheme for a bit. And that's it. Not a lot of options. So I guess we're going to go get a personal challenge for Titania. So 4 threat has hinder before hinder was introduced as a keyword. And that's it. There's no hinder in the core set. I think the French pronunciation of Gambit made me guess Canadian or French Canadian first. The French pronunciation of Gambit is a fun thing that we do around here. But yeah, Gambit is like definitely not how you would say that in French. It's such a non-French sound, Gambit. As much as it is more like Acadian or like Cajun than it is like Quebecois. To me, it doesn't sound like you're saying card, strangely. Moon Galaxy, where are you from? If you don't know, on YouTube, there is Rodney. Rodney, who does the Watch It Played, I believe the YouTube channel is. He's from Newfoundland, and he says card exactly like an East Coast Canadian does, and it warms my heart so much. You're from Quebec too? Oh, no way. Sick. You're Australian. Okay. Yeah, okay. I could see some overlap there. One way or another fires, we draw 3 cards. 1, sneak by. I mean, a bit extra, but we have some threat to work on. 2, turn the tide. I mean, free damage is free damage. 3, helicarrier. Could be a helicarrier turn 1. But there's a chance the helicarrier could just be a red dagger here. The thing is, like, we have wasted cards. We definitely need to play a sneak by to clear super absorbing power, and then sneak by warrants a turn the tide. So that is 2 cards. So say that we do that, that leaves us with 3 cards. We can't get a card back because we've exhausted ourselves, which puts us at an awkward spot. We could establish Amir Khan and say we're going to be jumping down a fair bit, which Amir Khan makes jumping down a lot better. Shout out to Amir, the first alphabetical card in all of Marvel Champions. AA is pretty easy. The other options, we could maybe do a value helicarrier. So if we do like value helicarrier plus this place sneak by. So yeah, it's between value helicarrier, and that's kind of it. If we want to play red dagger, it's expensive. Like, we play red dagger and then we can't do sneak by turn the tide. So we play red dagger, we're not playing turn the tide. Instead, we're playing red dagger, which is 1 damage fewer. But we could do red dagger, sneak by. I mean, it's not that much worse. The helicarrier is pretty good though, because it's a helicarrier on turn 1. Like, I think we could try the helicarrier on turn 1. The issue is, like, against Absman, you're not really incentivized to set up. You're kind of incentivized to win. So like, I think we could just do red dagger for damage, and then we could block in 2 turns, and this will do 4 damage plus a block. That's probably a bit better because you want to be blocking against Absman with allies if you can. So I think we'll do this instead. So we'll spend 3 for the dagger. Red dagger would just swing in for 2. Its text eventually will be relevant if we want, and honestly maybe it'll be fine, but villain will take 2. Then we'll just spend 2 for sneak by. It removes 3 threat. We haven't found any of our upgrades yet, but we'll clear this, which now we don't have all the traits, which can be good. Okay. Love Ronnie. A big plus for buying a board game is there to watch it played. Yeah, he's really, really good. He's been doing what he's been doing for such a long time, and like just the best. All right. There's our shrink. Okay, not too many side schemes. Lay the Trap is a side scheme. Another sneak by, our last sneak by, if I'm not mistaken. That might be a bummer. Big in as well, so unfortunately this hand is expensive, and we have a wiggle room. So the wiggle room is actually really quite good here. So to replace itself, the best thing we can draw into is one of our 2 other doubles, because we've seen like a genius or something. Oh, we've seen no doubles? Ooh, drawing a double would be good here. This might be a scenario where we like prioritize the Embiggen more than the shrink, because there's not that much threat to do. We've saw like 2 side schemes in the deck, and the deck is massive. This goes to 1. And notably, when this goes to 1, we have to add a progress counter or a delay counter. These don't inherently do anything, but certain cards care about them, let alone the campaign does. So Absman is going to be attacking for 2 and a card. After that, we'll have to do the force response. We'll take this one to the face. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I think these have big boosts. I don't think I checked. We can check actually really quickly. So the average boost in this set is probably like 2. Yeah, 2.1. So most of these cards have 3 boosts. So we have to be quite scared. So that's 5 damage. That sucks. Let's start with the first wiggle room. We can wiggle room the second time as well. So this says when you would take any amount of damage, prevent 3. So that's down to 2 damage. We'll draw a card. We can return wiggle room to our hand to basically get another card and take no damage off of this attack. Otherwise, all of these cards in our hand, none of them are worth returning to our hand. So I think we will do it. I think we will exhaust ourselves to return the wiggle room, and then we'll play the same wiggle room. So then we dodge the next 2 damage and draw a card, and that double is really quite good. Now, unfortunately, after that, Dense Force happens, but actually it doesn't happen because we did defend. After Absorbing Man makes an undefended attack, Wiggle Room is defense traded. So it actually was a very good Wiggle Room. The first one, the second one was a bit less good, but we technically did defend, which is great. 1 encounter card. Swinging Stone. So we made this probably a bit better for us. Swinging Stone? Huh, I don't seem to have this card, so I must have spelled it quite wrong. But it's Swinging Stone. Okay. So when revealed, Absman attacks you. If Absman has the stone trait, he gets +1 attack. So he's attacking us again for a 2 and a card, which that sucks. So maybe like getting 2 wiggle rooms out at the same time was not good. So 1, 2, we'll just take it. 3 and a boost. If Absorbing Man has this wood trait, you are stunned. Oops. So we take 3. And we have to do the text on Dense Forest, which says we have to take 1 indirect. Yeah, so we'll just take it to our face because Red Dagger has more good reasons to do things. Also, big props to Rodney for making a career out of teaching people board games. You get to watch some of his older stuff and you see how far he's come. Like, I don't know how hard that was. I feel like the board game niche is like so crowded. He's obviously like very good at what he does. Like, he deserves to have the success he does. He's not just like lucky. He's actually good. But yeah, the board game space is like so weird. We did a 3-player with Aggression Storm, Leadership, Iceman, and Just Like Magic versus Rhino with Wrecking Crew and Ransacked Armory and Standard 2. Ended up being a great challenge that we just managed. Making Rhino more difficult is like quite fun. Okay, so this hand. We have Superpower Training in our hand. We need to remove threat from this, because if we don't remove threat from this, we can't remove threat from this. We could jump down. The problem with jumping down is we've seen that's our last sneak by. So like our threat is like not particularly good for the rest of this deck cycle outside of the clear the areas and our multi-talented. But like we can let Absman scheme, and if Absman schemes, we don't have to deal with Dense Forest, which is probably the best for us, let alone we have Nakia if we jump down. So I feel like this is probably a jump down angle. I think we need a rush damage. We've only seen one hands, but each hand doing 6 damage is really good. So like I kind of want to play the Embiggen with the double. And I want to throw the Shrink out for Superpower Training. But technically you should do this in the other order, because not only can Shrink fire, but when you clear Superpower Training, you probably need Shrink to clear it. So I think we play Shrink, which this one just gives one of our thwarts +1, or probably +2. We have access to Nakia. Nakia can play this. So I think we just like, yeah, I think we just sneak by. So we'll sneak by here. So we'll thwart for 5 and we'll clear Personal Challenge. So we have no more Crisis. A Red Dagger will attack for 2. So now Red Dagger's ready to block. We could stay up one more turn, but now we're kind of priced into not floating a card. So we will hop down to Alter Ego. When we're Alter Ego, we can just go ahead and use our text. I'm okay ripping through a deck because we got rid of our thwart cards, so we'll discard until we find something. We have a big hands. That we'll hold on to because we just need to send damage here. We need a rush. And so then we'll use Nakia to play Superpower Training, reducing its cost. This has 3 threat, and when it's cleared, we can go grab an upgrade from our discard pile or deck. It has to be one of our hero upgrades. So we can go grab the Embiggen to start doing damage, which we'll want it next turn. We'll hold on to the big hands. We are technically stunned, which is ugly. What can you do about that? We'll pass. 2, Turn the Tide. That's a cheap damage. Bruno Corelli. Okay. Waylay's too much damage for stun. 2 big hands and a Deadpool. Okay. All right. Not too bad. This goes to 2 and 2. Absman's just going to scheme 1, 2, 3. 1 boost, so it goes to 5 of a dozen. We draw Stall Tactics. Okay, this one adds threat. So place 1 threat on the main scheme for every 2 delay counters. That's the best time we could draw this. Later, it's just like good game if you draw it too late. But if this doesn't add a threat, it gains surge. So 1 threat for an encounter card is like an absolute treat for us. Good luck. Thank you. Okay, we can just do our Alter Ego text one more time. Our doubles. No. We have a Biokinetic Polymer suit. I mean, that's usually worth playing the turn we can, and we can use it. So we can recover for 5. We probably do have to recover here. Then the problem is if we recover, we can waste an attack on Turn the Tide and then just throw hands one more time. Red Dagger is going to do Red Dagger's thing. Our hand has no thwarting, but we probably want to play Deadpool and just use Deadpool over and over and over again because Deadpool doesn't die. The best case is we had a thwart in this hand. Actually, we can't clear Superpower Training that easily. Uh-oh, that's bad. That's bad. We cannot do any thwarting. Turn the Tide says you have to do it, which is notable. Like, we have to be doing the last thwart. So like, we could get it down with Red Dagger or with Deadpool more likely, and then we could thwart this for 1. The thing is, like, if this hits 7 and the Absman schemes for 8, 9, and there's a lot of 3 boosts, we lose. So like, this is not a great start. So far we haven't seen any of the new cards, but this has not been amazing. I feel behind. We probably can't recover here then. Like, Turn the Tide, you can still play twice. Does your hero text care about stun? It says after you play an attack, you technically do play it. It just doesn't resolve. So you can bounce it if you're stunned. We can do 5 damage if we clear this. Otherwise it does 3. Yeah, no thwart events in the hand is really quite bad. What's left in their deck? Clear the area. Yeah, and a multi-talented. That's what we wanted here. Multi-talented would have been really good because we have the wild research generator and we need 2 health. Okay. So Red Dagger is perfect. We definitely need Red Dagger for the block. This is the sort of thing where you have to plan your whole turn to see if you want to play Bruno before you jump up or not. And of course we have Nakia. We'll just fire Nakia for sure. So our next card is cheaper. We can throw hands. We can do 4 damage. I mean, it's something. Absman doesn't have that big of a health pool. I also wanted the endurance, but we did discard it. Okay. So if we play Deadpool for 2. Deadpool can thwart for 1. For 2. We can thwart for 1. If fire superpower training, it gets our hands. We play Turn the Tide. We return Turn to Tide to hand. We play Turn the Tide again for 5 damage. Then we just play our Polymer Suit and waste a card. That doesn't feel perfect. Nakia to Bruno. Yeah, Nakia to Bruno is also an option. And I think we have an extra card. That's fine. We can play Nakia to Bruno. Then again, I think we have to do like 1, 2, 3. I mean, Nakia to Polymer Suit's probably the play. So say we do Nakia to Polymer Suit. Then when we hop up, we want to play Deadpool for 1, 2, 3. I think we're wasting a resource still. We play Deadpool. Deadpool thwarts for 2. We thwart for 1. We turn the Tide. We return to Tide. We return the Tide. Oh my god, that should have been the deck name. We return the Tide. We play it again. This time it does 5 damage. And then we're left with 1 card in hand. 1 card is not good. And then we're not even using this Biokinetic Polymer Suit. And the Biokinetic Polymer Suit is not even good for the bottom of our deck because we have no cards that can play besides the multi-talented. Oh no, we have a Clear the Area. No, it actually is good. I mean, I think that's it. The problem is we float a card here. It's good, but we float a card. I mean, it's not the end of the world. We should just keep a big hands for next turn. We want to do damage, so that's fine. So let's do that. Nakia will play Biokinetic. We'll just set this up. Okay, we can't recover, so we're a bit scared, but we'll have 2 allies. We'll flip up. We'll pay 1, 2, 3 for our friend Deadpool. 1 pool left. Bruno, that's what he's about, but Bruno's 2 cards, right? Because you have to play Bruno. So basic Deadpool, Mercenary X-Force, comes in with 3 health. Attacks forever. It's going to start by thwarting for 2 off of this. So we're taking some risks off of this unless we draw an advance and a 3 boost, which is not super likely. We will thwart for 1, which finishes this. If we drew a card, if we had our Skilled Investigator, it would be good. But when this is finished, Superpower Training, we go search our deck and discard pile for an upgrade. So we're going to get the most value from this, and we can fire it this turn. We're going to go get an Embiggen. Embiggen just says, once per turn, when we play an attack, it does 2 more damage, which we'll fire this turn. Notably, Shrink is only off an event, just like this one is, so we can't boost our thwart stat. It's when you play a thwart event. All right, then we can respond by playing Turn the Tide. Turn the Tide eats our stun. Oh, we can't return the Tide. I forgot about that because we had to exhaust. I thought we were going to return the Tide. Oh, I hate that. I thought we were going to do 5 damage to Absman with this Embiggen. Oh, man, that's awful. That's quite bad. I forgot we'd be exhausted. That plan was almost good. Okay, I guess we'll just pass and hold this. Okay, that wasn't great. I don't think I like that. We'll draw 4 more cards. We want the multi-talented for some healing. Gambit's good. We want allies. Skilled Investigator. Clear the Areas. Okay. Energy, the last 2 cards, one of them is a multi-talented, which feels pretty bad. We probably won't be able to draw any cards with this hand. Unless we jump down with Nakia and Miss Marvel. Sorry, with Miss Marvel, but I think all these cards are, yeah, Manifold multi-talented. The multi-talented is the card I wanted to play because it allows us to fire both of these, which is really, really important. Okay, this goes to 7 and 3. Absman's going to attack us for 2 and a card. We'll put Red Dagger in the way. We might fire Red Dagger's text. So 1, 2, 3, 4 on Bulldozer. So that knocks out Red Dagger. Notably, this attack was defended, so we don't have to do any of the Dense Forest text. But let's just figure out if we want to use Red Dagger here. So Red Dagger says, if it's defeated, spend 2 resources, ping 2 damage, and return to the hand. So you spend 2 resources to get 1 resource because Dagger comes back. So we spend 2, we get Red Dagger. I don't think so. I don't think that sounds right. I think we just want him to hit the deck cycle. All right, 1 encounter card. X-Men 97 retooled the classic intro and X-Force intro. This is the coolest thing ever. The new season? Do you full collection? Yes, I have a full collection and I'm playing with the full collection. I don't think the environment, I don't think the environment thing is like really well thought out just yet. And it's because the designers are still making cards without the environments in mind because it's too new of a concept. I think it might be more interesting in the future, but. Oh God, when it rains, it pours. Shadow, okay. So everybody's here. Under Assault into Shadow of the Past is like the expert special. Oh, not you. Our nemesis. So Thomas Edison is here. If there's another minion, it's a problem. We get to exhaust, I think. Generation Y. So I think we have to exhaust Nakia. So it says when revealed, discard the top player for each ally and each persona supporting play. Oh, we deck out. We're going to draw another encounter card. So we have to throw these out, which means we immediately deck out. And because we're still drawing encounter cards, it fires. I mean, that's not good. These get shuffled into the deck. Actually, the order of this matters because this came off the top of the deck, but we need to see what order it fires on Shadow of the Past. We have to actually read this carefully. This is one of the weird times it matters. So it says reveal your set aside Nemesis minion and put into play. Okay. Reveal your Nemesis side scheme and put into play. So when we reveal the side scheme, these cards are not on the deck. So this is fine. And then we shuffle the rest in. So we are guaranteed not to draw one of these cards. You do have to read it sentence by sentence. And sometimes it does matter. Edison is not a bird. I don't know why people keep bringing this up. Like, not a bird. A genius, maybe. A bird, maybe, but not a bird. All right, at least we have a clear the area target, which is pretty nice. As much as 7 threat, like 2 encounter cards, we might just get schemed out by Absman here. Honestly, I think the environments are a nothing burger for people that have a full collection. However, I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic player, so I understand the importance of rotation. Yeah, I'm a card game player where like rotation really matters, particularly for competitive games in which there's an incentive to play the best cards against your opponent. Like it makes the game more interesting and forces you to play more cards. When it comes to Marvel Champions and like cooperative LCGs, it's just more so because stocking cards or like sets infinitely is impossible for stores, let alone anybody. So it is just like a reality of the matter, let alone licensing. Like having the Spider-Man license and the X-Men license at all times is also like not feasible. So it's a reality of like, you know, our world. But for competitive games, usually I like rotation. Okay, we probably lose. Absman schemes 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Goes to 11. We're still in. Pile driver. Imagine all this says is Insight 1. Villainous 6 health. I mean, 6 health is doable, but like, why is this going so poorly? I don't know what happened. This felt like it would be okay, and then it's not. Be hilarious if in multiplayer with Falcon that he'd show up empathy on Thomas Edison to have another bird ally. Oh man, it'd be so good. Schemes for 3 times. Like that's a pretty good card to convert. Not elite either, so like you can mess with it. Okay, so we can deal with this hand. We have big hand for pile driver. We need to remove all the threat we can from there. Yeah, this is possible. So skilled investigator always replaces itself. So we'll play skilled investigator. And then we're just going to do our biokinetic polymer suit to clear the area on generation Y. I mean, ideally this draws 2 cards and we can return to clear the area, but hopefully this draws something a bit more important, especially because we want to fire shrink here. So like sneak by would be great. So we'll move 2 threat from this, which a hazard would be bad. We draw a card and we draw a card from skilled investigator. 1, 2. Okay, we drew a multi-talented, which honestly with this hand is technically playable. The question is whether we use our hero text to return the clear the area to our hand. I don't know if we do. We have to plan the rest of this. We can get really lucky. There's a lot of boost icons, so Gambit is not inconsistently a 3. If we return this to our hand, we can play a big hands, and that might be the reason to do this. With big hands, we guarantee to knock out Pile Driver. Deadpool schemes for 2. And Gambit could knock out Edison. Probably will take the 1 attack. And then we have to thwart this. I think that's what we do here. So I think we do exhaust ourselves to return the clear the area to our hand, because now our hand is actually like quite good. If we want to get 2 more resources, we can by jumping down. So like playing allies is good when we jump down, but obviously like I don't think we can jump down here. Things don't look good for us. Have you played Marvel Champions and Dragon Cards? I checked the other day. I have like nearly 200 plays on Dragon Cards. I think Dragon Cards is pretty slick. It's a really nice way to like test decks really quickly without having to pull out the collection and sleeve them up. I have like, I think it's like 188 Dragon Cards games. Okay. Dragon Cards is really good if you don't know about it. Okay. We'll start with Gumby. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 for Gumby. So when Gambit comes into play, we can look at the top 3 cards of the deck. We can't rearrange them, but we'll see our boost card and we'll see our encounter card, and we have some soft control. We definitely need a 3 boost on this because we need Gambit to be good. So it's a no boost, a 2 boost, and a no boost. Okay. Luckily, this is not a really bad encounter card, and this is put this in play as a boost icon. So functionally no boost icon, functionally nothing. So that's totally fine. I'll put them on our deck face up, and then we're going to attach a laser rifle to Gumby. So Gumby has 2 attack for each of the stats. It's a bit crowded when I use the big dice. I wish I had slightly smaller die, but Gambit is a 2/2, which I mean, can't feel that bad about that. Out of topic question, what was the environment in Canada for the World Cup? I don't know. The World Cup was celebrated in Canada, in Toronto and Vancouver. Nothing in Montreal. I think Montreal refused. I think Montreal's like, we're good. I think it's harder here because of language laws and stuff like that. But I don't know. Toronto seemed to have a good time. I'm not a big soccer person either, so like I'm not following it too much. Me much more on board with set rotation if games could actually be consistent about the direction. Too often now we get a set rotation and it's fine, and then in a set or two, the problematic cards gets reintroduced. I mean, you're always gonna have whatever you think problematic cards are. That's just like card game design's hard, but I don't know. Much more excitement here for the World Cup than normally is. Can you chain responses? Example, if you have a when a minion enters play, hero response can activate both, or is there one per trigger? There's nothing in this game that's one per trigger. So like for instance, we have Turn the Tide. We can play the same Turn the Tide twice for the same response. Unless the card itself says one response per, which does actually happen, but like it depends on, okay, actually depends on how the card is worded. So like Energy Barrier is an interrupt, but any single card can only fire its interrupt once per thing, right? Even if it doesn't exhaust itself. So the question's a bit nuanced. So the idea is like, I can't fire the same Energy Barrier in response to the same 2 damage. I can only fire 1 Energy Barrier per attack. I could fire multiple Energy Barriers, but that's because each card can only trigger its interrupt once. But if you're asking if I have 2 cards that have the same trigger, like if I get it finish the threat and I have a Turn the Tide, which is a response, and then I have a Waylay, which can be on the same response, you can play both of those in the same response, no problem. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Just watch out. Certain cards that say like interrupt, respond to this, especially upgrades, they're usually only 1 time per, unless they say like spend X to do X or something like that, even if they don't exhaust themselves. Okay, so now we have to big hands. So we will. Well, big hands, this does 4 damage and big hand does 6 damage. We knock out Pile Driver. We still have issues. So Thomas Edison's going to attack us for 1 that's acceptable. So both of our friends heal with thwart for 2. So this goes down to 7. Okay. If we jump down, this goes to 8. Absorbing Man brings it to 10. We are technically allowed to jump down in safety. The issue is like we've jumped down after emptying our hand out, which is like probably not the good angle here, but we could jump down and fire Nakia and Miss Marvel's Text. There's not that many 1-cost cards we can play here. We don't have Bruno, but we could draw a Mirror. We could draw Bruno. But in theory, we know we won't be threatened on. This is not a bad attack for us, because if we get attacked with the Absman, we can block with Deadpool, and then Deadpool's Text doesn't fire because Deadpool's knocked out. But we also could just use Deadpool. Our deck, though, has every thwarting event besides 1 Clear the Area and a multi-talented, so I think we probably want to just stay up. We have done shockingly little damage to Absman in this Justice deck, as much as that was a really bad turn for us. We'll pass. I think we're going to stay up. I mean, we know we can jump down guaranteed, because Absman's scheming for 2. Yeah, let's just jump down, actually. We can. So when we jump down here, we can do our alter ego text. I mean, it can just carve our deck. The only thing is that this discards our non-hero cards, but I think we're okay with that. So we'll just fire it. We lose a Turn the Tide. We lose a Clear the Area. I'm not okay with it. I've decided I'm not okay with this. We got a big hands. It's useless. So if that's the case, we should have played Gambit before we jumped down, but Gambit, we didn't know the icons, so we can't do that. So this was a bad turn. This was a pretty bad turn. We played this terribly. I think we can hold on to the big hands because of Thomas Edison. Oh no, because Thomas Edison schemes. I forgot Thomas Edison schemes for 3. No, we can't do this. I mean, it works out for the best. Could have healed? Nah, we were exhausted. Yeah, I forgot Thomas Edison schemes for 3. No, we can't jump down. We would lose the game. Do you consider Marvel Champions a hard game to learn for new players? My honest opinion is that the floor is really low and not that hard to learn, but the ceiling is huge once you know how to play. I think this game is like really approachable in terms of like anybody can understand pay a card to play card. I think this game has like, you can play this game ineffectively, and it's very easy to play this game ineffectively, right? Like, oh, you're playing your 2 defense hero, you're defending every turn because you don't want to take damage to the face. Like, that's not good. Are you floating cards between turns? That's not good. Like, there's a lot of easy ways to not play this game effectively, but again, this game has such a scaling difficulty. My background is from playing like pretty complex competitive card games and like, you know, the Slay the Spire type of background where like you need to care about everything that's going on, like counting your deck, your discard pile, the deck cycle, the villain. And this game does give you a lot to get out of it, especially when you increase the difficulty, which is a really cool design that it like has something for everyone. Big hands, wiggle room's good, but we probably won't use it. One way is like kind of dicey. I think if there's a 4 threat scheme, we can go for it. I'm not sure if we know there is. Turn the Tide is free damage for Edison though, so we're kind of incentivized to do it. Could a bird scheme for 3? I don't think so. Could not be a bird for that. It's a big number for a bird. This goes to 8. This goes to 4. At 5, it's bad, and we've been like really behind. Absman's attacking for 2 and a card. We know it to be this boost, which will just replace Dense Forest. What does this even do? So Snowy Hillside will replace the thing, and now we'll add threat to the main scheme, and that's pretty bad. So I think we're just going to block with Deadpool. So we'll put Deadpool in the way. Deadpool takes 2 damage and is knocked out. Now Deadpool defended. This replaces it. You do put this card into play, so it doesn't do Surge, but now we defended so we don't do the text. Now this non-bird character attacks us for 1, we'll just take it. 1 encounter card, we know it to be a Ball and Chain. I mean, you'd expect this card to be here. So Ball and Chain, Absorbing Man says, just gives him +1/+1, spend a physical to shuffle this in the counter deck. The counter deck is so big, that's like not a really big cost. Okay. You're really telling me that Dense Forest somehow wasn't snowy? It was more dense than snowy. Like the trees were so thick, there was no snow on the floor. You play Marvel Champions since the release? No, I picked it up in October 2023. I played the original core set when it came out, and I thought the game was so boring. I'm glad to have turned around on that. Okay, so I just want to check for one way or another what the targets are. In theory, you have to play this, but there's no reason not to check the deck. We want to find something here that has 4 threat that's not a disaster. I know we've seen some pretty bad ones. This is when revealed, each player must either take 2 indirect damage. I think we have a wiggle room. That seems acceptable. That seems pretty good. Indirect damage is assigned all at once, so you can block all of it with a wiggle room. Okay, so we'll start with this. We'll play one way or another, and we'll search, and we get an Avalanche. Avalanche, the scheme. So it comes in with 2 threat. It says that each player must either spend an energy resource or take 2 indirect damage, 3 indirect damage if there's delay counters. We're going to take 2 indirect damage, and then we're just going to play Wiggle Room in response to that, which says we can dodge 3 damage. Doesn't have to be from an attack, and we'll replace it. We can decide that the Wiggle Room back into our hand. I don't think we will. This is probably a double sneak by turn, but this is a really good turn. And then one way or another resolves, and we end up drawing 3 more cards. So we draw another one way. It's useless. A Waylay, it's probably not worth playing, and a Turn the Tide. The Waylay probably gets rid of the Ball and Chain. This is going to be a good turn. And we have a Gambit exactly set up for the blocker. Okay, we have a Clear the Area, so we will. We're going to keep drawing cards. So Clear the Area is going to fire here. I'm going to clear the Avalanche, which I know we have another scheme, but we'll get to it. So we'll remove 2 threat from this. It clears it, so we draw a card. We draw a card with Skilled Investigator, and we can decide to return this to our hand. Our hand has so much free damage. We can do 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 11, 12 to 13, 14. We can do 14 damage for 3 resources. So we're not going to return this, and I think we're just going to start smashing Turn the Tides out. I don't think there's anything else we really want to do here. So we're going to play our first Turn the Tide. It's going to hit the bird. So we did thwart and clear something, so this does 3 damage to Thomas Edison. We'll then play another Turn the Tide, hitting Absman. We're going to make this one do 5 damage to Absman. So get nuked. Then we're going to play another Turn the Tide, which does 3 damage to Absman. We can return this one to our hand with Miss Marvel's text. The only reason to not return this is if we're going to jump down and recover. What can we do with the rest of this hand? Because we could return this for a free 3 damage, advancing Absman. Damn, we did damage. Our hand has big hand. I think we just want to do a sneak buy for 5. It might be smarter to return the sneak buy and just do 8 and then jump down to safety. That's probably better. I'm assuming that's better. Yeah, so we won't return this. Yeah, we bolted the bird. I mean, it was a good idea. Otherwise, things get out of control. All right, so we're going to do sneak buy now. In theory, we could consider keeping a mirror because you can play a mirror when we jump down. But if we're going to play double sneak buy, we can't. So we'll play sneak buy. We'll remove 3 threat. We'll make it 5 threat. So we did see the highs and the lows here. Mind you, removing this as the hero action. We will exhaust this to add this back to our hand. And then we'll just do it again to full clear. Okay, good. Gambit, we'll probably just attack for 2 into the villain. Awkward breakpoint on 1. Maybe we don't attack for 2. Yeah, I don't think we attack for 2. The villain can chill. We can use Gambit. We want to block with Gambit, though. I mean, that's fine. We can block with Gambit next turn. So I think we just jump down here because we're in a pretty good spot otherwise. So we will hop down to Alter Ego. We can use our text. I'm okay to get back through our deck because I just want to play all these Turn the Tides again. So we'll do our Teen Spirit. We drew a sneak by. This will always have threat, so we will hold on to it, and we're going to waste Nakia. I don't think there was a better way to use Nakia there. We'll pass. Multi-talented would be good because it can do 4 damage easily. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. 5, 6. Cool. That's good. That went from we're totally screwed to we're back. Yeah, the are we back meter kind of came in there pretty good when we drew the triple turn the tide hand. Like, oh my god, we had to shuffle this deck well after that. But triple turn the tide was something else. Okay, this goes to 1. This goes to 5. 5 is a big break point because all these things care about 5. Absman is now going to scheme for 3 in a card because the ball and chain. So 3, 4, 5 off of Master Plan goes to 6. We don't mind Master Plan as a card. Excuse me. 5 is usually when you win the scenario when I normally play, so we're a bit slow here. 1 encounter card. Okay, this is going to surge. So our new, and mind you, these are all unique cards. So seeing 3 in a game is not super likely in solo. So it says healing damage. That one's probably the least important one because healing is not really impactful. It doesn't hurt us. It just says like, oh, you have to do a bit more damage. That's way better. Avalanche. Okay, so we have a side scheme, which we do like side schemes. So when this comes into play, not you. When this comes into play, we have to either take 2 indirect damage, or sorry, 3 indirect damage or spend an energy. I mean, I think we're spending an energy here. I don't think it's likely we play Dazzler. I mean, she's good. We want allies. But we're going to clear this with the multi-talented. The multi-talented needs 3 different kinds of resources. So we want to spend yellow, red, and this. Yeah, I think we'll just get rid of Lay the Trap. So we won't take the damage from this, and that's us. Okay, so multi-talented is really good here because we can use all parts of it, and it fires both of our permanents, which is quite nice. We're going to start with our alter ego for sure, and then we're just going to discard cards for Teen Spirit. So we don't get a genius, excuse me. We don't get a helicarrier. We do get a big hands, which isn't that important. Okay, we can recover for 5. That's probably good. Otherwise, we can return one of these cards back, but there's not a huge incentive to, so we'll just recover and then we'll flip up after we use Nakia. So Nakia just says we save a resource on our next card. The issue about that is we're going to open with multi-talented. Multi-talented wants you to spend 3 resources, and it says if you paid, not overpaid. So making it a 2-cost card is actually kind of actively bad for us. So the other thing we could do is like play Machine Man and just have another cheap blocker. And it's probably a bit cheaper than Dazzler. So I think we do Machine Man, and we're going to have red, yellow, blue. So we'll throw this out. And Machine Man comes into play. And we have an extra double reshort from our hand, which means it can knock out Absorbing Man, no problem. 3 health is really generous on a 2-cost ally. Like, that's really quite good text. Oh, mind you, this has 2 threat. Okay, we'll be drawing slightly more cards here. That's okay for Machine Man. So we'll use Biokinetic to make a mental. We'll do an energy and a physical, and we'll play multi-talented, and we get to do everything. Oh, the bummer is that we healed, though. I mean, that's still fine. If we healed, we definitely could have used Nakia on multi-talented because we don't need the healing. We're going to be drawing a bit more. I guess we'll... Yeah, I mean, that's okay. That's fine, I think. Maybe Machine Man was not the play. Like, we could have done this first because we're at full health. We're at 10 of 10. If we didn't heal, we'd be at 7, which is like still probably good enough. Our ready might actually matter this turn. Yeah, maybe we don't recover then and just go to 7 health. I could see that being good. Yeah, let's not recover. We have so many allies. So we're going to unrecover, and we're going to take 5 damage for that. So now we'll play the multi-talented. So we're going to deal 2 damage to an enemy. Hold on. Before we play this, we're going to attack with... Oh, man, that's awkward. Because we want to do exactly 3 damage first. We only waste 1 damage. It's not that bad. So we'll play the multi-talented. We'll use our Embiggen to do 4 damage to Absman, advancing Absman. So this has no new, like, when revealed text. It still only has 16 health, which is not a huge number. After Absorbing Man activates against you, he has stone, so we have to place 1 threat on the main scheme. That's acceptable. Okay. Next, we'll remove only 2 threat, so we're going to clear Avalanche. When we clear Avalanche, we're not using Shrink. We draw a card with Skilled Investigator. We drew a Wiggle Room. That's good to have. And then we'll heal 2. Okay. We could return this to our hand. Not a huge incentive to. Not a huge incentive to there. So we're going to have a weird activation. Okay, we only have to do 16 damage. Ideally, we win next turn. We are going to not deck out. We only have a couple cards left over. I don't know if there's any damage in this cards. We have 0 damage in the bottom of our deck. That's going to be an issue for us. We have a block lined up. We can attack for 4, 5, 6, 7. Scheming is a bit rough because Absorbing Man schemes for 3. Getting rid of the ball and chain is a bit expensive because it costs us a double. So I think we just send some of this into the face. We thwart a bit. So Machine Man, yeah, having our activation here is not really good. Like, we could return this. I guess we could play this again. If we play this again, it's not that bad. It just does... So we play multi-talented again, it does 2 damage. But if we just play strength again and we attack, it does 3 damage. Yeah, let's not do that. So The wiggle room is probably not necessary. We're kind of incentivized not to attack unless we're going to block here, but I guess we do block with Gambit because if we attack, he just heals for 2. So like it kind of undoes the heal. I just think we have to thwart this to be safe. So we'll use Machine Man to do a bit of thwarting. So we're going to spend, when we activates, up to 3 resources. We won't keep the wiggle room. So that means we thwart for 4. That drops it down to 2. Gambit will attack for 2. So Gambit can get ready to block, get into the cycle, and we will just attack for 1 into the villain. 13. We have a bit of work to do. We didn't fire shrink that turn. 1, 2, 3. Clear the area might clear. 4, 5. The last card will draw as a sneak by, which won't be super useful. The under surveillance is like, it's been a bit extra. We haven't needed it. This goes to 3 and this goes to 6. All right, Absman is attacking for 4 and a card. Big numbers. We'll put Gambit in the way. 4, 5 off of Edison's giant robot. Gambit's knocked. And because Gambit blocked, we don't have to do any of that text. We also release the laser rifle. But the villain's text now is place 1 threat on the main scheme. So 4 is exactly where we want this to be. 1 encounter card. Advance. Okay, I'm glad we cleared a lot more threat than we thought we would. Because now we have to thwart for, functionally for 4. 1, 2, 3. 4. Give the villain additional boost card. Oh my god. Are we cooked? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. And after this finishes, we have to put 1 more. After absorbing activates. So we put 7. So we were 1 short of losing once again. I'm glad we removed all the threat we had to because it's on 11 of 12. I thought we were going to clear this with the clear the area, and this is where we end up. Oh my god, what happened? How did we do this? Okay, can we win? The answer is no. We have like very little damage in our hand. The most damage we have is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're a bit short. Not good. We can't fire any of these easily. I assume we have to clear the area for 4 and then clear the area for 2. I think we've seen both copies of Advance, so we should be relatively safe off of that. Yeah, the van is useful, but also like playing the van on the last turn of the game is the worst time to play the van, like emotionally. Absman is mad you kept skipping him. I mean, yeah, I get it. I mean, I don't know what else we do here. I think we just have to play Red Dagger, clear the area, and then like that's good enough. Like it's the only tempo thing we have to do. We can use Machine Man move if we want. So we'll do Biokinetic Polymer Suit for clear the area, and we'll shrink ourselves. So this removes 4 threat. We can return this to our hand if we want to. Let's see what the math is. If we return it to the hand, we don't activate. That's usually not an issue. We can spend 3 for Bruno, and then we have 1 card left over. This 1 card can be 1 thwart, or we can thwart ourselves, or attack ourselves. So I don't think we will return it. We'll spend 3 on Red Dagger. Red Dagger enters play. It has text that I haven't been excited about. I don't know if there's a card that said Absman thwarts anymore. There is a card that will add 3 counters. This will go to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're safe against that card. But I don't think there's a way that Absman can thwart now in hero mode if we don't jump down. So I think we're okay. We will attack for 1. We'll attack for 2. We'll attack for 1. So we attack for 4 this turn. That puts the villain at maybe distance, but we're decking out. Luckily, we have 2 blockers. So we should be reasonable. Okay. So we draw this, we draw an encounter card, and this should be the last turn of the game either way. The nightmare of all solo players. I mean, Surge into double advance is like the worst thing you could do. Who's your favorite scenario villain leader of the game? It's a hard question because I forget. There's so much, and then somebody reminds me of something I forget. My favorite heroes. Oh, you're saying scenario villain leader. I play a lot of Unis. I think Unis is sick. I think Black Widow is one of the coolest designs in the history of this game, just like the best. I don't like most of the leaders. I've liked the custom leaders that we've played on the channel way more than the boxed leaders. I think leaders are just not fun for solo play. I like Enchantress a lot. Her difficulty is really fun. She has good variability. I like the scenarios that give you a lot to do. Like Apocalypse is one of my favorite, not in Sabanur, but actual Apocalypse, because there's a lot of moving pieces. Favorite villain has to be a Hela. I have played surprisingly little Hela, but Hela is in that camp of like villains that give you a lot of like different interaction points. I feel like Apocalypse might be I prefer to Hela. But they're very similar ideas. A Claw's also sick. Like Claw's just good. Claw's so good for a core set. All right, so the 1 card we have a sneak by. We also have a wiggle room, which could matter. A turn the tide, which probably won't fire. This does 6 threat, probably won't fire. Helicarrier, ugh, this hand does nothing to progress the game forward. This is what I mean with event-based heroes. Like, we drew these 3 events. This is not what we want at all. And then these cards don't actually like guarantee us anything. So all this hand does is like, okay, what we could do is we could thwart for 5, thwart for 3, do 5 damage. Then we could have 6, 7, like maybe, but like, oh my god, yeah, parts of this hand aren't good. I think we might just take an attack to the face to make Machine Man survive because we're in spitting distance. We might just have to take this one. Goes to 8. This goes to 7. And then we technically did attack. Oh, because we add one more threat when villain activates. If we draw the card that cares about the counters, we could lose here. Because I forgot that when Absman activates. So Absman is attacking for 4 on a card. We won't block. I think we need Machine Man. So 4, 5. Okay, good. We'll do wiggle room. So we technically defended, so we don't have to do any healing. So we only taken 2 damage. We draw a card. We will not return this, so we take 2 damage and we've defended. After this attack, the villain puts 1 here. So we could lose to the 1 card that cares about the progress counters and delay counters. Deal kick, I mean, that's probably not good. The hero, oh, take 3 indirect damage, 4 indirect damage if he's metal. So it's just take 3 indirect damage. I mean, 1, 2, 3. There's so many unique cards in this deck. I have no idea what most of them do. You are stunned. Ah, that sucks. That hurts. Okay. Another turn. We are scraping by. Green Goblin's my personal favorite. I can't go wrong in a heartbeat. The only thing I don't like about Green Goblin, and it's like why I like Enchantress so much, is when you play solo Green Goblin, particularly Green Goblin, the mutagen formula one, right? Is that you start the game with like 2 encounter cards on the table or 3 encounter cards. And when you advance them, you get like 3 encounter cards. I find dumping the difficulty as soon as turn 1 starts just to be no fun. Because it feels like that scenario is largely decided by if you get 3 encounter cards that are synergistically negative, or you just draw 3 okay encounter cards. Right? Like, this game does difficulty backwards a lot of the time. The hardest turn in this game is usually turn 1. And that's fine because it makes a narrative about like, overcoming your issues. But like having the highest difficulty peak be the first turn of the game is nonsense to me. Like, it should be, okay, the game starts hard. Then once you're set up, it gets harder. But it's usually the opposite. And Green Goblin is like the exact opposite of an Enchantress, where Enchantress starts easier and then gets harder to match how you get more powerful. And I find that to be such a more satisfying curve, as opposed to be like, oh, there's the 3 encounters cards on turn 1 that you can't deal with. Just scoop and go again. Like, I don't like any of the scenarios that just say all the problems are in turn 1. Besides Project Wide Awake, which is sick, but side schemes are different than minions. That was one of those few scenarios in Champions that feels more like an Arkham scenario. Complementary, yeah, it kind of is. Or like Lord of the Rings, right? Yeah, mutagen formula, it's like kind of decided if you play expert by the 3 encounter cards you start with on turn 1, which is like, just get lucky, I guess. Especially because there's a lot of encounter cards that are synergistic, like this scales for every goblin, stuff like that. I think Black Widow's the perfect jump from Rhino to a new villain for new players. Do you have a villain that's permanent in your box? I mean, that you never play at all? I hate Batroc. Single player MODOK is not worth the time to set up, but Batroc is my least favorite. After that, it's actually like Thanos and Loki, because I don't find them to be interesting, and they're just like a slog and stalwart and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's not for me. Okay, ow. We have to do 9 damage through a stun. We have no attacks through our hand besides Turn the Tide, but Turn the Tide probably can't fire. So we need to just start working on this. So we don't play the Helicarrier. So I think we always start with Helicarrier, Biopolymer for Sneak By. Okay, so this removes 5 threat. In theory, we could actually put the threat later on and clear the area, but we're 2 threats short. So we could use Red Dagger to thwart for 2, lose Red Dagger, and then do clear the area for 4, which would draw a card. We have to consider whether that's better or not. This turn, we can exhaust ourselves. We can clear the area this. Wait, do we have enough damage? Hold on, we have to do the math here. So currently we can return this to our hand, but the most damage we could do is actually exhausting ourselves to get rid of the stun. Then Red Dagger goes for 2. We play clear the area off of a double, which like, that was a mistake. Let me fix this. Instead of doing this, we should always do this because we have a single in our hand. And when we can spend the double, we can spend the double. So that's way better. Let's just do that. So then after this goes through, we can Red Dagger for 2. Red Dagger can do 2 damage for 1 resource, which is not the worst. But I think we'd rather... Yeah, actually, we could probably do that. No, because we need all these cards. We could thwart for 2, clear the area to draw. We get a card. Turn the Tide actually does 3 damage. Machine Man does 3 damage. So we're short a bit. But I think it's the best we have. Yeah, so I don't think we return this. Did he get done in the Coffee Geddon? I mean, he's surprisingly cool, Batroc in the he survived the Coffee Geddon. Okay, so we need to keep Machine Man as a blocker, which is the issue. Because we're on 3 health. Like, we die to a lot of different weird things. Man, Red Dagger's text is almost good here. I wonder if we should have activated Red Dagger first. Because if we activate a Red Dagger first, we can return Red Dagger to our hand, and we do 2 damage for functionally 1 resource, right? Which, like, is not bad when we're this close. But if we do Red Dagger first, we can spend 2, get Red Dagger in our hand, Red Dagger plus Poly plays Sneak, then this plays Clear the Area, draws a card. I mean, that is slightly better, slightly more damage. The other options, we don't full clear this, which, like, full clearing all of this is just a cheap way to do 3 damage. Mind you, we're still ready. Yeah, my brain's a bit cooked here, huh? Yeah, but, like, bouncing Red Dagger might be fine. So we return Red Dagger, he thwarts for 2. We spend 2, we do 2 damage, Red Dagger's in our hand. We spend Red Dagger and Helicarrier to play Sneak By. Then we do Polysuit for Clear the Area, which draws a card. We can't use Machine Man because we need Machine Man for a blocker. Unless we jump down. If we jump down and find a double, but Miss Marvel can't draw a double, like maybe we have something there. I feel like we are going to jump down here. Yeah, I think we're going to jump down here, so we should just use Red Dagger. Okay, so let's rewind. Excuse me. So we have 5 cards in hand. We have not spent this. This should be up 5. Because I've never thought I was going to do this, but I'm going to start with Red Dagger, who's going to thwart for 2. And Red Dagger is defeated, so we're going to spend a double to deal 2 damage to an enemy and return Red Dagger to your hand. I think this is better. Then we're going to spend Biokinetic Red Dagger for Sneak By with Shrink, which will do 5. Then we're going to go just attack. We're now going to do Helicarrier for Clear the Area. So this removes 2 threat and draws a card. Drawing a double here maybe does it. Okay, another Clear the Area is not useful. We've cleared all the threat from something, so we can play Turn the Tide. So we can do 3 damage to the villain. We're no longer, what's it called? Stunned. So if we draw a double, but we have no more way to draw. So Machine Man can do 3 damage. We're short literally 1 damage this turn. I wanted to like Thanos, but he still barely returned to him. He does the same thing on turn 1 that he does on turn 20, and the game is so long, and like it's just attritional. It's not interesting. I'm going to flip down because we're in a relatively safe spot. In Alter Ego, we can just fire our Kamala ability, our Teen Spirit ability. Whatever we get, we can just send to Machine Man. We get a Big Hands. Okay, Big Hands actually might not be worth sending because Big Hands is guaranteed to win next turn. So I think we just hold on to Machine Man and pass. Because with this, we can win, and we can always use this as a blocker if we need to. We'll pass. 1. And this allows us to recover 2, which is good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, that was an interesting turn. This goes to 1. 8 counters is really bad. I think actually once we get to Red Skull, we just lose a main scheme immediately. Absman schemes for functionally 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Abandoned Facility. So we've seen all of them, I think. How's it going? Absman's been a struggle, man. I'll be honest. So this one says after Absman attacks, discard a resource or 2 resources. Okay, so that's not a real boost. So 1, 2, 3, and then Absorbing Man puts a 4th, so this goes to 5. I've never seen Absman get to 8 resources. A VillainTheory, I ran into the issue where I draw a hand that doesn't do anything, where it's like, oh, all I have is thwarting, and thwarting doesn't matter. Okay, we drew the power gauntlets. Okay, so we win. This is fine. So the gives pseudo knocks a card out of her hand. That doesn't matter. All right, so we have it. We'll just recover for 5 for the campaign. We'll just discard Teen Spirit. We've had some really sick turns, though, I'll be honest. Okay, we have a mirror. We'll flip up. We'll just go ahead and play. Oh, wait, we should play these because they heal. No, multi-talented is even better. So we'll spend wild, blue, and red. We'll play multi-talented. You can fire these in any order. I don't think you have to fire them from top down. So we're going to heal 2 damage. I'm not sure you have to care about the order. So we're going to heal 2 damage first for full heal. We're going to remove 4 threat for fun. And then we're going to do 4 damage, which defeats Absorbing Man. So perfect. Full health too. It's a long grind. Modulars can be fun with Thanos. Yeah, I don't know. One of my favorite scenarios is Citizen V. What are your thoughts on the scenario? I mostly play solo, and Citizen V, like a lot of the cards or a lot of the encounters in Civil War are pretty not great in solo. Like Civil War, or sorry, Thunderbolts has this really cool idea with the cards moving around the table and people having to interact with that. But unfortunately, when it comes to solo play, you just defeat one person really quickly and the other person just sits there and watches you, which like it's not a real scenario at that point. Unfortunately, I don't have good things to say about it. Yeah, good game. All right. I didn't feel great about I didn't feel great about that one. I can't believe this got to 8. We'll just put these counters here as a reminder, but at least we get a bonus. The funny thing is the bonuses you can get in this scenario are not particularly well positioned for our character. So record the number of delay counters. So we have 8, which is the highest I've ever gotten. Each player may choose one of the basic condition upgrades and add it to their deck. The basic upgrades generally make your basic activation better. The problem is we don't use our basic activation. So we might just want to go for the ones that just give us like passive stats, and at least that's okay. Like one of them gives us more health and more recovery. So again, if you're not familiar, the legend here goes that this campaign was not originally meant to be a what's it called, a campaign box, and then they found out at Gen Con that they had to make a campaign box, and they kind of put this together relatively quickly, and I think it's actually still pretty good for a campaign. So we can give ourselves +1 thwart, which makes our basic activation slightly better and +2 hit points, but we generally don't try to thwart. The other option we can get similarly is basic attack upgrade. Shout out to the names of these. +1 attack, which whatever. +1 hit point is a bit worse. And then these are the ones that probably matter a bit more. Basic defense upgrade gives us 3 hit points in defense, but no joke, I think we're going to get basic recovery upgrade, which is the funniest one. It gives us 14 hit points and +1 recovery, so we recover for 6. I mean, our basic activation almost never matters. We usually matter for like taking a toughness off. So like increasing our stat doesn't matter. So I think we're going to take the basic recovery upgrade just so we have 14 health, because we do take hits to the face. So that's the card we chose. +1 recovery. Oh, sorry, that should be set 14, not heal 14. So that's okay. We'll take it. All right. That is largely it. We're going on to the third scenario. The changes of this scenario are quite fun. The setup for this one, we're really good at the scenario because Taskmaster is all about capturing, capturing minions or allies, and we want to release the allies. The allies are released by finding a proper side scheme, and luckily we have the one card in the game that can search for a side scheme, so that's going to be really quite good for us. This should be a really simple, straightforward scenario. I did do a practice play of this one, not with the alternate modular, and the alternate modular we're going to play with is also really a thematically great choice. So let me just like get all the cards out of this that mattered. We only had to fight one Thunderbolt, but like, or not Thunderbolt, Wrecking Crew character, but admittedly the deck is really quite big. So there's not a lot of consistency on what characters you're going to find and not find. Okay, 1, 2, just get the cards out that we need, and we don't have to sort out the rest of it because we're not going to reuse any cards here. It's Thomas. Okay. You know, that's not actually Ronin because he had searched 4 times and 1-shot cap. Sorry, what? It was actually really interesting on the Absman game, the IMO. We'll have to try the modular combo. Accidental Campaign Box remains still one of the best campaign boxes. It's like, because it's so straightforward, but the decisions still kind of matter. It's like kind of perfect. Like I have weirdly positive things to say about this campaign. Like we've had so many more campaigns that have like way more in-depth like campaign mechanics, but ultimately like this one's one of my favorites. Tasky punishes Miss Marvel flipping, but the bonus health should smooth that out. Yeah, we will flip up and down a bit. Taskmaster will hurt for that. So this is Taskmaster. Villain named Taskmaster. We're starting on side 2. Taskmaster is a really fun scenario. Relatively middle of the road in what it presents you to do, as in a bit of everything. There are 4 of these allies that are absurd. They're 0-cost allies. They don't start on the table, but if we get them in our deck, they will be permanently in our deck. One side scheme, which is great for under surveillance, which is good. And the one modular we're adding to this is such a good choice. Shout out to, again, VillainTheory for this. It's aim abduction. And aim abduction is the side scheme or encounter set that cares about like taking allies, which for Taskmaster, capturing heroes, that's exactly what we want here. I don't think this has any of the vulnerable cards, so that won't matter. But there is like the aim abductor, and they spawn the abduct superhumans side scheme. So blocking with allies is going to be a bit less consistent. This should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Cool. Give me 1 second to shuffle this, and we should be off. Currently 3 o'clock. We might be able to get through the whole campaign. This is a game where you have not just Nakia in your camp. Sorry, Ben. But the sounds of it, it looks like you don't like all the shield expansion boxes. I'll be honest, I haven't been really into the last 2 boxes. They just haven't been for me. I think Civil War has some really interesting and high theme designs. I just feel like the balancing for solo hasn't been particularly good. And then Civil War, like they took a shot, and the shot was cool to add PvP. But as someone who plays mostly solo and somebody who wants, you know, a campaign, something with like, you know, hard theme and like the modulars really didn't do it for me, where everything is like kind of soupy and then you have to put cards together and hope that it makes something interesting. Also, like all the more interesting designs when it came to the leaders are when you play PvP and you can interact with that separate like 5-card deck and make decisions, and none of that happens. So unfortunately, the last 2 boxes have been like not my favorite. Shout out to the box before that, mind you, Age of Apocalypse. Ripper box, top 3 box, really, really good box. So I'm hoping for the best for Fear No Evil, but I know specifically I'm someone who plays mostly solo, and I also play mostly campaign modes. And so when they announced a box that was like, this has no campaign in it, I'm like, damn. So that's fine. Yeah, the good thing about those boxes is though, like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Civil War have had really great heroes in the box and in the wave. So like I'm ultimately fine. I bought everything, right? But like Nick Fury is one of the coolest heroes. Maria Hill is actually a really cool hero. The whole Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. wave was really great. And then Tiger is one of the coolest heroes. I don't care about Hulkling. And then Hercules is sick and Wonder Man's also sick. Yeah. Yeah. So the hero designs have been fantastic. So it's not like there's nothing for me. But like, yeah, the like reading that campaign being announced, I'm like, okay, this is probably not going to be my favorite campaign. And it's okay. All right, main scheme, hunting down heroes. We have going to have some thread on this. Set each captive ally aside, out of play. Search and counter deck for Hydra Patrol. I forgot about that. Okay, so there's a side scheme in play, which is good. We like side schemes. Hydra Patrol is not in here. Does it have to be? Yeah, it has to be. Let me get that actually. I forgot to put it in here. I mean, that's a good catch. Hydra Patrol was in Taskmaster, right? Oh, now I have to find it? No. Sorry, it was in Crossbones. Yeah, it's mandatory. Yeah, I forgot about that. I thought we didn't have to reuse anything, because we do. So there's 6 cards from Hydra Patrol. So 1, 2. Weapons Master is usually in the set, which like there is weapons, so you can get the Surge. So 3, 4, 5. The Hydra Soldier is so annoying. 6. So the guard with 4 health is just a problem. It's good that we start with the side scheme, so clear the area is legit on turn 1. And when this side scheme goes through, you can just go ahead and get the little guy that doesn't do any insight text. So that's totally fine. We actually like that. All right, these go into the deck, and then we should be off to the races. Cool. Hulkling's my favorite perfect block here with Armored Shape. Yeah, I need someone to like sell me on a Hulkling deck to be like, this is a cool Hulkling deck and this is why it's cool. Because like I think I've been watching some Hulkling decks recently come out, and they're generally like specialist decks. Like this is a deck where you go into one shape and you stay in that one shape. And the design, from my understanding, the design intention from Hulkling is that you want to change shapes all the time. The problem is like the shapes, the stat differences aren't like super substantial. Like it's kind of like a Spectrum, except with Spectrum it was all or nothing. But the idea is that like, do you want 3 attack or 2 attack? It doesn't matter that much. I guess it's more about like what the effect is when you play an event. But I found Hulkling to be so consistent because you have so many cards that like have you to search your deck that every game felt like every other game. It was like the total opposite of an event-based deck. It was like, oh, okay. Any turn you can jump down and get the right upgrade. Anytime that you play Wiccan, you can get the right card. It was like so much deck shuffling. I don't know if this site lists the mods, but in my original document for these mandatory ones are at top. Let me check because I have it open actually. So this should have been here. No, this one didn't have it. But most of the other ones did. But yeah, it didn't show up here. So I don't know if that's on my end or your end. But still, Modular Champions is a sick website. Okay, Taskmaster. Let's flip this over. Sorry, this takes a while sometimes to set up. So hunting down heroes gives you a choice when you're in hero mode. So jumping down to alter ego is pretty good. After resolving step 1 of the villain phase, each player in hero form either has to put 1 threat hero or takes 1 damage. So like the design of Taskmaster is meant to punish you from jumping up and down a fair bit, but honestly, jumping down means you put less threat. So it kind of also incentivizes you to jumping down. So it is kind of a wash to me. So when revealed, we get an encounter card. So we do start on a harder turn. Force response after a player changes to hero form, discard the top card of the counter deck and take damage. It's really nice that if we mulligan into the wiggle room, we're actually like pretty good with it. Did you have a chance to reassess your first impressions of Luke Cage? Yeah, slightly. We talked about it last week on Friday, I think. So far, he did not get any more cards that give him toughnesses. So I think he really needs to go either add toughnesses to his kit by playing protection, or more likely jump down to alter ego as much as possible so you can fire bursting twice per round. The thing is, if you're playing protection, like ready for a fight is not perfect for the bursting process because you can only fire it once. But yeah, he does not look Colossus-like. I'm very interested to see how he plays out. I think you can play Hulkling either way. I don't think there would have made all of the shapes double resources if they wanted you to keep changing. Yeah, maybe you're right, but then like he's just like a 3 defense hero that has retaliate. It's like I don't get it. I don't know. Hulkling being able to change shape is great because it allows you to adapt on those early turns. Normally, a perfect block deck would struggle with the early threat, but you can start in wing shape first. Yeah, maybe that's the idea. It's like you can start to be a bit more aggressive and then become a defense deck. Maybe that's the reason. I play solo protection perfect block decks and I haven't really like missed that. I might be wrong. Do you think Gamora plays similar to Winter Soldier? I haven't played either. No, Winter Soldier is about like defeating minions and minion management. Gamora is just like a high tempo deck about playing events. You don't care about minions inherently. Gamora is like a lot of fun, surprisingly good fun. The last time we played Gamora on the channel, if you want to watch, we played only basic cards and it was awesome. It was really, really fun. Yeah, incidental healing is one of my favorite things that heroes can do. So like, what do you heal to the first time you play an event is pretty good. All right, I think that's it. I think we know what we're doing. So alter ego, again, we can rip for a card. Amir, I mean, I want to hold Amir out of principle. Jumping down to alter ego is a bit more tricky here, but Amir is like kind of similar to Nakia, that you can just get one resource a turn functionally. A card draw can be better than a resource. One way or another. Now, we don't need to play this, but generally keeping it is fine. If we have 2 thwart events in our hand, it will be good. I don't know what the side schemes there are. We know there's the one that captures an ally. That one can have a lot of threat on it, but it gives you a free ally. So maybe we'll keep this because we already have a side scheme. Clear the area, that's the best thing we can ask for. Now, the only thing we want to hear is turn the tide. Also, Villain Theory, by the way, the deck should be titled Return the Tide. I think that's so good. You can have that one for free. We have a double, so hopefully we have something for the double. We have a wiggle room, which is perfect. Again, as long as you don't draw a 0 boost, this replaces itself when it jumps up, and you get some healing for free, so why not? I mean, so far so good. Superpower training. Okay, so what do we want to do with this? I want to play Amir out of principle. We don't really need the superpower training. We could clear it and it would be good for us because it allows us to get one of our good upgrades. But we don't have a good way to do 3 thwart unless we thwart for 2 and thwart 1 to clear the area. I'd actually rather clear this than the Hydra Patrol because Hydra Patrol doesn't really matter. Return to the Tide is pretty sweet. It's pretty good. I said it on accident. I'm like, wait a second. This is good. This is art. Holding an energy without a double is like kind of suspect. But I could see us playing the superpower training and then just going for that. I think we just play one way or another out of like, again, it just draws 2 cards. So I'm going to like perfectly keep this hand, which I wouldn't totally recommend. The best thing we can do with Kamala's ability is discard a 2-cost thwart event or a 2-cost upgrade because that's what we're going to want. We could get Red Dagger too and be sad, but such is Red Dagger's life. I'm going to full keep this. I mean, like we're technically a very valuable upgrade based deck, but this is just like a really easy hand to play. Yeah, getting Amir down. Amir is like really, really fun. And I'm going to do a thing with Amir is whenever I put a card on the bottom of the deck, I'm going to put it face up like this, which you're not allowed to do, but it'll allow us to plan better. And the more you give yourself these like sort of training wheels, the more that you'll realize that you don't need to do that in the future. But remembering that you know the bottom of the deck is actually quite important. Yeah, one way is really good in the scenario because we'll go get, like this card is so good in the scenario because we'll go get the 5 threat one that allows us to grab an ally, which we won't be able to clear unless we draw into our good thing, our good thing. The one that we want. You know the one. Whatever. I'm going to do Kamala here. We're going to discard. Excuse me, that was 2 cards. Second one way, fine. This is a really good card, though. We lost 2 one-ways, and we have a Nakia, which is not what I wanted here. We can still find a way to use the double, but we have Nakia and Amir. Amir is just a bit better than Nakia, usually, because a card draw is better than a resource. So I think we're going to play the one way or another. Oh, man, what do you do with this hand? Excuse me. Ooh, tricky hand. Like, I think we do Nakia into Amir, and then we put her on the bottom of the deck. Now, she's not a great card to draw when you deck out, I'll be honest, because on the turn that you deck out, you want a high tempo turn, and this is not a high tempo card, because that's the turn that you draw 2 encounter cards. And so this is not a card you want to line up with your deck out. We can also put one way or another on the bottom. That's probably better to ensure that it shows up on the turn that we need it. But I think we just play Amir here. We bottom one way or another. We draw a card and we go on with our day. The problem with Amir is it's only alter ego, so we have to do this kind of nice. Yeah, I think Nakia plays Amir and then we don't put her back. So play Amir. We'll use this exhaust. We have to place a card first, so we'll put one way or another on the bottom of our deck. We have no shuffle effect, so this should be fine. And then we're going to draw a card. We want a double card. Turn the tide. I mean, it's tempo. All right, we're still going to draw a bunch of cards here. We'll flip up. When we flip up, Taskmaster is hunting the streets. We have to take 2 damage. Psych. Wiggle room. So wiggle room will just say, nah, doesn't have to be attack. We'll take no damage. We'll draw a card. We drew a Deadpool. I mean, at least that plays the double. We have no reason not to do one way or another and see what the world brings for us. We know what we're going to get with this. So we're going to search for the most important card, Captured by Hydra. So Captured by Hydra comes in with 5 threat and acceleration is not too concerning here. We have a huge headroom. And when we clear this, we randomly grab an ally and add it to our hand. All the allies cost 0. The nice thing about clearing this now is like all the allies require a specific resource. One of them requires wild, and Deadpool is the rare wild in our deck. So Deadpool is actually a pretty good kicker on this turn. 5 threat means we can clear this if we draw specifically a wiggle room, or if we draw our upgrade shrink, because then we can do basic attack, clear the area for 4. Basic thwart, sorry. All right, one way fires, we draw 3. Endurance, we haven't played one yet. Big hands, not the one we want. Sneak by, perfect. Okay, so we can fire this if we want to in a couple ways. So sneak by just does 3 threat, which means we can do a sneak by into a clear the area, draw off captured by Hydra, see what we get. The other card we wanted here is our skilled investigator, but this is still a really good start. So I think we're going to start by doing the sneak by for 2. We probably are going to return the clear the area to our hand because we can do it again off the Hydra Patrol and probably knock out that minion with Turn the Tide. Like Hydra Patrol into Turn the Tide is just so much free value. It's really, really funny. We might even go for a more ambitious minion if we could find one. So Sneak By removes 3. We won't return it with our text. I don't think that we're going to play Big Hands this turn. So we'll do Big Hands into Clear the Area off of Captured by Hydra. So this will remove 2 threat from Captured by Hydra. This says... technically, we didn't do the win revealed on this. In theory, oh, that's not the thing I want to hit. In theory, the card is revealed face down, so we're not going to know what it is. I'll just randomly draw it. So it says, when the scheme is defeated, this says, if this removes the last threat, I'm assuming this happens first. We have a wiggle room, whatever. So then this gets cleared. We're going to put that minion into play. This is going to go out of the game into a pseudo victory play. And we're going to just roll a die. So 1 on left, 4 on right. I've greeted both Nakia and Amira and probably lost. I mean, we have such a good start here and we had things to do with, so I don't think we want to do both. 6. 4. We get White Tiger. I mean, we don't really need her, but she's really good to have in your deck to go into Red Skull. This is White Tiger. So White Tiger, Taskmaster. She thwarts for 3 for 0 3 times, and when you play her, you can spend a mental remove 3 threat. So in theory, we don't need to play Clear the Area with her. I mean, I think we're still going to return Clear the Area to our hand using our hero text. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were enjoying the character. I have been enjoying this, and this has been like, the starts are so good. You see, I get a bit like annoyed when I draw a hand. It's like, man, it's just some thwart events. I don't need thwart events. But this deck is really fun because there's so many moving pieces, and that's like a really big justice thing. It's like the timing you play your cards also matters a fair bit. All right, we'll clear the Hydra Patrol. So we definitely don't need to hold on to the wiggle room. So we'll go ahead and do this one more time. So this is going to clear the area, which removes 2 threat from the Hydra Patrol and draws a card because we cleared it. We can't return it. We drew an Embiggen, which definitely want to get that on the table. So Hydra Patrol, when this is cleared, we have to search for a Hydra minion. You don't reveal it, you put it into play. And we have a pending trigger here of Turn the Tide. So anything that shows up, we can just bonk it with 3 damage. So we have the Hydra Soldier, which has 4 health. We have the Hydra Hunter. I think we just do the Hydra Hunter. I'd rather get this down while we can. The other one dodges Insight, which is not super important, but a Hydra Hunter will just get knocked out immediately. So it's a Hydra Hunter. We'll turn the tide, not return the tide. So we'll do 3 because we thwarted. Easy. And this leaves us with this hand. This hand is slightly awkward. The endurance is so much less necessary in this deck. We probably could end up cutting it based off of the fact that we have 14 health. But White Tiger is obviously a good play here. And then we probably just play Embiggen and then float the Superpower Training. Superpower Training is good. It's good. We have only got through 1 clear the area. So that's not bad. But yeah, I think with 1 ally, we're in a good spot. We won't use White Tiger. So we'll spend 2 for Embiggen. And then we'll just hold this. This is probably worth holding. I don't know. It actually might not be worth holding this. Because holding this is expensive on the basis that like our hand needs to do everything every turn. Otherwise, we don't have things to do. Like we're an event-based deck. We want to draw an attack event every turn. So I don't know. We could spend a mental to do 3 threat with White Tiger and not float a card. That actually probably is better. Is that we just pitch the, what's it called? We pitch the Deadpool to this and it just like does 1 threat. I mean, maybe that's better. What's better than 14 health, 17 health? I mean, you're not wrong, but yeah, I guess we could either hold this or just throw this out to do 1 thwart with White Tiger's text. Technically, we would like hold Deadpool and throw Deadpool out. Is this worth keeping? That's the big question. We have 2 more sneak buys, 2 more clear the areas. Yeah, I'll keep it. I mean, we consistently want to find our upgrades, so we'll try this. We won't do anything with White Tiger. We'll pass. We'll draw 4 more cards. We draw Bruno, which needs to be an alter ego to do something. Turn the Tide is good. We should be able to clear this. Notably, it says after your hero thwarts, so if White Tiger thwarts, we can't fire the text. We have a Big Hands, and unfortunately, we drew only multi-talented for thwarting, which means we could do Superpower Training. but it's kind of difficult. This goes to 2, and then it gives us a question. The question is, do you want to take a damage or do you want to put a threat here? We're happy to put a threat here because we have White Tiger. In theory, on 2 threat, it means we still can't turn the tide, so we'll just do the threat there. We're fine. Villain attack for 2 in a card. We want to take damage to the face for the first attack, not only because White Tiger's at full health, but we have healing in our hand, so 1, 2. 3, nice. Love to not draw a Hydra Soldier. And then we draw 2 encounter cards this turn. I forgot about the 2 encounter cards. With the 2 encounter cards, we probably shouldn't have kept this, because this has to be a high tempo turn. Advance. Okay, that's good. We're prepared for this. It's good to get these early before they're scary. So 1, 2, 3, 4 Shadows of the Past. Good not to have that. We're at 7 of 12. If we draw another advance, we could lose. Solo issues. Okay. So that's really good to get because there's only 4 of these and they're really good if you can clear them. I think we can clear them at the expense of not clearing the main scheme. But same thing, when this clears, we get a captive. Our hand has no mentals, but this is the one that needs a mental. So whatever the captive is, unless it is the guy that needs a wild, I think is it Shang-Chi? No, it's Moon Knight. We're in a good spot. Okay, it's back to us. And unfortunately, this is like, yeah, the event hero issue where our hand doesn't do what we want it to do. The best we can do here is we can clear captured by Hydra with multi-talented. So multi-talented can heal, do 2 damage, do 4 damage exactly, do 2. We can thwart this with 3 with turn the tide. We actually can do everything. The issue is we don't have mentals. So actually no, multi-talented doesn't do what we want it to do because we don't have a mental here. We need a mental for multi-talented to remove threat. So this only does damage and healing for 3, which is not very good. Yikes. Okay, so we'll slowly work on this. We have no event we can replay very easily besides we could play big hands twice. So we could do big hands for 6, which is good on rate, and then we could do big hands for 4. When can you do one way or another? Whenever. Sorry? The thing is, like, this one way or another is not in our hand, it's on the bottom of our deck, but it's just a hero action. You don't play once per round. So we have to draw through our whole deck to get the second one way or another. Otherwise you can just play it. But this, I'm just showing that we know it's on the bottom of the deck, but we just have to naturally draw it, right? Like it's just a little reminders there. Okay, yeah, keeping this was a mistake. Maybe a bit results oriented, but probably not. So jumping down is okay, but we need to do a lot of threat work. So I think we always have to do this. So this goes down to 4. It'll go up to 6 in a second. This will go to 6 if we jump down. Taskmaster can bring it to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with a 3 boost. So we could consider jumping down. Bruno's the one. These are the 1 cards we want to set up. But like playing big hands is probably fine. So I think we just play big hands and hope float one of these like we play one of these. So we'll play big hands and we'll make it do 2 more damage. So it just does 3 for 6, which is what you want in this game. And then we can return it, but it doesn't really open up anything. Mind you, when we jump down, we can get 2 more cards. So we actually could play both of these if we jump down. Interesting. Yeah, we could play both of these if we jump down. That might be fine. Like Bruno is like exactly the sort of card that solves a lot of the issues I have with event-based decks. The issues like to load this, you have to be an alter ego. But if we jump down, we have a card draw from a mirror. We can set up one way or another with clear the area. We could set it up with a sneak by, which would be better because that would remove 5 thwart when we need it to be. So that's a nice combo. We could thwart for 1 here, just like to help us get there. Then we can draw a card. We can draw a card. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think we will jump down. It technically also puts 1 fewer threat here unless we want to take damage, but we will thwart for 1. That's kind of mid. We'll jump down. Otherwise, we can recover. In Alter Ego, we can either discard cards to get information and then do a mirror. I think we should do that because the card we could discard, we could shuffle back. But we'll discard cards until we find one. Lay the trap. A double. A Dazzler. We always discard Dazzler. And we have a Sneak By. Okay, so Sneak By is fine. We can now do a Mirror's Text, so we can choose to put a card on the bottom of the deck. We want to put something alongside one way or another. It's also going to be the turn that we deck out, so I think having an access to a Sneak By with the one way is pretty good. Clear the Area is the other option. Clear Area probably is better, but we know these schemes come in at 5, and Clear the Area, even with Shrink, only does 4. So I think we'll just make sure that these work well together. So this is a good combo. They're on the bottom of our deck, then we draw a card. We draw a Waylay. Okay. I mean, we didn't want that. So we have the ability to play Bruno and give Bruno a card, and then I think we can just pass. Superpower Training we could play as well, but I think we have this to deal with, so I'm really regret holding on to that. So we'll play Bruno. I'm not going to hold on to it again. And then we'll exhaust Bruno to attach the Sneak By, which is just good enough for next turn, and then we'll throw out the Waylay and pass. All right. Remember, we do recover for 6, which is pretty goofy. We draw 6 cards. Genius, nice. Turn the Tide, could fire. Machine Man is good with the double. Skilled Investigator is good before we clear another side scheme. Red Dagger, not my favorite, and clear the area is pretty good. Again, we haven't found our shrink yet, and if we discard until we find one of our cards, there's not that many cards left. So I think we have maybe one more event. We have one more, no more wiggles. We have one more event. We have a resource generator and we have an upgrade, and maybe we have one more. If you're throwing away on Waylay, why not play Superpower Training? Because we couldn't. We had 4 cards in hand, right? We had 1, 2, 3, 4. So one plays Bruno, then Bruno takes a card, and then we throw out one other card. You're right. We could play Bruno and then play a thing, but then we don't put the sneak by on Bruno. But Bruno technically is a 3-card play, right? And we had 4 cards because you need to play Bruno and then give Bruno a card. If you play Bruno and don't give him a card, why play? Technically for later, but I wanted to get the sneak by on here because it clears captured by Hydras really easily. That makes sense, right? Not spite. This goes to 4. The good thing about this is that if you're not in hero mode, it doesn't have active text, which is nice. It says after resolving step 1 of the villain phase, each player in hero form, so that's good. Taskmaster schemes 1, 2. There's only one more advance, 4. So this goes to 8. We could lose this turn if we draw an advance here. We just drew a laser rifle. That's totally acceptable. I honestly think the attachments made the game easier if you add a bunch of them. And it's back to us. So here we have to set up with Amir. Man, Amir is so fun. I think we're just going to start with Kamala and discard cards. So we drew a shrink. Okay, yeah, we knew that was in the deck. That was pretty likely. So we have a shrink set up. So with our shrink set up, we can clear captured by Hydra with the sneak by. And then we can draw a card. And then we can do turn the tide. We need to thwart this. White Tiger is, we're in a good spot. This Amir is actually so much fun because now we can set up the bottom of our deck. So we'll use Amir here. Place a card from your discard pile on the bottom of your deck. Again, we're going to be drawing, and these cards might actually be broken up, but luckily one way or another first means you'll always draw all the cards at the same time. Sneak by will do 5, so I'm going to put a turn the tide in here, and this is where like this is so cool because now we have a guaranteed one way or another sneak by turn the tide setup, and then we draw a card. It's Manifold, which I've never played it so far this campaign. I don't know if I will play it now. I don't want our side schemes. Man, sick. That's so sick. Amir is like the coolest thing to set this up. Again, these should be face down, but we're just going to keep our notes our way. We're not going to recover. We're going to flip up because we might play our thing twice. We're going to go ahead and play our shrink. So again, 1 event a turn that thwarts for 2 more. We're going to play our skilled investigator. Oh, before we jump up, in theory, you should use Bruno. This is the issue I have with the design of this hero is you have to make this decision when you before you have to plan out your whole turn. We are going to end up draw some unknown amount of information. So I think I'm just not going to use Bruno on this turn. In fact, we're going to use Bruno to do Bruno's text to add this to hand, which does exhaust him. So yeah, it's fine. We're going to exhaust him to draw the card. Okay, so we're going to do no red dagger, no manifold, sneak by. So this removes 5 threat from captured by Hydra. We have a bunch of different things to do. When this is defeated, it goes out of the game and we draw 1 of 3. So we'll do 1, 2 on left, 5, 6 on right. The stun one I think is Shang-Chi. I don't think I want Electra here. We got Electra here. All right. Electra just does a bunch of damage really cheaply, and we're going to see more of her in the near future. But she's in her hand. We can spend a physical to do 3 damage when she comes in. We can decide to add the sneak by back to our hand. I think we do, because we want to do thwarting off of this. Laser rifle needs an energy and a physical. Okay. We don't have the energy. We could do a turn the tide here for 5 damage. I think we always do. And then I think we just play Machine Man Electra. Or, oh, we could have cleared the area on that one, actually. With our basic activation. That might have been better. I think we do turn the tide here, because otherwise we're wasting some table value. So we'll just go ahead and do 5 damage using a Biggin. Oh, mind you, when we have to jump up, we have to discard this and take 3 damage. Ow. Okay, we take 3 damage out of that. I forgot about the villain text. We didn't discard anything else, but yeah, Hunting Down Heroes says, or sorry, Taskmaster says, when you jump up, you have to discard the top card of the deck. We didn't have a wiggle for that, so we did take some damage. Okay, so the other option is we can play Sneak by Electra. That might be better, honestly. We'll thwart for 3 with White Tiger. Sneak by will remove 2 for 3, which is not a great trade. The other options, we can just get a blocker with... Oh, we didn't drop a Skilled Investigator. Yeah, we're owed a card, aren't we? Or did we draw with Skilled Investigator and forget to? I don't think we drew with Skilled Investigator. So we should have 1 more card here, right? I think we just drew Electra and stopped. Okay. That actually opens up Electra, because now Electra can knock out Taskmaster. When you knock out Taskmaster, I think he gives you an encounter card. So we get an encounter card, but I think we can just send it into Taskmaster here, because this hand is now gas. The bottom of our deck, we're not going to deck out yet. We still have the wild resource generator, but I think we just do Electra and we throw out the physical. So when Electra comes into play, we spent the physical. She does 3 damage to the villain. We want to rescue as many of these as possible. We know we're going to rescue one more. And then either we can do sneak by as one advances out. So this will go to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, if he schemes, we could lose. Or we could play Machine Man. I think I'm just going to sneak by. Go on the Helicarrier. I'm not going to play the Helicarrier. There's no shot. We're doing way too good. We don't need the research generator. We already have a lot of greedy value cards, yeah? See, that's what the Helicarrier for. Exactly. Like, I don't know if the Helicarrier should be in the deck because we've never played it. It's like so expensive to play. Oh, Electra will attack for 3, mind you. We forgot about that. And the villain will advance to Taskmaster 3. So we're going to get 2 encounter cards this turn, which we should be equipped for. And then we'll pass. All right, we just have to do 17 damage. We have played our Waylay. One turn, the Tide's on the bottom of the deck. I don't know if there's more in the deck. I think there's one more Big Hands in the deck. We've Gambi, we've Under Surveillance. There's the Big Hands, which is 5 damage. So on the table, we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we always have to count lethal before you start doing things, because we can play this Big Hand twice, and it becomes like, what is it? 5 resources for 10 damage or something? Thanks for being a beta tester. Yeah, my pleasure. Wait for the response. The patch notes are gonna be sick. This update. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sneak by. Okay, wow. Yeah, good. And we know that the next 5 cards that we draw is gonna be this absurd combo turn, which is gonna get us another ally. Maybe replace Helicarrier with Assess the Situation. I mean, you always could do that. Assess the Situation is like the easiest card to put in any slot. I'm not a huge believer in Assess the Situation because I do think her deck doesn't actually get that much better with a bigger hand size, because largely you just want to find one event and one attack. If you find too many thwart events, like, they lose value. But that being said, Assess the Situation gives you more hand size, so you're more likely to find one attack, one thwart. I don't know. Maybe you just play more multi-talented. Maybe you play more wilds. It's hard to say. Bruno with 3 Assess the Situations. I've never considered that, but I think you just play the Assess the Situation right then and there. That's weird. That's interesting. This goes to 4. We'll choose to put another thing there. Taskmaster is attacking for 4 in a card. Now, this could do up to 7 damage, which is at the point we're getting a bit scared. White Tiger really doesn't need to do anything this turn, so she will block, as much as that's an expensive block. 3, 4, 5. She's knocked out. Our hand can deal with anything the deck spawns. Big Hand's a sneak by, so we don't have to keep her around for 3 thwart, 2 encounter cards. Hopefully nothing from the expert set. Nabbed. Okay, this one's fun. So if Abduct Superhumans is not in play, find it. Put it into play. I don't think we've drawn one yet. I think there's 2 of them. Now, we don't do any of its text because it has when defeated text. We're going to get an ally once we clear this, which will be quite good because it's like drawing a lot of cards. So, oh no, this is going to discard our setup. No, we spent so much setting the bottom of the deck and we're just going to straight up throw it into the trash. No, Amir worked so hard on this. Are you kidding me? Discard cards from the top of your deck until an ally is discarded. I don't know if there's an ally in our deck. Oh, that's so annoying. That means Abduct Superhumans is just not going to do anything either. Oh, that's so frustrating. Okay, so find it and put it into play. Discard cards from the top of the deck. So one of these has to be an ally. It's not. We knew that. I don't know what this card is. It's not an ally. We discard the whole deck. So everything we set up was for nothing. We get another encounter card and shuffle. Now, this does technically whiff. We did misplay this card last time we played with Hulk, when we played Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. But that's it. Place threat equal to the ally cost and 1 acceleration token. Oh, that's so painful. Yeah, Manifold has 1 job. Now, this card, we have to pay attention because it was really hard for Hulk to clear, and we did technically ignore the text. It says, whenever an ally leaves play, even if it's defeated by consequential or attacked, you get to tuck it underneath here, place an acceleration token, and add its cost. And the problem is because Abduct Superhumans didn't get an ally, we're not going to get a free ally because when you clear this, the ally goes away. So in theory, you could defeat Electra to put Electra underneath there, remove 5 threat, Electra comes into play, and then you can actually do 3 more damage because Electra doesn't care if she enters from hand. So you can make it work. Yeah, Red Dagger would have been perfect there, but that sucks. Whoever suggested that mod set owes you big time for running all that deck stacking. It was the first time we played Amir too, and we set up something so perfect. Feels bad, man. That person, yeah, needs to be talked to. That's why we should play the Justice Sentry ally. Is that the one that gives you an encounter card? We've got some really good Justice allies, man. Hawkeye is such a fun Justice ally. Okay, 2 more cards though. Advance. Oh wow, that's the last one. I mean, I think we made way for this, which is good. So scheming for 1, 2, 3, 4 on an exhaustion goes to 8 to 12. We could lose here. Mimicry. Okay, so we have to discard cards. Not that. Mimicry says discard the top 5 cards of your deck, hoping for no attack event. We have a lot of attack events though. Non-attack events, non-attack events, non-attack events, Not an attack event. That's an attack event. No, we lost both one way or another's in this whole deck cycle, which like a mirror can fix that, but that's the card that gets captured by Hydra, so that's terrible. So we get attacked. Bummer. Our deck does have a few attack events, but we had a couple in our hand. So Taskmaster's attacking for 4 and a card. Ow, am I everything? Putting Electra in the way is a bit silly because she gets captured, so I think we just have to take this one to the face. So 4, 5, okay. That was the same boost twice over. We're down to 3 health. Okay, things were good until they were bad. Like, we set up such a great turn. Instead, we get this. Okay. We need to thwart abduct superhumans ourselves, but luckily Clear the Area does it well. So I think we're just always going to start there. So we'll not shrink. Oh, I forgot we don't have a resource generator. That's fine. We definitely want to play the sneak by. This Clear the Area is going to be 2 cards to draw 2 cards, and we can return it. We kind of want to find a moment here to jump down and recover for 6, which would be good, but obviously we have to do a lot of threat off of that. At this point, I think there's only 1 card in the deck that says that he activates in Alter Ego, which would be specifically the... Oh no, there's no cards that say he activates in Alter Ego. Oh man, there's 2 in a row? That feels bad. But yeah, there's the 1 card from Weapon Master that gives Taskmaster another activation. I don't think he has another one, unless it's a mimicry and he hits a thwart event, which is not unlikely. Was that lethal risk? No, the most damage he could do was 7. We were at 8, right? Because he could do 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think we were at 8. This is where the van comes in clutch. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't like playing the van because it's negative tempo, and like we're 2 turns from winning. But if we ever want the safety of the van, we can. The thing is, like, would you rather play the van that does 4 thwarting functionally, or would you rather just play sneak by that does 5 thwarting for the same cost? You know? You know? Yeah, it's 2 captured at the top, but like it's random. I think Big Hands might be the least important card in our hand, but it's actually probably Gambit. So, oh no, Gambit's good to have because we have extra card draw in Alter Ego. And that's a good way to spend it. So I think this Big Hands doesn't get play, but it's honestly the Under Surveillance that probably doesn't get play. Yeah, because there's no more activations. So we'll clear this. It's a shame that this doesn't do its text, but we'll clear 2 threat from this. It just gets rid of this. There's no ally tuck to give this to us for free, but we draw a card, we draw a card. So we draw 1. So Wiggle Room is not useful. Nakia is actually useful for playing allies and stuff like that. We can choose to return this to our hand. I don't think we do. So I think we do 1, 2 for the sneak by. I'm vibesing at this point. I should have mathed this turn out a bit better. But this is going to remove 5 threat, which cuts this more than half. We could return that to our hand, but I think we recover. So might not actually be a Gambit this turn. Electra is just going to do the thing that she's known to do, which is attack for 3 and not have Villainous yet. Okay, that's fine. We can always put Bruno. Is Bruno only events or is Bruno any card? Oh, it's any card. Take that, George. We'll jump down. In Alter Ego, I think we can just do our text because I just want to get through our deck to find another one way or another. So we'll discard until we draw Big Hands. We can do a mirror as well to just keep going. So that means we're allowed to play Gambi, which could be fine. I think the Big Hands is actually worth a lot. Like 5 damage is a third of Taskmaster. But we'll see what we get from this. So we'll do a mirror. We're going to set up the one way or another because of course we are. That's what we're about. We want to get that one first because it will draw into the cards we put behind it. Sure, Bruno's good, but he's no Hawkeye's Quiver. He's no Hawkeye's Quiver. You think we had to jump down for Hawkeye's Quiver? Energy. Oh, whoa, actually, that opens up a lot. Because with the energy now, we can play Gambi and hold the Big Hands, which is probably the best thing we could have asked for. So Gambi is going to look at the top. We have some control. We can't rearrange, very importantly, and you don't shuffle, so you will know. So we'll look at 3. So top is 2 boost, followed by 3 boost, followed by 0 boost. Okay, so that means Taskmaster will scheme for 5, which is acceptable. We can also make him scheme for 3, but we can't make him scheme for less than this because you can't reorder. So it's 2, 3, 1. So of course we'll take the Gambit with the 3, and then we're going to draw an Assault, which will just surge, and that means he's going to have a 2 boost. We can't rearrange these, so they go on top in the same order. Gambi will just thwart perfectly. We will recover for 6 because our recovery is a bit better, and we'll pass. I wrote R6, like Rainbow 6. It's all coming back. Just like old times. We'll draw 6. Red Dagger, love it. This is probably slightly too late, but we could play it. White Tiger's good. We're going to have some threat to work with. Sneak By is good. We want damage. Show me damage. Okay, you showed me Dazzler. Autocomplete did not work. This only gets 1 because we're not in hero mode. The villain schemes for 5. We know that to be the case. This goes to 6. We draw Assault, which surges. We draw instead a Gang Up, which surges. Shout out to the core set. We draw Nabbed. Okay, great. Great. This is what we want. This is actually good. This is actually quite good. It's not in play, so we go find it again. And then we rip through our deck, which is our favorite thing to do. This is a cool encounter set, and it only shows up in one scenario, Black Widow in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which doesn't give you the time to appreciate it because it doesn't say preparation on it, so you just discard them. Can't get this back in the deck. Okay, so we discard an ally. We tuck the ally. We add threat. So what do we get? Not the Helicarrier. This is helping us, I think. We would have discarded all these cards anyways. Oh my god. Do we have allies in our deck? If this discards the one way or another, I'm gonna just be not happy. Just please don't. Please leave it alone. I need you not to discard that card. Oh my god. It happened again. The best laid plans do not matter. We have once again set up the bottom of our deck for something cool, and apparently we're holding every single ally in the game. Yeah, George is the closest to Hawkeye's Quiver, without being as good as Hawkeye's Quiver. Electra has missed 2 deck outs. If you ever play multiplayer with this mod set, it can go crazy getting a bunch of allies under there. Oh yeah, yeah, well, there's a lot of allies on the table. I mean, I don't want to clear it. Like, we might actually let it clear Electra because we might have lethal if Electra comes in and out that turn. Because if we let it grab Electra and clear this, Electra does 9 damage this turn. It's really, really generous if you have allies. Okay. All right. One more encounter card. If he schemes, we're good, but I don't think there's a way he can scheme. Actually, no, if we scheme, we could lose. Hey, Drew, the encounter deck knew you wanted to do that. I mean, every time. All right, that's that. One encounter card. Photographic reflexes. Okay, this one will slow you down. You want to kind of whiff an attack into it. So when a player attacks Taskmaster, and I think our allies count, that would do damage to Taskmaster. You cancel that damage and do the damage back. So it's perfect for Kamala to attack for 1. Now, in theory, with Kamala, we want to heal, but I think we will just attack for 1 if we have lethal this turn. The other options, we could play White Tiger and she could attack for 1, which is like fine. We have a bit more threat work to do, but I guess we'll start doing the things that we do. So we'll start with the, we can't start with the mirror. Well, we can actually, because it's not a cost, but I think we'll just start with Kamala to see what we get. So we'll do our alter ego. So we'll discard until we find something we wanted. We would have drawn this with a mirror. Okay, we have a wiggle room. That's good because jumping up actually matters. And then we're going to go ahead and do the same thing again, where we're going to put this on the bottom and we'll definitely guarantee to draw it. And a mirror will draw a card. All right, 2 wiggle rooms. Okay, so jumping up, we actually can wiggle room the photographic reflexes, which is kind of funny. So I think we can just hop up here. The only other thing we could do is recover, but I don't think we really need to recover here. I want to get rid of the photographic. So this hand is cool. I'm into this. We will flip up. When we flip up, Taskmaster is going to hunt us down. So we discard the top card of the deck. It has 1 boost. We will just wiggle room it. So when we play wiggle room, we don't take the damage and we replace it. Cool. We got an energy that might help. Oh, we could have considered doing Bruno, but it's way too hard to calculate the whole turn when you're holding 9 cards in hand. Okay. That's good. I think we will attack for 1 into the villain. This might be wrong. Instead, now the photographic goes off. So we take 1 damage instead. So it says prevent that damage and deal that damage back to the identity. When that happens, we'll just fire our second wiggle room. We drew a multi-talented, which actually might be worth playing. We have a bunch of wilds and we need 2 threat and we need some healing. We have no clear the area. Yeah, this seems fine. We could play biokinetic polymer suit, but we only have like 2 turns left, so I'm not going to. So we're going to do energy, wild, mental for multi-talented. So we got to do a bunch of things here. First, we'll do 4 damage to the villain with Embiggen. Then we'll thwart 2 off of Abduct Superhumans just to clear it. When we clear, we can draw with Skilled Investigator. We have no reason to do Shrink, which is superpower training. And then we'll recover 2. We can't return it to our hand. Oh, we could have done the Lecture thing first. Oh, I forgot about that. It actually might have been right to do the Lecture thing first. I think it was. So excuse me. Oh, we drew this, but I guess we can shuffle that. I think we want to do the Lecture play because the Lecture play is actually an absurd amount of damage and we might have lethal this turn. I think we have lethal this turn if we do this correctly. So give me 1 second. We have to not do that just yet. So what we wanted to do is when Abduct Superhumans was on the table, is the first thing we want to do is with Electra, we want to attack. Yeah, we forgot that we are going to do this. So the villain's going to take 3 from Electra. And then when she is leaving the game, she gets abducted. So that means we can actually use this to our benefit. So this is Abduct Superhumans, which says When an ally leaves play, tuck it under here and place threat equal to its cost, then place 1 acceleration. So that means this goes to 5, and we put the acceleration. So it's on 2 acceleration. That means when we play the multi-talented, we can actually use the shrink. And when we use the shrink, we can remove this down to 1 threat. So if we clear Electra from the Duck Steamer Human, she comes back into play, and then we have lethal. So we just have to figure out how to do 1 threat with this hand, which is pretty easy. So, oh wait, we have no physicals in our hand. I mean, we could draw one with Skilled Investigator. So we'll play White Tiger. When White Tiger comes into play, we'll just save our resources because we could use them. So we won't use our kicker. Oh, she's just going to thwart this for 3. And when this is cleared, sorry, wrong White Tiger. She has 3 thwart. We add this to our hand. Oh, under its control. Excuse me. We actually put it into play right away. So first, we're going to do Skilled Investigator, I think. This is when defeated. Skilled Investigator, I think, was errata to be an interrupt or a response. I'm not sure. So I think we just lose the physical. It's okay. We have lethal here. Yeah, we have lethal. So Electra comes into play. If we had the physical and we managed our resource base a bit better, we could be able to do this if we held onto a Deadpool. Whatever, we goofed it, but she's into play and she's ready. We're still going to have lethal. It's just less flashy. Then we draw with Skilled Investigator, I think. It was a physical, so if we could do that in the other order, we could do that in the other order. She will attack for 3. He will attack for 3. And then we'll just finish it off with our favorite character. We'll do 1, 2. Not you, Machine Man. We'll do 3 for Red Dagger. Trashing our Electra. And then Red Dagger will attack. Okay, actually, before we do this, we could greed. This is the issue with this campaign, is that we could greed this and like thwart instead and not defeat Taskmaster. And if we greeded this, we have a chance to find one of the 2 cards in our deck that gives us more allies. Chat, I will let you decide, do we greed this and go get more allies, or do we just end the game right now? In terms of getting more allies, we either have to draw the card as an encounter card, or we have to get to the one way or another that's on the bottom of our deck. We're in a pretty safe spot, but we could easily get more allies into our deck. I don't think we have to, though. Rector says play her from hand. Oh, does she actually? I thought she said enters play. Oh, yeah, okay, so it wouldn't work. That's fine. That's totally acceptable. Yeah, absolutely greed this. Okay. So if we're greeting this, I have to rewind. Sorry. So we have to rewind this. So Electra, the whole play with Electra wasn't worth it then. Okay, so she's in play. Yeah, the whole play wasn't worth it. It's really hard to rewind. So at minimum, we'll bring, this was our hand. I think this was our hand. Yeah, this was our hand. So Electra's in play. Taskmaster's on 1 health. Okay, this is our hand. This is our hand. So if we're going to greed this, we won't defeat him. We'll just play Sneak By for 3. And that's it. We'll pass, I guess. We could have done slightly better by getting rid of Gambit, playing Red Dagger. That's slightly better. Yeah. So instead of doing Sneak By, we can do 1, 2, 3 for Red Dagger, replacing Gambit, I guess. And Gambit will just do, or sorry, Red Dagger would do 1 fewer. Yeah, that seems fine. Yeah, we're greeting. Okay, we're greeting. We're greeting. We have a whole campaign to finish, but we just want to keep playing Taskmaster. The other option was we don't do the greed thing. We get rid of the laser rifle, but whatever. We'll be fine. We have 11 health. All right. He's on 2. We'll pass. We'll hold on to the Sneak By because it's guaranteed to be good, but the best card we could draw is we'll get through our deck. Second Sneak By. I hate that. Clear the area, multi-talented. Waylay. Okay. So we just can't do 1 damage to Taskmaster. This will go to 5. We'll choose to, there's no more advances, so we'll put 1 in there. And Taskmaster, the villain's attacking us for 4 in a card. We will go ahead and put Red Dagger in the way. I honestly think we put Red Dagger in the way. We didn't take a damage, did we? No. We'll put a threat there. So we'll put Red Dagger in the way. 4, 5. Great. So there's a 2 and whatever shot of getting the right card here. We didn't. It's a caught off guard. All right, caught off guard. There's only a couple side schemes left. We have to discard an upgrade or support. We'll just discard the laser cannon because we have no intention of using it. Okay, so yeah, we can't leave our allies behind. You're right. So we just need to get through the deck. Again, there's 2 copies of it. 1, 2 were in the bottom, so we got a good shuffle in this. There's a bunch of minions in here still, but we just need to get through the deck. So I think we're just going to try and jump down to Alter Ego as much as possible, just so that we can get through our deck with Amir and Miss Marvel's Teen Spirit ability. Okay, so let's just get through our deck as much as we can. We'll use White Tiger for 3. In theory, we actually don't need to. Oh my god, Andre, you have to slow down now. Now I'm trying to play as fast as possible to get through this, which is not what we need to be doing. If we can fire clear area, we should. So I think we'll just do clear the area and then just heal. So yeah, we will thwart for 3. We'll do waylay into clear the area and we'll shrink. So this removes the last threat so we can draw a card. We won't return it to our hand. Superpower training allows us to thin our deck, I guess. It's not the worst thing to do here. We could play superpower training and then use big hands to go complete it. That gets us our wild resource generator, but it's not in our deck. If it was in our deck, we'd want to thin it, but we did throw it out a turn ago when we thought we were going to win. Okay. I mean, there's not much we have to do here. So we're just going to try and get through our deck. So that's fine. We will do into superpower training. This draws more cards, right? Right? So we play the superpower training scheme, comes in with 3 threat. When we clear, we can go grab our one last upgrade. We will choose to use big hands, and then we'll play the sneak by for 3. Clearing this, it goes out. It allows us to get a useless resource generator, but it does draw 1 card, which is our ultimate goal here. So we have our biokinetic suit, which generates a wild for resource. We will skilled investigator draw a card. It's an endurance. I mean, that's technically playable. We will jump down in alter ego. We will fire our teen spirit ability first to discard cards. I think there's hero cards in here. Yeah, we have a sneak by. Mind you, Bruno's exhausted. We will then do a mirror, which I wonder, honest, do you know what the better thing would have been, which would have been so good, is if to play around this, if we wanted to use a mirror first to put an ally in front of the one way or another to stop this thing from happening, and then one way or another behind it would have been so next level. But obviously, like shield in this or the nabbed in this, the aim abduction is not super common. But yeah, putting an ally behind that would have been incredibly clever. We'll just go put a sneak by behind it, and then we'll draw a card. It's a big hands, okay. We'll keep the thwarting card, and then we'll just go ahead and put an endurance on the table, which gives us 3 more health, and then we'll recover. So our maximum health is 17. We'll go to 17. We'll pass. Honestly, holding on to the big hands is good, but we just want to get through our deck. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so we shouldn't hold on to that. It's too late. We drew cards. 4, 5, 6. Okay, so are there hero cards in here? There is. Okay, so we're guaranteed to not discard the one way or another if we do our thing. So we might be able to get the one way or another this turn. This goes to 1. We don't have to do the text. Taskmaster schemes for 3 in a card. If it discards a side scheme, we'll be sad. Okay, that's 5. This goes to halfway. Small chance of finding our friends. We didn't. It's a master plan. No, that's perfect. So this discards until we find a side scheme. That's exactly what we want. Unless there's another side scheme. Damn it. That was good for a second. I think this might be the only other side scheme, but this is Taskmaster's training camp. Taskmaster's training camp comes in with 2. After minion enters play, give it a tough status card. We have to clear this. Okay, that's fine. We can deal with this. Okay, this is our hand. We are ready, mind you. Almost, yeah, that was almost sick. Okay, so we want to clear this with a clear the area if we can get it. We will start with our hero ability because Amir Khan can draw the one way or another. So we're going to start with our alter ego that discards cards. Oh, it just got Nadia. Fine. Then we'll do Amir. So we'll put a card on the bottom. The card that we want on the bottom, I'm not sure what it would be here. I think it's like a clear the area. And then we'll draw a card. It's a turn the tide. Okay, that's not playable. We could definitely do a Bruno setup here. We don't have to put any damage. So I think we'll just get the big hands on Bruno. We're at full health for now. The problem is if we jump up, we could discard the card we want, which would make all of this worth nothing. So we'll jump up and discard a card. It is the one we want. So there's only one more in the deck. If we discard that one, mind you, one way or another only searches the deck. So if we draw that as a boost card in the near future, that's it. We can't do it. Hazard is good for us. You're right. Actually, we should keep Hazard. You're right. Hazard is good for us. I mean, we're going to deck out next turn, so I don't want, we can clear the Hazard. But Hazard is abstractly good for us. Okay, so we can just do whatever here. It doesn't matter. We'll put a surveillance on the main scheme, so it has 4 more threat to complete. So we'll just won't have to thwart anymore. We will just go ahead and thwart. We could have used Nadia. I mean, this doesn't matter. We're just trying to get through this. We'll do 1, 2. Sorry, we'll do 1, 2 for sneak by. We'll clear 6 threat off of this. We can leave that. We will return this to our hand, and then we'll just thwart for all of that. It draws a card. Great. We'll play Nadia. Pass. This is not pretty. Don't worry about this. It's not Nakia, not Nadia. This is not important. We'll pass. Okay, so this is the turn. If we just get the card as a boost, we'll be upset, and all of this is for nothing. At least we'll be able to recover and jump down. We draw Manifold, one way, sneak by, clear the area. We finally drew into one way or another. We put on the bottom of the deck. We get one encounter card, which is good. So we have a better chance. The hazard icon doesn't matter because we have the one way guaranteed, right? The hazard icon actually doesn't do anything. Like, I know where you're coming at, but like with the one way or another guaranteed in our next hand, we don't need to draw another encounter card. Like now it could be worse because we could draw a guard and then we can't defeat Taskmaster. Oh, we might have been able to get rid of the laser rifle this turn, but whatever. Okay. We need one more card. Helicarrier, love it. All right, this goes to 2 because we won't take damage. The villain's going to attack for 4 and a card. We'll just take it. Okay, so now the hazard icon is good because we have to get through the whole deck. I'm not getting through the whole deck. So it was a wash. We're going to leave this turn. I'm not going to wait for the whole deck to cycle out. It's going to take way too long. But that was technically a reason the hazard's actually worth something. 3, 4, 5, 6. We take 6 damage. I mean, that's brutal. 2 boosts in a row. They were the last 2 cards. Taskmaster Shield. This gives probably Retaliate. That's so annoying. So Retaliate 1. Fine. Doesn't matter. It's just 5 cards. We got this. No. Mimicry. Okay, we might get attacked again. We'd have to discard the top 5 of our deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No attack events. Does nothing. 5 cards takes a while. Like if you jump up and down, it's not that bad. But like I can't just sit here and do nothing. It's not. Yeah, we have to go on. I'm sorry. Our friends were going to be rescued by the next people behind us. Don't worry. It's only 3 now. There's just 2 turns. I mean, we can't be playing Taskmaster for 2.5 hours. There's 2 more scenarios we have to play to beat the campaign. Like we always get to the 4th scenario and be like, we can't play Red Skull. There's not enough time in the day. I don't think we can do it. Like if we jump down, we get through 2 cards. We jump up, it's 1 card. But then we have to figure out how to get through this card. Like we should have left the hazard, it turns out. I'll do one more turn. We'll do one more turn, okay? I do not like what we're about here. So all we have to do here is we'll do clear the area with Helicarrier. Draws a card. Okay, multi-talented, fine. We need to get rid of this, which is energy and physical, so we'll just get rid of that. We can exhaust your hero, spend physical and thing to get rid of this. This doesn't matter. Retaliate 1 on a 1 health hero is nonsense. That's it. We will simply jump down. We will put one way or another on Bruno, which is relatively safe, which is good. We can set up the bottom of our deck. So we'll use, yeah, none of this matters. We'll use our hero text, I think. There's no card that draws encounter cards, right? So we discard the one way or another. Bummer. Big hands is in our hand. We'll use a mirror. We'll put a one way or another on the bottom of our deck, I guess. We draw a card. We have a Turn the Tide. Okay. Throw out all these cards, pass. We keep a sneak by, and we'll keep a damage card because there could be a guard. Okay, we'll pass. I don't know, y'all. We got to play this so fast. Big hands. Lay the trap. Sneak by. Laser cannons back. Yeah, this only gets 1 threat. Taskmaster scheme is 3, 4, 5. So it goes to 6. 1 encounter card. It's another photographic reflexes. Oh, we could have recovered. We should have recovered for 6. Excuse me. We were exhausted already. So we're at 15. Okay, that's it. There's only 2 cards left, which means we're going to get through the deck. The problem is we have to waste 1 more turn because we have no way to discard the top card of the encounter deck. One way or another, mind you, will whiff. So we have to just wait a turn. We have no wiggle room here. Let's go get a wiggle room with our alter ego. 1. Nope, it's a sneak by. Okay, that's fine. We'll use a mirror to set up a card to thwart. I guess in theory that should be it's gonna be a clear the area, it looks like. Draws a card. Okay, clear the area. We need to thwart this card itself. We can go ahead and put a sneak by on Bruno. Bruno can have infinite cards, I'm pretty sure. I don't think Bruno has a limit. We can only take 3 off in a single action. We will flip up. This is so silly. We will attack into the photographic, which does 1 to us instead. We take 1. First, we're meant to discard this card. We take none. Okay, so we're going to deck out in a second, which means next turn we can do our thing. We'll play a laser cannon, whatever. We will do 1, 2. We don't want to play around master plan. We'll do a sneak by for 5. Drops it down to 1. We'll go ahead and clear the area. Just draws a card. Pass. We'll pass with this hand. This is fine. We don't need this. That's it. We could have used Nakia. It doesn't matter. We're just trying to get through this. We're just trying to get through this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, great. This goes to 2. Taskmaster attacks us for 3 in a card. We'll take it. 3, no damage. We did deck out. That's what we wanted for. So we have a 2 and whatever this is to just rip it, which would be perfect because then we can clear 2 of them. That would be the best case scenario if we have 2 and whatever this is. We won't take any damage off of this because we have wiggle room. We are ready. Hear me out. We fight Taskmaster until our entire deck under Bruno. You lose. You actually lose if you put your entire deck under Bruno because you draw infinite encounter cards and the game's over. If you have no deck, the game's over if you're forced to draw a card. I think. Yeah, because then you draw infinite encounter cards. I think. No, that's not true. If this deck is empty, I think you just lose. I forget which one it is. Being a superhero takes so much effort. It's like it's a lot of dedication. We'll wiggle room here, so we take no damage, draw a card. Okay. 2 one way or another's in the same turn is not worth anything, but 1 encounter card, it's a 2 in whatever chance. It's a different one. Okay, I mean that's fine. It's a Hydra Patrol, it's back. All right, 2 threat. Finally us. It is us. We can exhaust Bruno to add all these cards to our hand, and we'll just start by playing a one way or another. So these are still in our hand. We can do the thing that we need to do here, which we stayed so many extra turns for this. Probably worth it. It's very hard for us to get the second one, but we can wait another turn to clear all of them, which at this point we've already sunk costed our way into this. Search and counter deck for a side scheme. We'll have to find it. It's here. It's captured by Hydra. It has 5 threat. We need to clear it. We draw 3 cards, which draws the next one way or another, which we'll just put down. The problem is now all the advances are back in the deck. If either player and counter deck are empty, it's game over. Okay, cool. So that's where you hit the infinite loop. Yeah, I love it when the plan comes together. I mean, this is definitely a plan. So captured by Hydra is here. We draw 1, 2, 3. We draw an encounter card. This goes into our new discard pile because it technically is resolving when we deck out. Our deck is relatively thin, but it's because our hand is like 9 cards. Our hand is actually an absurd amount of cards in it. I hope we have a Turn the Tide because Hydra Patrol, we can use that to thin the deck. And remind you, we still have to recover. Okay, this is our hand. Notice how our board state is getting messier and messier as we're going faster and faster. We have a Turn the Tide, which is good. We have a 5 thwart. We want to hold on to the one way, so we'll just do the big hand is not necessary. We'll do 1, 2. For the sneak by, we'll shrink ourselves to clear this. 3rd Hydra Prison out. We're on the full rescue run. We can add the sneak by back to our hand, but I don't think it's necessary. So we'll roll even or odd. Even, we get Shang-Chi. Odd, we get Moon Knight. We get Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi is the stun one, I'm pretty sure. So Shang-Chi is in our hand. When you play Shang-Chi, if you can spend no, not you. When you play Shang-Chi and you can spend an energy resource, we get a free stun, which, like, I mean, yeah, that's good. So that's fine. We'll play Shang-Chi, throwing out Gambi, which will stun. Buy us a bit of time. We have no reason to draw deeper through a deck here, but okay, we'll go ahead and just do clear the area off of this. We've cleared the area. We draw a card with skilled. We draw a card with clear the area. Oh, we can get it confused too. Actually, that's a really good draw. We'll go grab a minion. The minion's going to get immediately destroyed, so we're just thinning the deck. So we're going to get a 3 health minion, which we'll just throw out into the discard pile because we'll turn the tide in a second. And we'll just play Dazzler pass. Like, it's a bit scarier to jump down to Alter Ego as much as there's 16 threat, but like that's the one way I think we could lose. It's more likely to threat than anything else. So we'll just go ahead and destroy the thing that comes up with Turn the Tide. You know how this works. Then we'll spend 1, 2, 3, 4 on Dazzler. We still need to recover at some point. We'll use White Tiger to thwart before she's knocked out. Dazzler's in play. She confuses. We won't attack with her. We have to be disciplined. So we have a confuse, a stun. We're drawing 2 encounter cards. We'll just pass. We'll hold on to these cards. They're good enough, especially because we could use the healing next turn if we don't have to jump down. The one card we actually should have kept in our hand was probably a thwart card. So when we were discarding, we'll be fine. We have all these characters. We should be fine. We'll keep drawing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great. This goes to 3. Taskmaster doesn't attack us. If we discard the card as a boost, we'd be so upset. So the stunner confuse is pretty good. First card is a Hydra Soldier. So we have to deal with that because it has guard. Our side scheme is a unique card that does get around guard, but now defeating Taskmaster is going to be slightly trickier, not really in a meaningful way. And then the second attack is going to be exhaustion. Oh, that's not good. So surge. So we're exhausted. I mean, that hurts because we can't recover, but we surge into caught off guard. So we'll discard the laser cannon for one more time. And then it's back to us. So okay, we did it one way or another. We can search for it. There's one more in the deck. This one will definitely get us looks at notes, whatever the last character is. It was coming up. 5 threat captured by Hydra. When we clear it, we get our friend Moon Knight, who could draw cards if we have a wild. Speaking of draw cards, we draw 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's good. We have damage. So we want to clear this. So we will. Dazzler will thwart for 2. We will just play clear the area for 4, clearing it. We did it. We did all 4. We greeted it. We made our deck bigger. We will draw a card from this, a card from that. I don't know if we have too many cards here. It feels like we do. We don't even have to play Moon Knight. We'll just go ahead and play Turn the Tide. Oh my god. So Turn the Tide is going to do 5 damage to the Hydra Soldier, knocking out the Hydra Soldier. Good. We get an encounter card. Greed rewarded. I mean, maybe. I think we did make our deck better. This Helicarrier has been here in so many of our hands. The sleeve is so dirty because this card is so old. I feel gross. So the best thing we can do here is recover. So we can get up to 16 health, which is more than our starting health. So it doesn't actually matter. Yeah, our starting health is 14, so it doesn't matter. We'll just attack with Electra. We win. Sorry about that. We got all our friends. The gang is back together. We ended a turn with this many things. You gotta let Moon Knight land the killing blow. Okay, yeah, sure. We'll play Moon Knight. We won't play a wild. Moon Knight will attack for 2. Good game. I mean, that was good. Having the ability to search the deck for these are really quite good. I don't know how more consistently these come up in multiplayer. I'm assuming they do a fair bit, but we have still 2 harder scenarios to deal with. I think this is the easiest scenario because we're just like really well tuned to the problems that it presents and the rewards we can get access to. But our deck is now 4 cards bigger, as much as these are 0 cost cards, so they're really easy to play. Okay, I'm out of breath. How's everyone doing? Notably, we still have access to the basic recovery upgrade, and we should still start on the table with our 0 cost laser cannon. And then all of these now go together. We have to shuffle this really quite well. How's everyone's long weekend? I imagine a lot of folks are from the States and probably have Friday off, so hopefully it's been good so far. We are at full health. I don't think we actually get a benefit from this besides the allies if you look at the campaign. Excuse me? Nope. Victory, you just keep your Taskmaster allies. That's it. So for this setup, all we have to do is nothing. All we are wanting to do is clear the Hydra Prison. And honestly, the Hydra Prison is good for us because the Hydra Prison is going to keep our friend Red Dagger out of the game, which sometimes you just need a bit of babysitting. And I think we'll like the babysitting. Okay, so this scenario setup is a fair bit more difficult, I think. Normally, you only have one, encounter set in Zola, which is the one that can do like 1 AoE damage. There's only 5 cards. But we've added a whole bunch more cards because the one set we're adding to this with VillainTheory's recommendation is Armadillo, who I've never played against. Armadillo is a big 8 health guy that has like the text off of the upcoming Luke Cage, can have any number of toughnesses, and when it attacks, it gets a toughness. So we have to deal with that. We have no piercing inherently. And there's also a bunch of encounter cards that interact with toughnesses, and specifically there's a bunch of toughnesses on all the little small 4 health minions that start in play. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Zola is, I think, the hardest part of this box for most characters, unless you have piercing built into your kit, because it has these like snowballing minions that if you can't deal with them, they get worse and worse and worse when they got upgraded. So every turn you're kind of asked, like, you have to defeat this right now. And yeah, that's not the easiest thing for us to do. So we'll see how we hold up. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. We're missing a card. What card are we missing? We'll find it. Rifle. Nice. All right, Arnim Zola. Oh, I put piercing instead of retaliate on our villain. Maybe you had both, actually. This is Zola. I like Zola a lot. It's a really cool scenario. There's a lot of different like pieces you can play with. Minions matter. I like that a lot. This one does truly have retaliate. Our allies don't like retaliate. We don't mind retaliate, but we have no ranged. 14 health. When revealed, search and counter deck for test subjects. We'll just do that right away. Technically, I have everything set up that we set up with, but you're meant to do the main scheme first. The Island of Dr. Zola comes in with, I think, some threat. This one gets power counters, and every time it hits 3 power counters at that time, you have to discard until you find a minion, and you put that in play. If you get that minion at the wrong time, it's pretty bad because it will activate against you. So Hydra Prison is our campaign thing. We need to clear this. We'll get to that in a second. Test subjects will also start in play, and we're going to start with an Ultimate Bioservant. Ultimate Bioservant, there's a whole bunch of these in the deck. This deck has a lot of minions. Actually, I can just show you really quickly, but there's a ton of minions in the deck and a lot of upgrades too. So there's 10 minions, and I think a bunch of them have boost icons that just shuffle them back. The average boost is not very high though, so we'll see if that comes in worse any time later. This is the Ultimate Bioservant. The Ultimate Bioservant has 4 health and toughness and gets stronger if you can leave it on the table. So I think Miss Marvel, a lot of turns, is going to have to attack for 1 with her basic just to get the toughness off, because we have no other better way of doing that. Piercing and Justice might exist. I'm not 100% sure. All right, so this is the other side of it, the main scheme. It comes in with no threats, 6 advances, but there's 1 more behind it, and it gets test counters, and then if there are 3 or more test counters, you discard into there's an enemy. Test subject starts on the table. We need to clear this. Ideally, your best case scenario is to clear this in alter ego, because you have to discard until you get a minion, and a bunch of the minions have quick strike. So if you can sort this out by like using allies to thwart this in alter ego, you save a fair bit of damage. And finally, we have the Hydra Prison, which comes in with, it'll be 4 threat, because when this comes into play, you grab your unique ally if you have one in your deck. It gets pinned underneath here, so we lose the red dagger, and the amount of threat is added based off the cost of the ally. So more expensive ally, harder to get it out of the window or whatever hole you're carving into the floor. He has to be here somewhere. We haven't had a good thing to say about him, and so honestly, like, him being out of the deck might be fine. When defeated, you don't get the free ally, you just put into play, but we have to remember Red Dagger's in prison. Now, you definitely want to rescue Red Dagger by the end of the campaign, because you get a good benefit for rescuing him. If you don't rescue him, though, he's out of your deck, which honestly is its own benefit in some weird ways. It's kind of funny. Yeah, not Red Dagger. No. Anyways, that's the whole setup. Again, Zola, we've done Zola's text. Zola's stats are okay. Not a lot of health, but the Retaliate 1 kind of makes up for it. So you don't want to do chip damage. You want to do the big attacks. So we want to find him big in and swing in for like 5 or 6 with our throwing hands or with our Return the Tide. That's it. Again, Zola, a lot to play with. Again, a huge encounter deck. And the one encounter set we added here one more time is Armadillo, which I'll put up just so there's a graphic while I'm shuffling. And Armadillo has 8 health and multiple toughnesses. Hoping for the best. And notably, Island of Dr. Zola will spawn any minion. It doesn't have to be like a Hydra mutate. It can be literally the Armadillo. Zola's the OG villain that everyone more or less universally agreed was fun before Hela took the spot. Yeah, I think a lot of people like Zola. I remember playing through this campaign with like older cards. It was like, this was the hard part. Like my partner and I had to play against Zola multiple times. And a lot of it was like, okay, you learn like, okay, this is a priority. When this is on 2 test subjects or 2 test counters, maybe consider letting it go through. Like there's a lot of different parts you can play with. This is also usually the scenario where we fire the laser cannon. There is a big minion that's guaranteed to show up in Red Skull, but like this is the one where you can knock out, like as long as you take the toughnesses out, almost all the minions come in with at least 5 health or 4 to 5 health. So you don't feel bad about it. Besides, I think the quick strike guy has 3. Yeah, you could actually use the prism to be like, okay, we'll remember you, which is kind of funny. All right, this is going to be the one that I think we're most likely to lose. Our Justice deck is pretty good against Red Skull, and I think we will put in the multi-talented, multitasking instead of the one way or another's, just because that's a really fun card to show off regardless in Kamala's list. That's the thing, outside of Clear the Area, none of our cards like inherently need them to use them big in or shrink. They're just better when you use them because the card is good. But like multitasking is uniquely a card that does get better when you shrink it. Did you consider playing the scenario with an Anachronauts modular set? It's really hard and there for fun. It's really hard and there for fun is definitely a way of thinking that I can sometimes get behind. But mostly what I did for today, again, if you don't know Modular Champions, the website will be linked in the description, is I went through Modular Champions and I found upgrades that like were different and looked fun and used sets that I haven't used that much, but also that didn't seem to have a huge change on the difficulty. Because like, I'll be honest, my Miss Marvel play, I wasn't super confident going into this. And I didn't want to be like, oh, here's Miss Marvel, it's VillainTheory's deck. And then I lose against like, you know, anything really. I feel bad about it. So I didn't want to push the envelope too much. Most of the other ones said they were +1 difficulty. This is supposedly even difficulty, but like there's only 5 under assault cards in the deck. So it feels like a lot. Man, I still have coffee. Like this coffee was new at noon. What am I doing? Funny enough, one of the options I think for Crossbones or Taskmaster was actually to add Batroc from the Thunderbolt set, which I was considering just because that's fun. It's just like a couple of the Batroc cards only really do anything when you play multiplayer. The ones that say like, you know, put slide minions, that's just like a free surge and it feels like a weird card. I just would not put in the deck. I guess technically it's boost icons count. Does that mean we're not using Legions of Hydra Red Skull? Legions of Hydra only shows up in Crossbones. Legions of Hydra doesn't show up in Red Skull. So for Red Skull, our encounter sets are Taskmaster and Crossbones. So you basically get the Nemesis sets from what's it called? Winter Soldier and Black Widow. So it's really thematic because the minions that you were fighting or the villains you were fighting show up in the final act. I think I like that a lot. I think using the Nemesis sets is like really annoying for the way I store my cards, but it's a really cool idea to be like, who should be here? Taskmaster and Crossbones. And they will show up. And then they have cards that interact with like Hydra naturally, which is good. All right, we're off. We need to clear this immediately. Shang-Chi. Oh, sorry, this thing went down. Shang-Chi is pretty good here. Not you. Shang-Chi is pretty good because it can stun an enemy. Stunning Zola is not bad. Turn the Tide also is pretty okay because we remove 2 threat from this. We can ping this if we take the toughness off. Technically, it's not perfect. The cool thing with Shang-Chi is Shang-Chi can clear test subjects. And if Shang-Chi clears test subjects, we have a small chance of getting the one that has Quick Strike. I mean, that's not that important because we do have 14 health. So it probably is better that we find a thwart event so we can turn the tide whatever shows up with this thing because we're just going to need a lot of damage on turn 1. Big hands, that guarantees us to knock out the ultimate bioservant if we just attack for 1 and then thwart for our attack for 4. Energy is good with the big hands. Sneak by is not necessary. We probably won't keep this unless we draw one way or another. And we drew a Nakia, which like we've always opened with 1 alter ego card and it's been good. Is there a normal rule that you can use Nemesis sets as modulars? I don't know. I have no idea, but like I ultimately don't care. Right? Like it's fun. But I don't know if there's a rule that says you can't. There technically are encounter sets, right? They have text on them. I mostly said this because Legions of Hydra with Red Skull is like the hardest combo in the game, but Crossbones and Taskmaster is such a cool idea. Oh yeah, because you always draw Madame Hydra, right? Actually, if you draw your side scheme, does it spawn Madame Hydra? I really can't believe Madame Hydra is on the first scenario. It's like the hardest single encounter card if you draw the card that spawns her and her side scheme. Yu-Gi-Oh, are you team starting hand size 5 or 6 with vision? Oh, 5. But unfortunately, I play the rules as written. I'm okay with like it's weird. The things that are mechanically rules as written, I will always do that unless it's like in the like if it's less fun. But like vision 5 or 6 hand size, I don't lose sleep over it. But yeah, it is technically rules as written 5. Okay, so what are we doing with this hand? I guess we should zoom out a bit to look at the board because that matters. So we don't have a clear area for this. We don't have a skilled investigator. But if we end up thwarting this with a sneak by, which is a bit expensive, we get a free 3 damage. And then another free 3 damage if we exhaust ourselves. So like this hand is already, this is technically 6 damage on different hits, which against the Bioservant doesn't line up that well. If we play Shang-Chi, we want to have an energy resource, which Nakia guarantees we have an energy resource. So the stun is definitely worth 1 resource, and then Shang-Chi can deal with anything else. The other option though is like instead of this, which is admittedly a bit expensive, is we can start with Shang-Chi that thwarts this, then we see what that shows up, and then we just keep like big hands Nakia double. Like then we can keep this. The problem is like the Nakia is not particularly good. It's nice to have like an energy and then maybe it's a playable card, but like these cards are not particularly good because 3 damage does not line up well. Unless we want to jump up, knock the toughness, turn the tide, then destroy this with Shang-Chi. Like that's also not bad. That's not terrible. But this is actually really tricky how we want to do it. Because Shang-Chi is 2 cards for a stun. Shang-Chi could thwart this. If we dodge the quick strike 1, we dodge the quick strike 1. Then we could hop up. We could ping this. We could get rid of big hands. I mean, that seems really effective. This also could be bigger. Like sometimes it gets the one that has the attachment on it. I just don't want to play sneak by for 2 just to play turn the tide. So I think we do mulligan this. 2 more. Okay, superpower training. So that's another energy. So we could go ahead and play this, or we could play Nakia. This is the one that go gets an upgrade, and we definitely want to go gets our upgrades. Go gets our superpower training. Where are you? You're in here. Sorry, that took a while. And then we have Amir, who honestly has been much more fun than Nakia. Amir's way cooler. Hey, Torres, how's it going? I just discovered you through the Villain Theory video. Been enjoying your backlog. Thank you. We have a lot of stuff to go through. We've been making content for a year. It's really nice to see a lot of folks have like showed up through that video and subscribed. And if you're there, hi, welcome. How's it going? Nice to meet you. But yeah, we stream twice a week. We don't put out a lot of video content, but the kind words are really appreciated. Thank you. That's very kind. Okay, so this is our hand. We're just going to start with our alter ego thing to see what else we can get. We got to sneak by. Okay, not what I want. So we can plan the turn out relatively deterministically to some extent. Amir is a question mark. But if we play Shang-Chi, the thing is like Amir gives us a card, Nakia gives us a resource, which is not as good as a card always. But if we play Shang-Chi Nakia, we get a stun. Shang-Chi can immediately thwart this so we can dodge a quick strike. Fine. I mean, 2 damage quick strike's not the end of the world. I think it's only 2 damage. Then we're here. We could always use the sneak by to play Amir. Amir's draws a card. That card plays superpower training. We attack for 1, big hands. I mean, I like it. Looks good. So I think we'll start there. Shang-Chi is a response, not a hero response, so we can do it here. So we'll play it. After you play Shang-Chi from your hand, spend an energy resource, stun an enemy. So we'll go ahead and stun Zola. Zola has this really bad card that says like stun attack or something like that. It's really not good. It's called Mind Ray. It's like a really, really scary card. Shang-Chi will thwart for 2 and we'll clear test subjects. All right, so the first player discards cards from the top of the deck until we find a minion. Tough and tumble. Oh my god, if we get Armadillo turn 1, I'm gonna be really not happy with us. There's the Mind Ray, so that's the one I was talking about. But we're discarding until we find an enemy. That's a really scary card. No! No, there's like 10 minions in the deck and we got Armadillo turn 1? Jesus, why did we do this? Someone needs to talk to VillainTheory about this. This can't be right. I mean, that's bad. That's not good. Okay. When this attacks, it continues to get toughnesses. We don't have enough damage for this thing. Mind you, Shang-Chi's exhausted. That was awful. I was hoping for the quick strike thing, but we don't have it. So our hand does not have enough damage to do this. We only have 4 damage, which will put Armadillo at 1 toughness 4. We can let the ultimate bioservant attack us. A lot of the attachments, they say who they get attached to, and if they're both at the same health, I think we can choose. Yeah, we got. We did get got. We have to remember we can just like laser cannon, but we can't take off 2 toughnesses for the laser cannon to be good. But laser cannon probably will be a next turn thing. Whose idea was that? If you play Nakia and Amir, you get a card and a resource. I mean, you have to, when the board state starts with issues, you have to like manage between tempo and like value. And I going full value is not always right. All right. We don't need the sneak by. We'll play Amir and then we'll fire Amir. The issue with Amir is we don't have a huge decision what we want to put on the bottom of the deck. I think it's just going to be the sneak by, just so that we can set up one way or another behind it. But none of these cards do we really want at the bottom of the deck. So we'll just put a sneak by. There's only one more sneak by in the deck. We're going to be putting our cards face up just so we can remember we drew big hands. Okay. Shit. That sucks a bit. Because we can't play 2 big hands without exhausting ourselves. And if we exhaust ourselves, what's the point of playing the second big hands? I mean, we got a stun. This is not the worst turn. So, favorite trait of the game? Oh, that's a good question. I think I enjoyed the game most during like the X-Men X-Force waves. So maybe X-Men is just it. Because like, man, the design of a lot of my favorite characters are from that area. Like I'm a big Colossus fan, big Bamf fan. I'm a big Nightcrawler fan. I'm a big Iceman fan. Like a lot of my favorite characters are from there. But also like I think Bishop is sick. I think what's her name is sick too. Magic. So probably I would love to pick a niche trait that like doesn't show up on a lot of things. We'll flip up. Okay, so we can decide which way we go. Either we can hit Armadillo down to half health. Again, after Armadillo attacks. And again, it's good. If we never play with the counter set, it's good to see what this card does. But after he activates, he gets a tough status. Okay, I mean, that's fine. We can also just knock out the Bioservant. But honestly, the Bioservant just tickles us. If it gets bigger, it gets bigger. But we need to knock out Armadillo as soon as possible because of Armadillo. So we'll attack for 1. Mind you, there's some counter cards that just say spawn Armadillo. So it's probably not the last we're going to see of this guy. Then we'll just go ahead and do a big hands, which we're just going to throw hands. Drops his health in half. And then we're just going to play a superpower training. It technically doesn't beat Master Plan because we already have Red Dagger here. But when we clear this, we can go get our favorite upgrade, which probably is going to be the damage one. We really could use some way to do toughnesses. Toughnesses are an issue in this scenario. All right, draw 5. Big hands, perfect. That's what we need. A genius for big hands. That's perfect. That's what we need. Later trap, whatever. One way or another. Maybe if we draw a thwart card. No, but we might just do it anyways. I don't know what the Armadillo must have. Hold on. I'm going to do this one more time because we might be able to see what the Armadillo side scheme is. It's in there. I didn't put it in the fan, so apparently it wasn't that important. Okay, good stuff. The Island of Dr. Zola. We put, 1 threat there and 1 test counter. Once we hit the 3rd test counter, then once you add it, we have to do the bad thing. Zola is stunned. Okay, so Ultimate Bioservant attacks us for 1, and then Armadillo attacks us for 3. We'll take it to the face. And then after Armadillo activates, gets a toughness. Okay, gang up would be pretty bad here, but it usually is. Armadillo. Okay, 1 encounter card. Yeah, this is bad. Let's see what this attaches to. So attach the minion with the most remaining hit points. So luckily we made this a tie. The attached hit point will get 2 hit points. The attached minion will get 2 extra hit points and guard. So I don't think that actually matters. So it's our choice. The ultimate bioservant gets stronger when you attach it, but I do think we make Armadillo have the defensive programming. That makes so much sense. So it goes up to 6 health. Okay, and it's us. This is not that bad. We can deal with this. This is fine. There are encounter cards that just spawn Armadillo. Feels like foreshadowing. Yep. Yeah, I can see that being a problem for us. Okay. Before we commit to one way or another, we're just going to take a little bit of, we're going to do some tourism into the encounter deck and see what sort of like attractions exist for us. Like, what is the less bad encounter card? This deck is so enormous. There's the ones we wanted. So we have Zola's Experience. After a minion enters play, attach the topmost tech attachment of the counter discard pile. Wow. After a minion enters play, attach the topmost tech attachment from the encounter discard pile to that minion. That should never exist. You clear that the turn it shows up. Each enemy with a tough status gets +3 attack. Devious, because this ultimate bioservant will attack for 4, but not actually that bad. We might go for that one. Test subjects, no. Okay, so the one that we probably go for is Armored Assault. Probably, if we're going to go for one. I spelled Armored Assault the American way. I do like to see the art on these cards that we don't often see. Who is he fighting? Is that Falcon attached by... Oh, yeah, with the snakes. Yeah, Falcon hates the snakes and the armadillos. I like this art a lot. This is from a comic. Okay, cool. Okay, so if we do that, the ultimate bioservant is going to attack us for 4. So we either have to commit to clearing this. Not easy. Now, Miss Marvel attacks for 1. Shang-Chi attacks for 2. Big Hands attacks for 3. So with the rest of the hand, we can just at least play Deadpool to take the toughness off. So I think we're going to go for this because we need tempo because we're kind of behind the bad spot. So we will choose to play one way or another and grab Armored Assault. So we will do it. All characters that have a toughness get +3 attack, 3 threat. We draw 3 cards. All right, a lot of side schemes, but we like that. That's our happy place, right? Side scheme's good. Remember the prison. Don't forget about the prison. We might forget about the prison. That's why I put it on the left side. I thought that was a fun little joke. Okay, one way or another now completes. We put a side scheme into play. We draw 3 cards. 1, Gumby. 2, that's a good card. 3, clear the area. I mean, nearly perfect. Okay, so jumping down is not a great idea. I think it doesn't change our game plan. We need to knock out Armadillo. The only thing is, like, playing the polymer suit is good if we either play clear the area or we play big hands and use the double for something else. Because double into big hands is like obviously like very smooth. We have to attack for 1. We shouldn't be exhausted. We have to attack for 1. And then we have to do Shang-Chi into big hands. So that leaves us with this hand. We can't clear Armored Assault really easily. I think we have to commit to an ally. So it probably will be Deadpool, who's just about as good as Gambit it usually is. We have a bit control over the boost and the encounter card, but if we play Gambit for 3, it leaves us with 1 card, which is awkward. So when we have 1 awkward card, that means we probably do actually play the polymer suit. So we could do this into the polymer. Polymer plus this can play big hands. No, how does this not work? Wait. Huh? Is this possible? We can always jump down for 2 extra cards, but it's a bit sketchy. You want to jump down when this is on 2 threat counters or test subjects, because then you don't get the counters reset when you advance. I think it does add 1 though when you advance. So if we're going to play polymer for 1, right? Then we use polymer and 1 to play big hands. Yeah, and then we have 3 resources for Deadpool. Yeah, that's a play. So we'll play polymer. Good name for a card. We'll then spend that for big hands. So we'll do 2. We'll give Shang-Chi the benefit of knocking out Armadillo. We did it. We have to not shuffle the discard pile in this scenario. It actually is really important because there's cards that care about the order of the discard pile. Technically, you're not allowed to shuffle the discard pile. All right, then we have to commit 3 to... I'm going to go for Deadpool because I think Deadpool is probably a bit more fun. Let's just go for Gambit. Gambit's probably the same. Like, at the end of the day, we just need to clear the toughness. So we'll play Gambit instead. Like, having acceleration, this scenario has pretty low threat limits, so the accelerations, it feels a bit worse. So we'll play Gambit. We'll look at the top 3. We're looking for big boosts. 2 boosts on Shadow, already good enough. 1 boost at Caught Off Guard, and then there is a Berserk Mutate. So we'll draw the Berserk Mutate as an encounter card. Caught Off Guard, no, so it depends what we get rid of. Shadow of the Past. If we get rid of Shadow of the Past under Gambit, that's probably the best we can do. That means Zola will attack for 3, not a big deal. And then we'll just draw a quick straight Berserk Mutate, which is also acceptable. The other options, if we draw caught off guard, it doesn't really change anything. This is like strictly the best version. Yeah, because we can't get this as a boost. So that's that. We steal Shadows. I mean, we wouldn't have drawn it. It's with a boost card, but Shadows is pretty good. So Gambit now has 2 for it to attack. We're going to waste a bit of value there. Just need to take this toughness off because otherwise the ultimate Bioservant attacks us for 4, which is a bit much. Okay, we're not going to jump down. We're going to pass. Draw 5. Okay, so we definitely need some damage and some thwarting in this hand. Bruno, clear the area. Almost not good enough. Endurance. Another clear the area, maybe. Dazzler. The Dazzler is really good because it gets us the confuse. And the good thing with Dazzler and our alter ego is like we always have 2 free resources when we jump down. So she's a bit cheaper than she looks. Goes to 2 and 2. Zola's attacking. We know Zola's attacking for 3. We're just going to take 3 to the face. Oh, Shang-Chi should be on 1 health. Excuse me. We'll take 3. Ultimate Bioservant attacks for 1. We're down to 7. And then we have a Berserk Mutate. I never spell the word Berserk correctly. It just attacks for 2. Not worth defending. We'll take 2 more. So we're getting beat up, but we do have Recovery 6. So we're down to 5 health. Okay, so this might be the turn that we jump down. The ultimate Bioservant is more important that we defeat. Technically, the Berserk Mutate you don't have to defeat because it schemes for 0. So you can just jump down after you confuse Zola. So that's probably the line we're going to go for. So I can see us doing Shang-Chi and Gambit into the Bioservant. And then we can recover for 6. And then with this hand, it's like we could clear the area. It's free. Like always, we clear the area. When we jump down, we get 1 free card, and we can play Dazzler. That gets a confuse, and she can thwart for 2 more. So we probably want to set up the superpower training because these clear the areas are just not good enough unless you work with them. The other thing we could do is we can leave the Bioservant on the table and try and clear the superpower training. So this clear the area clears 3 and draws a card. Like there actually might be a good line there that we should explore. Yeah, because like we could thwart 2 with Shang-Chi or Gambit, 1 for us, clearing this. That puts our card into play. That allows us to thwart better. We could clear the area that card so that we end up doing 3 threat or 4 threat removal. We draw a card. We go up 1 here. Seems like a good cannon turn too. Generally, so this turn is not that bad because this thing we actually don't have to clear that turn. Cannon, we'll know. I'm assuming we'll know when we're in a cannon turn. It's not a bad cannon turn, but I think we can get better for the cannon turn, especially because we haven't seen the big guys that come in with exactly 5 health that get upgrades. They're really hard to deal with. This is like doable. We got lucky that this Bioservant did get bigger. But yeah, I could see us trying to go for the clear here so we can clear this. I theory and you want to clear the side schemes once you have your skilled investigator. All we're basically doing is adding 1 more threat, which seems fine. We could lose to an advance or lose this to an advance, but if this goes through, like, actually, we're going to draw a minion. We know we're going to draw a minion when we jump down. And it says, then if the 3 more counters, put the minion to play. So if it's a Berserk Mutate, like the worst, I think we get schemed for 2. So this will go to 2, 3, 4. Is there a 2 scheme minion in the deck that could get us? Like, I think the Zola's Mutate, they get put into play. They don't get revealed. So it's a really good time to jump down. Yeah, so the worst that this will get to 5 unless we draw Insight 1 or we draw an advance or something. So I think we should jump down here. Clearing the ultimate Bioservant basically just like saves 1 threat. Can you use Dazzler to thwart the side scheme, then use the clear area to flip down? I don't think we can because if we play Dazzler, we have no more cards in hand, right? And we can only play clear the area in hero. So we have to do Dazzler and alter ego when we go up 2 cards. I think I'm going to try and clear this. I think it's fun. So we will use Gumby to thwart for 2. We will use... Oh, why are we doing this? Then we'll thwart for 1. That's why we're doing it. We'll clear the superpower training, which allows us to search our deck for an upgrade or a discard pile, or a unique upgrade for a hero kit, more accurately. So we're going to go get Shrink, which we can use this turn. So Shrink, of course, is in play now, and it just says that when we thwart, we can thwart for 2 more off of an event. We'll shuffle this. The Sneak By, gets shuffled into the deck, so our ordering matters less. I mean, maybe that's not that bad. But yeah, the Amir into superpower training is a bit weird. Okay, so now we can do... Honestly, it's probably better just to thwart this anyways. It's safer. Yeah, we can leave this on the table. I think what we did was okay, but maybe a bit silly. But we'll Biokinetic for clear the area. That was ultimately silly. Like, clearing this is good anyways. We don't want to clear this unless we draw something that's actually very valuable to clear it. And this is just good enough. So yeah, whatever. We're not going to use this. If we're not going to use this, should we get the attack one? Yeah, let's get the attack one instead. We're not going to use it. There's way more damage that needs to be done in this scenario than attacking, or than thwarting. So let's go get an attack one. Yeah, that's kind of funny how we did that. Anyways, we clear the area with the Biokinetic, so we get a draw card. The best scenario here is we draw one of our Turn the Tides, because Turn the Tide can knock out any of these minions for 1 card. So Turn the Tide would be the best draw here. So clear the area clears, we draw a card. Not a Turn the Tide, it's a Waylay, which you could play, but it's very expensive for what it does. Okay, great. So I think we just jump down. The only other thing we can do is clear the area off of this, but it's not worth it. I'd rather set up. So we'll jump down to Alter Ego. Alter Ego, we'll do our text, we'll discard. We got a Moon Knight, we got to sneak by though. Okay, and then we'll do a mirror. So we're going to put, I think Moon Knight actually goes on the bottom of our deck. I think recurring these allies are so good. Now, Moon Knight might not even be the best ally we have, but it's a 0-cost ally we have. And Moon Knight is just really quite good. So we'll see if we line that up with one of our rare wilds. We probably won't. We'll draw a card with a mirror. Turn the Tide. Ah, man, that would have been so good. That would have been like the best draw off of that clear. That's always the best draw off the clear. Okay, so we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Dazzler. When Dazzler enters play, we get a Confuse. Okay, that's good. Don't have that many more red dice left. I think our health is going to be okay. I think the health might be more important than Bruno, funny enough, but that's like, we can recover for 6 next turn, so maybe it's a bit greedy. Bruno is just like a better card overall, so we'll go for Bruno, but if we die to health, like, that's going to feel bad, especially because we can't use Bruno this turn. Dazzler comes into play, so I guess Dazzler and Shang-Chi will just defeat Ultimate Bioservant. That means we could have put Shang-Chi in the bottom of our deck, which probably is actually better than putting Moon Knight, but we can just use a mirror next turn. So that clears that, which means we're going to be pretty safe to threat, and then we'll pass. Good turn. This is like turn 3. It's a really solid turn 3. We draw 5 cards. 6 cards. Wiggle Room. Bummer to have that here. Multi-talented for some healing and tempo. Electra. More damage. Shrink. Perfect. We want to double. White Tiger. A lot of threat removal. And then I Turn the Tide. As much as White Tiger doesn't count as us thwarting. So this goes through. So once this gets 3, then you fire this. So only when you're checking now. So you remove 3 counters and you discard until you find a minion. The minion is put into play. It's not revealed. So, okay, our friend is back. This thing does attack for 4, which is kind of scary, but it just has a toughness and it will activate against us. So toughness, 4 health. If it gets upgraded, it gets better. Zola schemes for nothing because it's confused. Berserk schemes for 2. Ultimate schemes for 1. We draw 1 encounter card. Exosuit. Okay, that's not bad. So Exosuit gives Zola more stats. It requires a whole, like, a range of card types to get rid of it. Back to us. Okay, not too bad. We might have to recover here. Our hand has a bit of damage. It has 5 damage if we can ping the Ultimate Bioservant's toughness, which our deck is not really good at pinging toughnesses. Electra can trade into the Berserk Mutate. Maybe trade's not the right word. Multi-talented also is pretty good, because multi-talented, it can clear this and heal us and do 4 damage, which might be better, but we might be able to do all of that and more. So we're going to start with our Alter Ego ability, discard cards. Good, no Helicarrier. Wiggle Room, that's not useful. And then we'll do a mirror. The fun thing we also can set up with a mirror is now we can use a mirror to go search and put together a Moon Knight with a wild icon. So like Shang-Chi is probably the best option because either we play Shang-Chi for the stun or we don't. The other options we can get Deadpool there, but I mean Shang-Chi is probably just as good. So that goes on the bottom together and we draw a card. Again, a mirror doesn't care, it's just any card. We drew a strength, that's perfect. We wanted a double, really good. Okay, so either we take the toughness off, but I think we need to safely recover here for 6. So we're at 11 and we'll flip up. Oh, we have to decide to use Bruno when we're in Alter Ego. Man, Bruno's so annoying being in Alter Ego only. So we have to plan this turn out. Okay. I'm assuming we don't use Bruno. We are not going to draw any more cards this turn. So what I'm going to ask, if you can forgive me on this, is we're just going to play the turn. We're not going to gain any more information. And as long as we haven't gained any more information, we can decide if we have 1 card left to put it on Bruno. Otherwise, we have to sit here and plan all of this out. I'd rather just vibe, and then we have a card left over we put on Bruno. Can you consent to that in chat? Technically, it's not allowed. And as soon as we end up drawing cards with Clear the Area or Skilled Investigator, this becomes, you know, gained information we're benefiting off. But because we can't draw any cards here, I don't think we're going to gain any information. Can you consent in chat or say no in chat? You're also allowed to say no. Go full vibe? Okay, cool. Samuel, thank you. The yeses have outweighed the no's. we tallied the voting pretty early on, but yeah, consent. Okay, thank you. Press X for consent. Important. Okay, so multi-talented are only physical for Electra, but I actually think we'd rather play the multi-talented. We're definitely going to start by playing the shrink. So we've built our full board state by our first cycle. Stop the count. No. We've counted early. We're 3-0. So Shrink is here. So Shrink just says that we can thwart a bit better, right? So that's good. We want to keep playing events. Okay. Electric can trade into Berserk Mutate. Gambit probably takes the toughness off because we want an extra ally slot. So Gambit will attack for 2 into the toughness. This card is really cool when you just leave it on the table. Because it might not matter. Shadow of the Past is back in the discard pile. So we're not going to be drawing Not a Bird for a bit. We play Electra. I don't think we're allowed to fire Electra here because I think we want to play the card that Electra came off of, or the physical that she needs. So she won't do her kicker as much as 1 for 3 damage is really good. And I mean, ooh, do we play multi-talented? No, we're at full health. We don't. Let's just do 3 damage. Let's just do 3 damage. Yeah, this is a really good multi-talented. Okay. So we're not going to spend it. Sorry, it's not a good multi-talented. We're just going to fire. No, it is a good multi-talented because we can't thwart with this hand. We can't fire on any of these. Yeah, we have to play this. Okay. So that means, what did we pitch for this? Wow. This is a weird hand. So if we want to play multi-talented, we need to spend a physical and a mental. So I think we're spending a white tiger on a multi-talented. I don't love this. We're going to spend another wild, and then we're going to spend an energy. So we get all parts of this, which that's good, okay? So we did a full multi-talented. It was expensive. It cost a white tiger, but don't worry about it. So we spend a physical. We'll do 4 damage with Embiggen to knock out the Bioservant. We'll remove 2 threat. We'll remove 4 threat, which we could rescue our friend, or we could not. I think we'll just remove 2 from this. And then we'll heal 2 from ourselves. We did clear the last threat, so we can do a wiggle. So wiggle room. Sorry, we can do a turn the tide. We did thwart. It was legally a thwart card, so we can do 3 damage to the Berserk Mutate. This is an attack. I think we're going to do 3 damage to Zola. Yeah, I think we're going to do 3 damage to Zola instead, because we need to hurt the villain, and we're okay taking Retaliate 1. Because Electra can just trade into this. And it looks like it left us with a wiggle room, which we actually can use wiggle room on the retaliate damage. So if we play the wiggle room, we've gained information and we can no longer do our Bruno attack. So I don't think we do it. White Tiger clearly clogging up the hand, keeping her back from better cards we built like the Helicarrier. I mean, imagine with the Quinn carry. Honestly, like playing the other side scheme, I think I would rather play not the yellow side scheme, but the one that plays a support and then just play the Quinn carrier instead. You know, support training, whatever it's called, build support. Because I think build support would be better because the Quinn carrier is way better for this deck because of multi-talented, let alone all our allies at this point. Okay, so we're not going to prevent a retaliate. I think we're just going to use Dazzler to work on this so we can crack it in the future to go get our friend. Zola's attacking for a lot. We'll block with Dazzler, and then we'll just put Bruno. We put this under Bruno for some reason. We'll pass. Notably, Bruno's not like our dad George, because you have to grab this card as an action. You can't just play it from here for fun. So like Wiggle Room's a really cursed card to keep on that. The other option is we can hold on to the Wiggle Room because it doesn't really count as a card in our hand, because we can just take attack to the face and then thwart 2 with Dazzler. I mean, that's fine. I think keeping our allies on the table is actually pretty good for us because they take off toughnesses better than anything else. So we'll hold this 1, 2, 3, 4. Skilled Investigator is the reason why we left this, and a sneak by means we can play one way or another. And we're gonna be drawing through this. Oh my god, we're gonna have a turn and a half. Main scheme goes to 1, gets a test counter. Zola is going to attack for 3 in a card. We're going to take it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Second Mind Ray is perfect. We don't want to draw that card. We're going to wiggle room, so we're not going to take all the damage. We're going to take only 2. We draw a card. We can choose to return the wiggle room to our hand. I don't think we will. I think with sneak buys, we might need both of them. And 1 encounter card. Foreshadowing is a device. Give Armadillo and the villain each a tough status. If 1 or fewer tough statuses were given this way, this card gains surge. Oh no, that's perfect. Man, the art on this set is great. I need to play with more modular sets. All right, so Zola gets a toughness. Who cares? No one cares. That's fine. All right, we know we're going to be drawing into Moon Knight and Shang-Chi, which is a free stun. We might get another wild in here. The best thing we could possibly do is use a mirror to put our friend in the bottom as well. Our what's his name? Deadpool. So we have a wild for Moon Knight. But I think we just send it here. Go one way or another. There's another side scheme in the deck, right? Actually, we should make sure there's a side scheme in the deck. I think we had the bad one that grabs an enemy. Yeah, test subjects in the deck, which that sucks. I think we just do this and we clear it. Yeah, Zola's Experiments is fine. Surge. Oh, Surge. It's 1 or fewer. I read that assuming that if it gave no tough, it would surge. But if it gives one or fewer tough status cards, I read that because they're usually like that if they don't have an effect. But this has surge because one toughness is not worth an encounter card. Good catch. Thank you. All right, we'll shuffle this. We'll draw an encounter card. Oh, that's actually good for us. We can do the cool thing. Wait, this is the best thing for us. You may flip to alter ego. Okay. Exhaust con. Okay. That actually helps us. Remove this from the game. Now we can actually do the coolest thing. We can do a mirror con. A mirror con allows us to put a wild on the bottom of our deck for Shang-Chi. So I guess we'll just put White Tiger. Yeah, fine. And then we draw Moon Knight. That was the best thing we could have asked for. We obviously don't want to do our alter ego text. That's the bad part because we would discard all these cards and we kind of want these cards. But now that sets up 2 wilds in a row, which is great. Yeah, that was actually really good for us. Thank you for the surge check. A rare goated surge. Hero text, we're here. We're exhausted, so we can't replay cards. That's fine. We'll do the one way or another one more time. Yeah, this is going to be an absurd turn. We're going to draw a lot of cards. Clear the area draw would be kind of sick here. So we'll go get the card again. I had to shuffle it in here. Oh man, everything's like grouped up in a really weird way. So Zola's experiments. We need to clear this immediately. I love how easy most of the old obligations are and the AE flip so useful. Yeah, a lot of times the old obligations, like the AE flip is genuinely good for you. Like it's like, oh, free AE flip, cool. As much as you're exhausted so you can't recover easily, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm glad the obligations got much more interesting and we've seen some of the best obligations recently and like Shuri's obligation is sick. I can't remember any other ones, but I remember them being cooler. So after minion enters play, attach the topmost tech attachment. Okay, so we'll just have to clear this. Comes in with 3 threat. One way or another, draws 3 cards. We draw Shang-Chi, we draw a White Tiger, we draw an encounter card. We draw one more. Ideally, the best draw here, I think, is a clear the area. Or a multi-talented. Man, limited ally slots. Oh, actually, we have limited ally slots. Hold on. We should get these allies back in the deck. So I'm going to attack with Dazzler into the toughness because I wanted to play the Dazzler every time I can. But before we deck out, we need to get these back in the deck. Electra will stay for obvious reasons. But yeah, you want to manage your allies on the deck out. And like, it's not a great toughness, but there's not much else I can do with her. Like, I don't want to clear Hydra Prison because we're going to fire Skilled Investigator already. I mean, maybe it's good to draw that guy. Maybe that's better than a toughness, I'll be honest. But we're not good at doing 1 damage pings, so we'll take it. All right, we're owed 1 more card. Wiggle Room. I mean, that can dodge or retaliate, I guess. So this is our hand. This is our hand. This is how we. This is what we got. Okay. I mean, card draw. Go. We'll play Moon Knight. Okay. The thing is, like, it's weird to be throwing out White Tiger this consistently. But I want the stung from Shang-Chi, so I think I'm throwing out White Tiger. It feels so weird, but our deck is really good at thwarting. So when we play this from our hand, we draw 2 cards and we expend 1 card. So like we go forward in cards. Honestly, White Tiger might be better than the cards we're drawing. Oh, multi-talented. That's good. Multi-talented is pretty good. Okay. Multi-talent allows us to fire the Wiggle Room. So we'll play the Skilled Investigator. We also didn't do Bruno, but our turn is too complicated for Bruno to matter. Okay, then we're going to do the Polymer Suit. We need to keep an energy in our hand. We can deal with that. We will spend physical, whatever this needs to be. And 2 physicals? Ooh, actually, I don't like this. I don't like this. So we want to spend all 3 kinds on this because it does everything. But the thing is, like, the Wiggle Room just draws a card. It cancels 1 retaliate damage, whatever. We'll just spend it. So multi-talented goes through here. So we have a full multi-talented and we can juice it. So we're going to do 4 damage to Zola. So we do 4 to Zola. We take retaliate 1. Otherwise, we would have Wiggle Roomed it. That uses him big in. We will thwart for 4, which clears Zola's experiments using a shrink. That draws a card with Skilled Investigator. Okay. And then we'll recover 2. Good enough. We can't return it to our hand because we're exhausted. Okay, so we solved the issue that we spawned for ourselves. The problem is these allies are not really good at doing damage, so we want to do damage ourselves. So I think we just have to play every big hand we have. Play Shang-Chi for our last ally slot. Not you. You. So we have to spend an energy for a good old cheap stun. So we'll play Manifold. Yeah, these allies don't scale super well for Zola, but we can advance Zola here. When we advance Zola, does Zola 3 have text? Encounter card. Oh, minion. It's not that bad, is it? Yeah, the gang's whole here, besides White Tiger, who did allow this to happen. White Tiger was organizing this event, but the whole gang is here. We did rescue all of them. They're all our friends. So we can attack for 2, we can attack for 2, we can attack for 4, and then we can defeat the thing with Electra. We can take a quick strike to the face and not care. So this is fine. We don't need to care about any of these. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is fine. We'll just play a big hands. So this just has 4 to the villain and 1 to us. No text on it. That matters. And then we could attack with Electra, but she would be defeated. So, oh yeah, 3 is a really ugly break point. Like maybe we don't defeat Zola here. We also had red, blue, red, so we can't get rid of the exosuit. That's the other thing we can do. We could, instead of doing 4 damage, get red dagger, and red dagger means we can actually get rid of the exosuit. That's probably a bit better. Like this is 2 for 4. I mean, it's still good. We want to do big damage to Zola. We don't want to attack with minions, so I think this is good enough. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Moon Knight is probably fine. Shang-Chi is probably fine, and then we advance Zola. Yeah, this is fine. So we'll attack for 2. We'll attack for 2. They both take, you know, consequential, and we advance. Zola, only 18 health, low numbers in this whole campaign. When revealed, each player searches the counter deck and discard health for a minion and reveals it. We don't want a minion with toughness because it hits us like a truck, so I think we're just going to go for the Berserk, which has quick strike. Again, we're pretty good at healing. We haven't used our laser cannon yet, and honestly, it might be better in the next scenario because there is we've added a bunch more minions to the deck, I think. At least bigger minions. So it hits us for 2, we'll take it. And then Electra will just take out the Berserk Mutate. Okay. So if we can do 16 damage this turn, we win. And we already have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the board, 8. Probably if we draw another 6 more, we might be able to get there. If we draw well, we have lethal. We just need to remember to rescue Red Dagger. It would be a shame if, you know, the food's not that good in there. The problem with the Hydra is the what is it? The worst part about the Swedish prisons is the Wi-Fi is not very good. Sneak by. Genius. Endurance. Turn the Tide is free damage and allows us to clear Hydra Prison with the Sneak By, and we have a Dazzler for Confuse. So not a huge amount of damage. We have guaranteed 8 damage because like Turn the Tide, Miss Marvel is so good. We haven't had that many times to play it and replay it, but Turn the Tide, Miss Marvel is so absurdly good. 2/2 stun, 2 encounter cards. Because we decked out, yeah, a year ago. Gang up. Okay, so we just get attacked. That's not too bad. We cleared the table, so it's for 3 and a card. The most this can do is 6 damage. We could block with Electra, but all these minions are good because we need these, allies to be able to defend. A Wiggle Room would be pretty good here, but I think we just take this. 3. Boost. Give the villain tough status. Oh, that's annoying. So we only take 3. Neurological. This either has Surge. Attached to a minion. If you cannot, it gets Surge, yeah. The title on that does not feel like it fits. Second one. Zola's Mutate. Okay, so we got a big guy to deal with. So discard cards from the top of the counter deck until there's a tech attachment. Attach it to this. This is the best card to draw off Zola's Island of Dr. Zola off of the counters because this does not enter when reveal it enters play. So we have to find a tech attachment. Okay, defensive programming. So it has 7 health guard. So that's going to stop us from winning this turn. In the deck and don't save Red Dagger. I mean, if we save Red Dagger, we get a cool upgrade. Like we do get a benefit. It's not only downside. But we can't like rescue every single, you know, hero for hire and then leave Red Dagger. It's against the theme, our modus operandi. Okay, so we want to clear Armored Assault just because it draws a card. Actually, we probably just clear our Hydra Prison, let's be honest. So we do a Sneak By off the Hydra Prison. We might play Dazzler here, but I want to do Turn the Tide for 5 into Zola's Mutate. So I think we do clear Hydra Prison because it draws functionally 2 cards. So we're not going to use the Biokinetic Polymer Suit, but we might use the double. So I think we just do Endurance and Polymer Suit for a Sneak By. We're just going to remove 2 threat from this. When we clear it, this goes to the victory display. Dagger goes to our hand. We draw a card from Skilled Investigator. It's a Waylay, which we could play the Waylay. We could play the Waylay. The Waylay will do a Zola's Mutate worth of damage and more. Man, maybe we should have pinged the toughness. Zola gets a tough off the boost. Doesn't he get +3 attack? Holy crap. I think you're right. Let me read the text of the card. Give the villain tough stats. Yeah, Zola actually hits us for 3 harder. Good catch there. Yeah, this thing is really scary when the boost, like Zola could have hit us for 9 that turn. We could have died. Damn. Yeah, we would have died to Armored Assault. That's sick. If the boosts give toughnesses, suddenly it's +3 attack. Yeah, that's really cool. Good catch. Yeah, Armadillo Modular. Yeah, I would have easily forgotten about that. I've been thinking about minions only. Okay, so we probably have to recover, let's be honest. If this goes through, we don't care, but it spawns a minion, but we also don't care. Okay, so we have a window here for Turn the Tide, which is 1 for 5, or Waylay, which is 3 for 7. I think we rather Turn the Tide, but we do need to recover, so I think that's acceptable. Yeah, that's acceptable. And then we can play a Dazzler and jump down. Yeah, that's okay. So we'll play Turn the Tide here. So we'll make it do 5 damage to the mutate. We won't exhaust, excuse me, that was on 1 health, to return this to our hand. Okay, Moon Knight will finish Zola's mutate off. I don't think it really matters who we use because they have the same text boxes, but the mutate's defeated. Okay, not too bad. So I think we just jump down, we play Dazzler, and we set up by putting probably the Waylay on Bruno, because the Waylay will do a lot of damage to Zola. So that's it. We can still use our allies when we're face down. We'll alter ego to discard, Teen Spirit. Big hands, okay. That's also good on Bruno. We'll use Amir. So we'll do the cool Amir thing. We'll set up the Deadpool into the Moon Knight combo. So we'll put Moon Knight on the bottom and we'll draw a card. It's an energy. I mean, that's good. Well, we're going to waste some resources here. Oh no, we actually have a bunch of allies. We don't have to waste resources. So we'll spend 4. No, we waste a resource. We'll spend 4 on Dazzler. Dazzler enters play. She'll confuse and thwart. We're going to be spawning a minion here, so we have to get ready for that. So we probably do hold on to an attack card. She thwarts and confuses. We kind of want to take the toughness off. This hand is a bit ugly. We'll put the big hands on Bruno. We'll recover for 6 because our recovery stat is boosted. We're up on 8. We want to end the game on 14, and then these cards are not worth keeping. The Waylay is like not bad. It'll knock out the big guy if we spawn a Zola's mutate, but the Zola's mutate text won't fire off of the island of Dr. Zola. We could take the toughness off here, but if we draw an encounter card that gets a toughness, I think we're okay with it. So we'll just pass. Okay. 6 cards. Clear is good. It does clear Armored Assault and draws 2 cards. Wiggle room is whatever, big hands, one way or another. Okay, so we could go for a tempo turn and just draw a lot of cards if we're just looking for lethal. This goes to 3. We discard until we find a minion and we just put it into play. 4, 5, 6. Last mind rate. Perfect. That's the best case scenario. Because this thing will scheme for 1, but that's it. And we don't reveal it, so all it does is it shows up. It doesn't have guard. It has no stats that matter. So Zola doesn't scheme, but this thing does. Loses the confuse, we draw 1 encounter card. All right, pain inhibitors. So it does get an attachment. So it gets +2 hit points and retaliate 1. So one-shotting this would be good, but if we have lethal, we can ignore this. So it's 7 health, retaliate, no guard. All right, it's back to us. So we are not going to deck out. I think we still just start with our alter ego thing and find what we can get. Man, we've been discarding all the Turn the Tides. It's like the best card in the deck. Uh-oh. Are there no cards in the deck? Okay, we have Nakia. So I think we have to just send damage into this thing. We have 6 damage in our hand, which means we have to do at least 1 damage to it naturally. The retaliate we can dodge with wiggle room just to cycle a card. I mean, that's acceptable even if we attack Zola. We could actually draw the Moon Knight and try and win this turn. I think it's not unlikely that we can win this turn if we do one way or another. So we're going to ignore Zola's mutate. I'm just going to slide it over here. I just want to check the campaign guide. Does the campaign guide care if you have any minions in play? Each player engaged with an enemy records the enemy engaged. Okay, so we do actually want to clear all the enemies. I did think that was there. So we might still go for a super turn. I want to check if there's any side schemes in the deck. It's test subjects, which like we could live with that. They still have an advance and under fire in this. So there's still some pretty bad cards in here. I was a Magic the Gathering judge back in the day. My brain auto checks for interactions constantly. I judge for Netrunner. I run a lot of events and I judge the events I run. The issue is like when you're trying to talk and pull up cards and all this, you do miss some of the nuanced interactions. So I appreciate the support from chat. Okay, we'll do Amir. I think with Amir, we'll just go for, I mean, we could go for the Shang-Chi, which is probably the best thing. So before we use Amir, we'll just use Shang-Chi to attack for 2 into this. Technically, he's defeated to retaliate. I think we'll use Electra to go for 3. She's also defeated by Retaliate. But these now can hit the deck cycle, which is probably worth it. Then we'll use Amir. Amir will set up the Moon Knight into Shang-Chi, I guess. I don't think we're going to get another wild, but so maybe the Moon Knight actually was not the person to put on the bottom of the deck. But we do draw a card, and it is a Gambit. Okay, so our Deadpool is the one card that is in our discard pile, so this can't be a wild. Yeah, it's a strength. I mean, that's good to know. Okay, we should have enough damage here. We should have enough damage. Do we want to recover? We could recover 6. I think recovering 6 probably means we don't win this turn, but I don't think we have to win this turn. We'll win next turn. So we'll recover 6, we'll flip up. We won't use Bruno unless we need to. Could get Dazzler into the deck cycle 2 with Retaliate. Technically, if we do it in the right order, but we're not going to need another Confuse because the scenario will be over in 1 turn. But yeah, we'd have to attack before, otherwise she doesn't defeat the Retaliate. Speaking of it, we'll just use her attack for 2. She defeats it, doesn't take Retaliate because the thing is defeated. But we could have done that in a different order. It's weird to have all this and nothing to go for it. So I guess we're going to do one way or another. So we're going to go search for the one side scheme that's left. It's a test subjects, just like, you know, from ashes to ashes to dust, just like when we started the scenario. 2 threat and a hazard. When we defeat this, we have to go get a minion, which we're going to try and just win here. So one way or another, just draws the bottom of our deck. Technically, it doesn't cycle back because it's being resolved. So we grab an encounter card. So we want to win this turn because there's a lot of encounter cards. The 14 health, probably we won't end on 14 health because we're going to take a bunch of damage on the way. And if we clear Armored Assault, we can draw 2 cards if we have something. Yeah, I think ultimately we don't want to draw into Dazzler in this deck cycle. But if we draw into Electra, we're actually pretty happy. Oh, there's an encounter card in here. Oh, Zola's Experiments, right? We just cleared that last turn. That's fine. Okay. So, excuse me, we have to look at all our goods. So if we want to do Moon Knight to draw 2, it costs us a Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi gives us 2 damage for 1 and a stun. We might not need the stun if we win here. That's the kind of the thing though. Yeah, we probably won't need it. We can clear Armored Assault to draw 2 cards. I don't think we want to clear test subjects. We just hopefully win. So I think we'll just start with as much information as we get. So we won't need a sneak by. We might want to keep the wild on this in case we draw multi-talented. But we'll clear the area off of this using shrink. So we clear it. It's been on the table since turn 1. So 2 things fire, clear the area fires, and skilled investigator fires. We can't return it to our hand. So sneak by is not good. Turn the tide is good here. The problem is, yeah, it's just good enough. We'll play turn the tide. We can't recur it, but turn the tide, we'll just hit the toughness. We'll take retaliate 1. Good. Okay, so we have to just figure out how to do 16 damage, which we probably have it. We probably do have it. Oh, actually, we won't take the retaliate damage. We'll just play a wiggle room because it replaces itself. So we'll recover 1. We'll play wiggle room instead. And then we just draw the next card. It's a waylay, which we can still play in this window. I think we can still play this. Chad, I'm pretty sure we can play this, right? Because we're still technically in the response window. We'll spend 1, 2, 3 on waylay. Drop the helicarrier on him. It's real. I think we can still play it because we're technically still in the response window because we interrupted a response to the damage off the response. So we're going to just do 9 damage. Villain takes 9, we take 1. We have no more wiggle rooms. We're down on, what is it, 7 health? Yeah, we have lethal this turn for sure. So the best thing we could draw here is a multi-talented because it means that we'll be on 14 health. So we're guaranteed we have 4, 5, 6, and we at least have Gambit. I think we can do all of this, yeah. And we have another big hand, so we'll be fine. We'll play Moon Knight. We'll throw out Shang-Chi. The reason why we're doing this is we're trying to draw into our recovery card. So we'll draw 2. White Tiger. You don't play her. Okay, we definitely have lethal here. So we'll just try and use all our allies so we'll keep our health up. Moon Knight will attack for 2 into the villain. I don't think it matters if there's any side schemes in play. We'll then just go ahead and play Gambit. 1, 2, 3 for Gambit. We have to do a bit of manipulation with Gambit. We're looking for a 3 boost. It doesn't matter which one it is. 2, 0, 0. I guess we'll take the 2. So we're going to be drawing these 2 if the game continued. Gambit will attack for 2 into the villain. And then we'll just go ahead and play big hands. Nice, nice, nice. The villain takes 4. Not too bad. We're not at full health. We're at 13. We don't take retaliate because the game is over, but 13 is just about as good as 14. And I think we did everything we wanted to and more. We've been streaming for just under 5 hours. I think we can do Red Skull. We're going to make some small changes. Apologies if I'm talking a bit faster, but I feel like the longer we stream, the faster we have to play. I don't think that's really true. So each player engaged with an enemy records that they're engaged with an enemy. We're not. If the Hydra Prison scheme is not in play, we're good. If the Hydra Prison scheme is not in play, you do this. So we get to upgrade our condition. So the thing, we're going to have a really bad next scheme because we have to start with 8 of these counters and that might be an issue. But the one thing we can do is we can upgrade this to improved recovery upgrade. Which now means we start with, after you recover a draw card. I mean, that's fine. That's the only difference. So we still start at 13 health out of our 14. We still have access to our laser cannon for the campaign. And now we have to go off against the final scenario. The one change we are going to make, because the card is unfortunately strictly unplayable in this scenario, is we're going to sub out both copies of One Way or Another, which let me tell you is like one of the best cards in the whole game. But we can't play it because there's no side schemes in the counter deck. So instead of One Way or Another, we're going to go ahead and play. We're going to play multitasking, which does require a certain resource, which we'll see how good we are generating this. And this can remove a lot of threat, particularly against what we're playing. It should be pretty relevant. Let me just clean this up. How's everyone doing? 6-hour stream. I mean, I would love to be able to full-time stream this game. So we're kind of getting there. But campaign runs do take a while with the deck breakdown. And again, we spent so much time fighting Taskmaster to get some friends. I don't regret it. The only issue is like not so much my voice. My voice is fine. Is I get hungry. Like I'm at the point where I haven't eaten food in 6 hours, and that's a harder thing. Campaign setup happens after setting your health. So as long as you finish with 10 or more health, you'll flip your HP to 10. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's actually a very good nuance. Because the campaign setup happens, sorry, your hero setup first happens, and then the campaign setup happens after? I think, yeah, which means then we gain 4 health. So I think you are right about that. 14, nice. Have you tried playing a campaign but changing your deck aspects every single scenario? I haven't. Some people have asked about that because it makes watching a bit more exciting. But the amount of like preparation it requires from me behind the scenes, and then I have to get all these cards out and like make sure it's ready. It's a lot of work. Also, like, I do think there's something to be said about mastering the deck that you're playing, right? Like, this is the issue with content creation somewhat in general, is like, I'm highly incentivized every time I show up to play a different deck. And that means you don't get enough reps in to like learn about the nuance. Again, there's something good about playing different, aspects over and over again, because then you can see like, oh, what does she look like in protection and aggression? But the amount of setup time it would require out of me, and generally I do want to test my decks before I stream, it's just not super sustainable. It'd be cool though. It would definitely be cool. All right, let's get out the cards that we have to reuse. So this scenario is going to have different. Wow, we had a lot of really strong standard cards in the bottom. Excuse me. Cool. Armadillo, sick. It's a lot of work, he says, on the 7-hour stream. Yeah, for sure, but like once we're streaming, we're gaming. Like we're ready for this. We're hanging out. The lights are on. We're just like playing a game we like while hanging out with folks. But like having the time to build 4 different decks, to test it, to get all the cards out, like to set it up, it's a lot more work. 10, 11, 1, 2, 3. I messed this count up. It would be in addition to the 5-hour stream. Yeah, exactly. I want to say one of the weird things about this channel in theory, and like most of my channels in very much practical terms, is that streaming and making content is so much more efficient, right? Like, so I talked about that earlier this week. I tried to film the 2 games, or the game that we're owed, where we actually use Ironheart and defeat Ronin. And I had to record it twice because I recorded it once and I lost, and I'm not going to upload that. If I'm streaming and we lose on stream, that's valuable footage. Like, you get to see something. Once I edit something, right, I have to record the gameplay. The game usually has to either be a success or at least interesting. Then I have to put that into my video editor. I have to cut out usually all the quiet silence parts. Like I edit it down so it goes faster. Then I have to like publish it, thumbnail, upload. Like I have to review the footage. So after I put out an hour-long gameplay, I have to watch the hour-long gameplay. If there's a mistake in it, I have to re-export it. Like, streaming is so much more efficient. The problem is the amount of people that will like sit down and watch like hour-long gameplay is already a smaller section. The amount of people that will sit down in front of a 5-hour stream and be like, here we go, as much as you obviously don't have to watch it in one take, right? Like, it's so much more efficient for me to stream to make content than to do video stuff. And I don't know how to deal with that. Or Zola down. Sorry, did I say Ronin? I meant to say Ronin 5. So this should be 7, 4, 5, 6, 7. Obligation, 3 expert, 3 attachments. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we just took Zola down. Excuse me. Looks like you're setting up Zola. What happened with Tasky? We greeted against Tasky and we rescued every single person, which I haven't done in a long time. Did you win? On the second time I did win, but unfortunately it's kind of an asterisk because only after we have the win did I realize that I've been playing Stroke of Genius incorrectly. And we talked about this earlier on stream, but the rules are pretty soft on explaining how you're meant to spend resources, if you ask me, as a way to save face. But yeah, technically we won, but we played this incorrectly where we drew immediately, and that helped us a lot. So like, I'm not gonna do anything with the footage, just throw in the garbage. Yay. Instead of spending like the next 3 hours editing it. Personally, I love the long form content. I've been playing all week during work. Yeah, I mean, like, me too. Like, I watch a lot of long form content, and either I'll have it on at the same time as doing something else, or I'll pay attention, depending exactly what the content is. Like, I don't mind that this is second monitor content all the time, but yeah, it's like it's a weird thing to try and figure out. For people who do like, you know, essay type content, like you know, with a talk with slides and stuff like that, like VillainTheory or like Stretch22 put out a good video this morning. That sort of stuff like requires the time, and like you could do it during a live stream, but I'm glad that they do it the way that they do it. All right, this will start in play. Mind you, Taskmaster has a setup where you take every single side scheme and you put it in a side scheme deck. That is a deck that every turn you'll draw the top card of the side scheme deck, which we're guaranteed to have side schemes, which for Justice is honestly a treat. Now, we're going to have an issue with the campaign. Notably, we're not playing the stock standard. There's nothing required from this, right? No. So the modulars we're adding off of a VillainTheory suggestion is we're going to have Winter Soldier's Nemesis set, which I don't have an overlay to show it, but it's Crossbones and another side scheme. And then Taskmaster, which are the two characters in the campaign, and of course a side scheme. So that's going to be quite fun. And then we have a slightly bigger deck here. Normally you have Hydra Patrol in this, which is a pretty soft side scheme. So now we have a wider gamut. I think Hydra Hit Squad is like very similar to what's it called, to the Patrol, Hydra Patrol. Listening to your voice is most soothing, 1010 Wickerman. Thank you, Jindirect. That's kind. I think it'd be cool to see videos that don't make sense as streams, like a video just talking about the spoilers for the new cards, since I don't know what streams you talk about them in. Yeah, I think like the midpoint galaxy is that way we should do cut downs, where if I record the stream, I can upload the video separately, as much as the video would be something you've seen if you watched the entirety of the stream. To be like, this is the section where we talked about Luke Cage. Now, every time a stream is up, I will add timestamps. 100% of the time I do this, and it takes time. So if you tune into like last Friday's stream and you only want to watch like Hulk versus, you know, a certain villain, or you want to watch the section where we talk about Jessica Jones, they are marked. But then, yeah, the issue is knowing which stream each thing happens in, because there's no like index for that. So uploading them as separate videos probably would be just like a good business, like just a good practice, excuse me, on YouTube. Something that's cool about streams is I feel like I can just hop in and chat and see how it goes. If I see a 1 hour gameplay video or something, I feel like I have to make a lot of time to watch it. Yeah, I mean, the social aspect of the stream is like, it's compelling for that reason. It's like, do you want to hang out with a person as opposed to like watch a video on your own? I get it, for sure. VillainTheory gameplay live stream when? I don't know if VillainTheory set up to do gameplay. It's like takes a lot of work to make gameplay approachable. Shout out to all the people who do gameplay content. It takes a lot. It takes a village. That being said, like webcam stuff you can do really easily. I don't want to make that seem unapproachable. All right, setup. Each player searches the deck for all the setup keyword cards, shuffled experimentals, and this is the one that's going to catch us up. We actually might lose the main scheme immediately because of the way Absorbing Man would for us. Place X threat counters on the main scheme where X is the number of delay counters recorded. That's 8. There's a chance the main scheme is going to pop immediately. I think 8 to 9 is like the bad point. So we'll see how this happens. Villain name Red Skull. Okay, here we go. So Red Skull is going to start on side 2. So we're going to have 16 health. Again, not that big in this campaign. It's not the hardest campaign in the world. Gets +1 attack for each side scheme, and we're drawing a side scheme every turn, so he'll functionally always have 2 attack unless we fall behind. When revealed, deal each player an encounter card. Technically, the setup of this will happen before the main scheme. It doesn't matter here. Need more space, and why should I do that when Andre here has a crispy quality setup and hours of content? Thank you. There's reasons to do it still. VillainTheory, if you want to join for like a webcam game, I owe this to a lot of other people too. Like I told Boom Guy we'd get a webcam game in. I just haven't had the time yet. But like webcam games are approachable enough. And I'll do the editing. Okay, main scheme here. So put the red house into play. Love the theme on this. I don't like the Nazi part. I like the fighting the Nazi part. Put into play. Shuffle every other side scheme into the deck. That's here. I'm going to shuffle this well. I will get a separate deck holder for this. So we'll slide things over. That will go on this side. I'll put it here, which is fine. Cool. Set it next to the encounter deck. That's it. So anytime an encounter, what's it called? A side scheme is discarded, it goes into this discard pile. There's no punishment for decking this out. It's not like the normal deck. I'll just put it here for now. That's mostly it. Oh yeah, we blew through this. One turn sooner, we would have had a chance, but unfortunately, we'd blow straight through this thing, so we might be in a bad spot. So we have to put 8 threat here. That's gone. We had a good time. New World Hydra. So when revealed, reveal the top card of the side scheme deck. So we're starting with 2 side schemes. I haven't seen that. Oh, this is the best one. This one's really good. A bunch of the side schemes are actually not bad. Okay, the theme is horrendous. Let's not get that twisted. But if you defeat this, you get a free ally, which like play Nick Fury. We'll get a free Dazzler, I think. I mean, that's really good. Anyways, good for us on the main scheme going through in one shot. So we have very small margins. Now, this text is not worse than any other text. It just comes in one thread, has 11. Eventually, we'll park our truck on this, our van, and put it up to 15. But that's it. We only have one main scheme. We can't tactically run down. That's the whole setup. We have to give ourselves an encounter card. That's this. So we're good. The Red House. It has Assault, sort of. When a character thwarts this, they may use their attack instead of their thwart, so it's not technically assault because it's optional. This, unfortunately for us, doesn't matter because we don't use our attack, but allows us to use like Electra to thwart this. And while this is on the table, Red Skull can't take damage. We have to clear 2 side schemes a turn. Skilled Investigator is like the best mulligan card because it should fire every single turn for sure. This is really good. Prison Camps. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's like, it's a very good card for you, but it is unfortunately Prison Camp. Yeah. Yeah, Prison Camp Poggers, it's kind of messed up. You mentioned it in the past that you play a lot of campaigns with your partner. Have you ever considered doing 2-player streams with them? Yeah, I have. She'd be down for it. Notably, I think she's the most excited to play Arkham Horror, which she plays way more than Marvel Champions, and I do have a Arkham Horror channel called Velma's Diner, link in the description. So she probably would join for that. She's like, she plays Marvel Champions. Usually we play a campaign when it comes out and I build decks for her and she enjoys it and she plays well. But it's not like her favorite game. So probably will happen. I think I'll be much more likely. I have friends who play more actively than she does, but I think she would want to do it regardless. She probably can hear me right now. Actually, no, maybe she has headphones on. I'll see what she thinks about if she hears this later. I think I prefer live streams because it allows a space for interactivity, and this community is small enough that you get to fully engage with your viewership. Shout out to the niche nerdy card games. Yeah, that's a really good point. And when people ask questions or like give lines, like it changes a lot. And then like you feel like you're invested into it. I feel like I kind of need to figure out how to have more chat interaction. Like I'm not going to say like Twitch plays Marvel Champions, but we could definitely be doing a bit more for interaction's sake. I'm thinking of like adding YouTube memberships or something like that. So we can add like emotes at a minimum. It just helps bring some money in for the channel, which is nice. I'm out of a job at this point. We're between jobs. We were laid off a month ago at this point. So like that would help. And then we can like spam the Nanako emote when the cat walks across the table. I think it could be cute. I didn't know you did Arkham stuff. That's cool. I really want to play more of it. Oh, Arkham's great. It's a really good game. Chapter 2 is out, so it's like easy to jump into. Technically, I'm playing a campaign outside of Chapter 2, but it's like the new core box is good. It's really worth getting into. Love Miss Marvel. I hope you're well. Layla, I'm doing well. This is Villain Theory's deck, and hopefully I'm doing him proud enough. I'd like to do gameplay someday, one day, if I can set it up easily. That was in response to, you already do enough for this community. Your decks are highly regarded, and I haven't played many of them to great effect. I have played many of them to great effect and enjoyment. Like the idea of YouTube memberships, but having them spread across 3 different channels seems a little weird. So I don't. I have Patreon for Matchball Grid. So I'm supported on Patreon, which I'm super thankful. There's a lot of support for Netrunner. And then for Arkham Horror, the channel's not even big enough to monetize or do anything. That's fine. But this channel, like, I don't want to do another Patreon, so it's probably just YouTube memberships as a way to say thanks. I think that's the easiest thing to do. But like, yeah, if you support on one, you don't have to support on any of them. But if you support on one, you don't have to support on another one, I guess. You know what I mean? Yeah, Velma's Diner has been around for only as of this year. So the Arkmore channel is the newest. All right, let's mulligan. What are we mulliganing into? Okay, just remember, as soon as we get close to lethal, if we end the game with laser cannon on the table, we have messed up irrevocably. We need to fire all of these bullets / lasers. So we will do that sooner than later. We definitely need to clear the prison camps. It just gives us tempo. The thing why prison camps is, again, unfortunately good, is it allows us to grab White Tiger. It says, put that ally into play. Now, White Tiger's text I don't think fires because I think it's when she enters from hand, but she will just clear the red house. So like clear prison camps, clear red house. White Tiger is the best ally for this whole scenario. So we have to get to that. Let's get to it. Big hands, no. Damage, bad. Thwart, good. Shang-Chi, ooh, stun, good. We're really that simple sometimes. Turn the Tide, I mean, it's free tempo damage and it's an energy icon, so that's not bad. We probably need to mulligan aggressively for some of our setup cards and thwarting, but like if we have Turn the Tide in our hand, we're not gonna be upset. Amir, I mean, we've been so happy keeping one like alter ego setup card. I really like her alter ego setup cards. They're sick, except Bruno. I think Bruno's a bit whatever. Multi-talented, no. 6th card, no. We talked about that. So this is not a bad setup. Like we have Shang-Chi with Turn the Tide guaranteed for the energy. Again, if you play Shang-Chi without the energy, it's not awful because it's 1 for like 6. But it's Turn the Tide makes it a bit better. We currently have no way to thwart, but if Shang-Chi plus Kamala thwarts, we can clear the prison camps. Yay, prison camps. Lay the Trap. I haven't played this card yet this campaign. VillainTheory, what the heck? Nakia's here. I don't know if we're going to do a double. We might not do the double setup. Usually it's a bit greedy. And we have a multitasking, which is unfortunately just not good enough until we find Shrink, because it does 2 threat and all the side schemes have 3 or more. Big hands needs big guns. I love the idea of Miss Marvel hurling around the laser cannon. Yeah, I mean, big hands, big guns. Yeah. Okay, this is our start. We're going to start with our alter ego. Let's see if we can get a thwarting event. Waylay, we don't mind. Oh, that hurts so much. That hurts so much. Oh, Helicarrier, fantastic. We got a red. That is such a twist of the knife. We discard Skilled Investigator, draw a red dagger. Thanks, bud. That's really cool of you. Okay, so red dagger is now the energy resource that plays for Shang-Chi. Turn the Tide we play when we thwart for 1. So Shang-Chi thwarts for 2. We turn the Tide Red Skull for tempo. Tempo, tempo, tempo. That leaves us with this hand. So we could actually do Nakia Amir, because our hand is actually pretty good here. Missed a meta joke having the big hand event give +1 hand size for the turn. I thought you were gonna mention the turn the dagger joke that was missed. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think we're gonna start with Nakia, because I think we're gonna have an extra resource here. So hopefully we draw something good, and then we're gonna use Nakia to play Amir. Good. And then we're gonna use Amir, and the best thing we can do with Amir here is we're gonna bottom the 1 card we want, which is the Skilled Investigator. And then we'll draw it by the end of this deck cycle, guaranteed. And then we'll draw a card. Oh no, but when we thwart this, we shuffle the deck, whatever. It puts it back in the deck. That might be better for us. Ooh, tempo. We can play that. Yeah, because we're going to shuffle the deck with the prison camps. So again, prison camps good. Remember that. We'll flip up. Okay, we'll play Shang, throwing out red dagger. That's your job. Shang-Chi is going to stun for the 1 extra resource. So that's not bad. Taskmaster only attacks for like 2 usually, so he's not awful. He does have a bunch of attachments that you have to deal with. That's good. Shang-Chi will thwart for 2 because we want to finish this. We will thwart for 1, which we clear prison camps. Okay, when we clear prison camps, it says the player defeated this searches their deck and discard pile for an ally and puts into play. So I think we're always going to search for White Tiger here because she's the only card that uniquely thwarts for 3. Shuffling the deck is now good because we can draw the Skilled Investigator a bit sooner. She is put into play, so she doesn't fire her text, because her text is when she enters from hand. But she's good. So we're going to waste 1 resource here. I mean, too bad. Thanks for Velma's Diner. I'm now obsessed with Arkham Horror. Been collecting for 2 months now and have a lot of the old sets now. Thankfully, they don't sell for as much as out-of-print Marvel stuff. Oh, they don't. I mean, that's good. I'd be surprised. I thought it would be the other way. Lots of Mythos packs that are hard to find. Are you aware that Mythos packs are like kind of an outdated concept? So if you buy 1 Mythos pack, you have to buy all of them, at least if you want to play a campaign. I hear the prison camps are full of people that forgot how good prison camps are. Jesus Christ. I'm not interacting with this anymore. It got bad. I like Lay the Trap to set up lethal or just push the game forward for justice decks, but if you have a damage without it, then it's all good. Yeah, I mean, like, against Absman, I probably want it. I don't think it lines up with my play style. It is nice though. It's like, you know, it does what we want to do and 5 damage. It's just like whenever I'm setting up, I don't want it. And then when I'm at the end of the game, I'm like, this is not worth it, but it probably is worth it. Anyways, we're going to spam 2 Turn the Tides here. We can multitasking, but we have no mentals. So we're not. So we're just going to do 6 damage to Red Skull. Because we did clear it ourselves. We did the ordering right. White Tiger will clear the Red House. Oh no! We can't! We can't! Because Turn the Tide, we can't take damage. Ah, beans. The Red House actually has text that matters. I was like, what's the text on the Red House? The Red House says he can't take damage. So these Turn the Tides were bad. Which means we should have... Nah, this turn has collapsed inwards in a really bad way. If we cleared this first, we could play the Turn the Tide, but we don't deal with the camp. Yeah, that sucks. So we can't clear this. Man, that's bad. So I guess we're going to play a multitasking to thwart too. Oh, that's not the worst. Then we can play a single Turn the Tide. Yeah, that's okay. So we torted 2. We just did 3 less damage. At least we got to use our whole hand. So that feels better in some ways. Can he take damage? No, that's a good question. Wait, he can't take damage? No, he can't. We figured it out. That was okay. Do you want the positive spin technically as removing the prison camps? That's good. Yeah. We're removing them. We're fixing it. Sneak by. Why are we on 11 health? I did 3 damage to us. Excuse me. That's better. Another multitasking. Sneak by is the mental. Superpower training. We definitely want to get our cards down. Endurance, we probably don't need. And an under surveillance. So it might not be the turn for under surveillance, but we'll see what we can do. New World Hydra comes in with 1 threat. We spawn the top card of the deck. It is a new card from our optional Hydra Hit Squad side scheme thing. So each Hydra minion gets +1 attack and +2 hit points. Okay. When defeated, we have to search for a Hydra minion, and you actually do reveal it. You don't put it in play. So this is in some ways worse than the Hydra Patrol. Red Skull doesn't attack us because he is stunned, and we draw 2 encounter cards on turn 1. First one, Hydra Mercenary. So this thing does have, unfortunately, 5 health because of the way things interacted. This is, mind you, from Black Widow's Nemesis set. So it's technically not this one, but it's cool to see this guy back. So 5 health. 2 attack, doesn't thwart. Next card, Power Gauntlets. That is one that we kind of want to get rid of because we generally take hits to the face and then we have to discard cards. So interesting turn 2, actually. Good puzzle here. Okay, so multitasking can clear not everything. If we do Miss Marvel for 1, I don't think we want to clear this. Like, I think we're incentivized to play Superpower Training. White Tiger can clear Superpower Trading. And then we can play multitasking, which will remove 8 threat for a single activation. It spawns 2 minions, though. I'm assuming the next one will be a Hydra Mercenary, which is not too big of a deal. We're not going to draw any cards with this. And we need to get rid of this with a physical and an energy. So that's slightly trickier. Sorry, physical and a mental. But I think playing the Superpower Training and firing it's really good because I think we just want to get Shrink ASAP. Because Shrink just means all our cards are like better. Clear the area will actually clear areas. So that's probably the start. Because we play Superpower Training, White Tiger clears it. White Tiger clears it. We go get Shrink. We sneak by on Shrink. On multitasking, sorry. We Shrink multitasking. We remove 4 and 4. It gets another minion. We get a Hydra Mercenary. We get tickled for a bit. I think that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. The other options use Superpower Training instead to go get our Resource Generator. The Resource Generator can be multitasking, which does 2 and 2. Oh, we can return this to our hand? Oh, we can return this to our hand. So we can keep a physical. Wow, this hand is almost all energy. But if we could keep a physical, we get rid of Power Gauntlets. Okay, does that change anything? I mean, we might be able to play the Endurance here. But if we do this instead, we can clear this with White Tiger. We draw a card, it comes into play. If it is the Resource Generator, we can play multitasking. We can return multitasking to our hand. It will clear the whole table. Oh no, it will bring us down to 1. Yeah, that probably isn't it. So I think we just keep the sneak by for this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So we're going to do, there's no shot we're playing under surveillance this turn. We'll play Superpower Training. I think that's the play. So it comes in with 3 threat. White Tiger will just clear it. So we're probably going to go here for Shrink because it's our most valuable card in the matchup. Does shuffle our deck again, which that's fine. We do that a fair bit. We could consider jumping down to Alter Ego. I think there's like 4 cards that will say that Red Skull schemes, and Red Skull schemes for 3 in a card. It's like pretty bad. Could flip down then to play Under Surveillance. Actually, yeah, maybe you're right. Let's see what we're doing with the rest of the hand. Because the Hydra Mercenaries were okay at jumping down. Actually, playing the Under Surveillance is probably a good time to do it now. That's a good catch. Especially because we have +2 cards. Like Under Surveillance is free. Yeah, I kind of like that. I actually like that a fair bit. That's a good call. So we have Shrink. So instead of playing Under Surveillance, let's try and play the Sneak By. No, we need the mental. Throw this out. Yeah, I like that a fair bit. Okay. So then we will spend the mental for multitasking. And this is one of the unique cards that does multiple instances. So we now with Shrink, we increase the amount of thwarts by 2. So it removes 2, removes 2. So it removes 4. Hydra Hit Squad gets cleared. Oh, I have to remember I almost messed up. This should go into this pile. This should go into this pile. And Hydra Hit Squad, when it's cleared, we have to search the deck and reveal a minion. So I think we're just going to go for the 0/1. In theory, we could like bait out a big guy, but I think we're fine with another mercenary and just have some guards. Mind you, these things now lose 2 health, so they go down to 3. Say the Hydra Mercenary was at 3 health because we hit it. and then Hydra hit squad gets knocked out, it goes down to 1, right? Because it always loses 2 health. It doesn't care if it's over health or not. You want the positive spin technically? Yeah, sorry, I just read that. It's more prison camp stuff. Okay, we can return this multitasking to our hand if we want to. I think recovering is kind of like niche. We could attack one of these. That's probably a bit better because we're guaranteed to be able to play this. So I think we won't return it. We'll attack for 1 and we'll attack for 2 to knock out a merc. We'll knock out the older one. It's better, right? We'll flip down. We can just do our alter ego text. We technically don't need to, but it allows us to get through our deck a bit faster. Our alter ego text could find one of our upgrades, which we want to keep. It could also find our resource generator. I think we will do it. So we can discard Manifold, Deadpool, Gambit. Oh, those are a lot of our allies. We have a sneak by. Okay. We want to hold a sneak by for next turn. So we'll do Amir and Nakia. So the next card we play is 1 cost cheaper. Amir can do Amir's text. So I think we want to put a multitasking on the bottom of the deck. Draw a card. It's a sneak by. That hurts. We'll hold on to 1 and we'll play the under surveillance. Because we're going to get a lot of threat to deal with there. So under surveillance, we basically parked our ban on this. It's the last scheme for the entire campaign, so it's a good place to go. So its threat threshold is now 15. So we have a bit of thwarting that can be done to us. We'll be okay. We'll pass and we'll hold on to the sneak by because we're guaranteed to need to use this in one way or the other. We have more clear the areas in the deck, I think. So 1, 2. Moon Knight, nice. Let's see if we can get a wild. Energy, no. Clear the area is perfect. That will clear the side scheme and draw a bunch of cards. Second clear the area, also good. Wiggle room, not super necessary here, but unfortunately Moon Knight won't draw. Unless we actually can set up something with our other card draw cards. All right, this goes to 1. We have to pull in a card. This is a new one, Killer for Hire. I don't think this one's that bad. I think it's relatively straightforward. So it just says 4 threat. Acceleration, okay, cool. Red Skull is going to scheme for 3 in a card. 1, 2, 3. 6, huge boost. So we go 7. We're halfway there. Hydra Mercenary schemes for 2. For 0, wow. 1 encounter card. All right, he shows up. So this is a Taskmaster Nemesis, which this is from our friend Black Widow. Gets +1 team and +1 attack for each upgrade you control. We can control only 1 upgrade. Actually, no, we control 3 upgrades. So he's 3 attacks. We have these 2 down here. Not too bad. Okay, we can deal with this. Let me just blow my nose 1 second. So we're still missing 2 of our key upgrades. If we can do 3 damage to a single attack with the Taskmaster, we can deal it. Also, we just throw hands, we can deal with it. So that's not too bad. I think we'll, of course, start with our alter ego ability. So we'll just discard until we find a big hands. That's perfect. Then we'll do a mirror so we can bottom something with the multitasking. I'm assuming we want a mental resource, but it shouldn't be hard to set that up. So with the multitasking, I want to set up Turn the Tide because that's always a fun combo. You want to put these cards together, which is really satisfying. We draw a card. It's a Turn the Tide. That is perfect. That'll knock out the Hydra Mercenary or Taskmaster, but that's okay. So we fired both of these and we'll fire Nakia. So our next first card we play is 1 cheaper. I love that Taskmaster turned up with the side scheme. I was wondering who the Killer for Hire represented otherwise. Red Skull hiring himself. Yeah, this is a really good theme on this encounter set or on this decision. Okay, we're here. So clear the area is perfect. We still want to hold on until we get an energy resource, or sorry, a wild resource for Moon Knight. So we're not going to need the wiggle room and we'll do clear the area on Killer for Hire. So this is going to remove 4 threat. We remove all the threat from this. So we draw a card. I want to make sure I didn't throw out any side schemes. There's only 2 cards in the counter deck. That's weird. So we draw a card. We can return this to our hand, but I think it's more likely that we want to just return big hands and start throwing hands. So we won't return this. Okay, so we cleared our side scheme for the turn. Speaking of the turn, we can Turn the Tide. This technically can be a 1 for 3, which is pretty good, but we have a lot of thwarting to do. Oh, we have a lot of thwarting to do, so we might just return Sneak By, but Turn the Tide will knock out the Merc. Okay. White Tiger can definitely block an attack here because we don't want Power Gauntlets to go through. So I think the next thing we do is we just spend a double for Sneak By. I don't know if we're going to play this twice. It's probably the most likely card we're going to play twice, but this will remove 3 threat, bring us down to 4. We will exhaust ourselves to return it. Just want to make sure our hand makes sense. I think it does. We could big hands Taskmaster, or we could just do like Shang-Chi Moon Knight. That's a bit cheaper. Yeah, we do waste a card here. Isn't the clear the area free? You're right, it's free. Yeah, good catch, Kazanakia. Thank you, I forgot. So we have 1 more card in our hand. That actually really matters. Good catch, Tony. Yeah. Also, yeah, Moon Galaxy had it. Yeah, I forgot about the Nakia. because I was like planning out a bit too much. Yeah, good catch. If you hadn't, you shouldn't try Red Skull with the arcade modular. I don't know if I've ever played arcade, but I know it's a whole bunch of side schemes, so that does sound like it would make a lot of sense. Okay, so we're always playing Moon Knight. So Moon Knight's here. It doesn't have text. Okay, but Moon Knight and Shang-Chi can take out Taskmaster if we want to. I think this hand just plays... Oh, it can't play 2 events. Oh, can actually. Yeah, I guess it does. So we'll just play big hands. Do we want to get rid of the power gauntlets? Yeah, I don't think we thwart for 2. I think we get rid of the gauntlets. So we'll spend physical and mental to get rid of the gauntlets. So Taskmaster's attack, we can now tank. Big hands just does 4 damage to Taskmaster. So there's one more big minion in the deck. It is Crossbones. Skullbones? Crossbones, I think his name is. And then we'll just use White Tiger the thwart for 3. No, we actually want to thwart it with side scheme with her, so we'll leave her. She's way better at that. Again, there's a huge limit on this thing, so we should be good. Moon Knight will just do tempo damage. We'll leave Shang-Chi for a block. We don't have to do tempo damage this turn. It doesn't matter. And we'll pass. We'll draw 5. Good start. Big hands. Yeah, we're flying, Electra. We're flying. Clear the area. Strength. And big and perfect. We have a big hands. Like, yeah, seems good. This goes to 5. Let's see if we draw the big robot. We don't. This one's the most annoying one because it shows up before you can clear it, which means you're guaranteed to get a hazard here. So it says when defeated, we can discard a non-elite minion. Let's hopefully we get a non-elite minion, but we're guaranteed to draw 2 encounter cards. So maybe that will be a non-elite minion. All right, Red Skull's attacking for 2 and a card because there's 1 side scheme. We'll take it. 1, 2, 3, 4 off the Master Strategist. So we'll take 4. 2 encounter cards. Sometimes when I say 1 encounter card, I get upset, but that's at least more accurate. So when revealed happens first and then surge. Exosuit. Okay, numbers get bigger. Expensive to get rid of. I don't think we've ever cleared an exosuit in this entire campaign. We just kind of let it ride. Advance. Oh, it's scary. So scheming for 4 and a card. So 4, 5, 6 on exhaustion. We're at 11. We would have lost if we didn't put the damn thing on it. Holy crap. Okay, that's a big number. Don't scheme again. We almost lost. Place 2 threat on each scheme. We're at 13 of 15. I mean, we were just hanging out. Things looked good. It was on 2. We added 11 a turn. Okay, we got issues. We got issues here. We got issues. Okay, we can clear this. This is ready, mind you. Yeah, we'll just clear that and see what happens. Okay. I don't think we're going to play big hands here. You talked down the van earlier. I mean, the van was really good. Yeah, Rhino, like, Red Skull schemes at 3. And, like, there's 3 boosts here. So you can just get 6 out of nowhere. So it is scary. Unfortunately, this doesn't have text, but we can't leave it around. So we're going to clear it. I think big hands is the worst card in our hand. So we're going to go ahead and clear this for 4 because we're going to make it shrinked. Sorry, not big hands. Clear the area. So we're going to clear it. It doesn't have text. But we do draw a card to clear the area. It's a wiggle room. Not good. Okay, that's that. We just have to do everything we can. White Tiger, we'll do 3. We're not going to deck out this turn. Moon Knight will do 2. Oh, we can add the clear the area back to our hand. I think we do. It has a mental on it. Do we add this back to our hand? Because we're probably going to play Electra. She's not going to do anything besides enter play. Like, she's not going to do her text. We want to play in big and we left with 1 card in our hand, so I think we do return this because it's better than not. Yeah, so we'll exhaust to return it. We'll play Electra. We're not going to do her kicker because it costs us a double, and our double is actually very useful. She will just attack for 3, which is still a bit scary, but we're doing damage. With this hand, we could get rid of the exosuit, but I'm not gonna. I'm going to play the Embiggen so we can do more damage. We'll play to clear the area to get us down to 6. I think Shang-Chi's just going to thwart for 2 for safety because we have blockers, we have good health. And that's the turn this turn. Kind of slow. Kind of slow. I love the arcade modular, but the non-schemes left in the counter deck in Red Skull can shred the entire counter deck because all the side schemes are in a different deck. Oh, it says discard until you have a side scheme. Yeah, that does sound kind of rough, doesn't it? Okay, we could jump down, but it's way too risky. Oh, excuse me, I'm disgusting. I think we'll just pass. So we're still in a risky spot to some extent. We draw a 5. We have finally Skilled Investigator, which we wanted a year ago. Whatever for Bruno. We need a good thwarting card here. We have a Polymer and we have a Dazzler. So at least a Dazzler is something, but this is the sort of hand where it's like, this doesn't do anything. Like the Miss Marvel weird hands where it's like, oh, okay. I mean, you can always jump down. We're guaranteed to draw into these in Alter Ego, but these are not playable in Alter Ego. So that's a bit weird. Maybe we'll get the big mech here. 5? The mech is a 50-50? No. Oh no! Every time we set things up, we get punished so bad. So this says revealed. Each player discards the top 5 cards. It's physical and energy. We do deck out, but this only has 2 threat and a crisis on it. So our setup doesn't work. It's fine. We just draw another encounter card for another turn in a row. Could be worse. But at least with Dazzler, we can jump down this turn, and Dazzler's really nice to play with Amir and Nakia. That means Moon Knight and Electra miss the deck out. At least Moon Knight does. Moon Knight's not actually that good because we don't have that many wilds and we have no Quinn carry. If we had a Quinn carry, Moon Knight would be sick. Okay. Let me just shuffle this. And Red Skull's going to attack us for 3. We're not at the point that we need a block. Like Moon Knight probably thwarts for 2 is more important here. It's the 17th time this stream that Amir's plans have been crushed. I mean, I don't know why it's happening so consistently. Like, there's not a lot of other characters where you want to set up the bottom of your deck, and we're doing it, and we're making smart decisions, and it's just not mattering. All right, so this is for 3 and a card. We'll just take it because we might jump down and recover. So 1, 2, 3. Nice, advance out. Man, that smile. Ah, that's so nice. We'll take 3. Down to 7. 2 encounter cards. Bitter Rival. When revealed, exhaust the character you control for each side scheme in play. Okay. Damn it. So the thing is, our side scheme from this will end up in the counter deck. Oh, does this exhaust our personas, or this discards from the top of the deck? Okay, our friend is here. For the final time today, I need to remind you. Not a bird. 3 health. The last, okay, no, so in terms of the deck, there's 2 cards left. One of them spawns the mecha. The mecha will be showing up, but this is Thomas Edison. Attacks for 1, schemes for 3. We have to spawn this, and when this is cleared, it'll go back into the deck, which is annoying because it means there's another hazard in the deck, which means you end up drawing this and then having to eat the card. Discard the top card of each player for each persona support in play. We have 2 of them, which is notably high, but that doesn't matter. We discard strength and clear. I mean, clear is a good card. And then we shuffle these into the deck, which includes a big tank that we haven't had to deal with, but has really fun text. 0 cost 2 allies, not that good. I mean, it's compared to the other ones all have kickers, right? Like, I think Moon Knight's the worst one. The stun for 1, the 3 damage for 1, and the thwart for 3 for 1. Like, that's way better than Moon Knight. Moon Knight hasn't drawn more than once. I was playing Falcon 2 days ago. I had Hawkeye and Firebird in the deck, and I was sad that there were not birds when Thomas Edison alley. I mean, you have to convert him over with that good Justice side scheme. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Thomas Edison. Stop asking about the bird thing. All right, it's back to us. Okay, so we have 2 side schemes. We always just like snap down Skilled Investigator. For this card, it doesn't care who does the thwarting, so we can just use Moon Knight to clear Generation Y or Mass Chaos. Jumping down with Thomas Edison is a bit problematic. We exhausted Electra and then just drew a 3 health enemy. That's like so unlikely. Because we got rid of the 2 3 health cards, but we drew a 3 scheme enemy. Yikes. So the other thing we can do, and mind you, this is a hero interrupt, so as soon as we jump down, we can't do the text anymore. It's like Moon Knight and us can attack it for 3, and then we can just jump down. Man, that's bad. That's so bad. I mean, we could hope that when we clear this, we get something good. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. If Amir draws an ally, we're in a good spot. So we're basically, I think clearing this is more important than defeating Thomas. Exhausting Electra sucked. It might have been right to exhaust ourselves because our action was not good with this hand. We were going to recover, which is a bit greedy. We definitely do jump down and play Dazzler and then the Biokinetic after we draw like 2 cards. Sort of get 2 cards. So I think we can just do everything in Alter Ego here. There's nothing that matters unless we're going to use our activation. Oh no, it does matter. Skilled Investigator matters. That's the one thing that matters for being in hero mode. I think we have to just clear this. And hopefully this draws a sick, cheap event. It does. Such a good one too. Damn, he's good. Okay, that's amazing. That's absurdly good. Okay, so we're not going to play Bruno. So we'll do Bruno and clear the area. So clear the area, clears Mass Chaos. We draw another card. If we can draw a Turn the Tide, we are just killing it. I don't know how we do this. It knocks out Thomas Edison. What a turn. Incredible stuff. We're not going to exhaust to bring that back. Actually, we might. We can't recover, but it allows us to play Dazzler. No, Dazzler is basically free. We can't play the Biokinetic. No, we will exhaust to add that back to our hand. We're not going to do 3 damage to Red Skull. That was absurd. That was genuinely absurd. The best 2 card draw in a row. I think we might have to shuffle. Well, we did shuffle good, but those cards usually do show up together. We'll jump down to Alter Ego. Nakia will make our next card cheaper. We'll go ahead and use Amir. So we're going to bottom deck, I guess, a Moon Knight because it's cheap, I guess. Yeah, that was absolutely calculated. We drew a Gambi. We're unfortunately, Gambi, we're going to do 1, 2, 3 into Dazzler. That was so good. Like, it was a really tricky situation, and we cleared everything plus. She comes into play, she confuses, she thwarts. I do think Red Skull can probably get steady or stalwart off of an upgrade. And then we'll just play our resource generator. Biokinetic. I mean, we're gaming. Now, we probably do end up spawning the mech here more often than not, but we'll pass. What a turn. It's unbelievable. Top decking isn't something one considers when bringing balance to the universe, but this does put a smile on my face. This is the thing that also happens like in Netrunner, is like, if you don't say this would be the best card and then draw off the top of your deck, it will never happen. So you should always just call your shot, because when it works, it like, you look like the coolest person. Multitasking. I'm not saying I'm the coolest person. You know what I mean? Sneak by, red dagger, big hands. Okay, so we can deal with the mech. Turn the tide, we can deal with the mech. Sneak by. We can probably still deal with the mech. This goes to 4. 50% chance it's a mech. It's a mech. The Sleeper Awakens. So this one's weird because we can't really thwart it. Oh, sorry. The Sleeper Awakens side scheme. Sleeper Awakened. So this one says, when revealed, put the Sleeper into play. Now the Sleeper will thwart against us, which is a bit awkward, but only schemes for 1. So that's not bad. Put the Sleeper in play, engage with the first player. When the Sleeper is defeated, you remove this card from the game. So you only deal with the Sleeper once. The Sleeper is one of the rare cards that scales off of player count. So it has Retaliate 1, Toughness, and Guard 5 health, which means it just takes hands once. That's it. When revealed, the Sleeper engages the first player. When defeated, you remove it from the game. Red Skull won't scheme. The Sleeper will scheme for 1. Doesn't have Villainous, surprisingly, but it does have 3 attack. 1 encounter card. Assault, gets Surge. Get Surge. Caught off guard, fine. Chat, I think we discard our laser cannon. I mean, this is the turn to use laser cannon, right? But like, I think we discard the laser cannon. I mean, every other card we have, we like have such a strong emotional bond with it. Like, we discard this, we can't, it's permanent. I'm discarding the laser cannon. It's another wild, that's good. We'll put it next to Moon Knight and it'll be perfect, right? 4X players, WR spammed intelligence and target acquired helped a lot, but she is still overtuned. Oh, back up from my meetup, totally never fighting Nebula and Heroic. Oh yeah, I wouldn't do that. Andre, coolest person confirmed. Thank you, Moon Galaxy. If you can get that notarized, that would actually really help around here. Okay, this is fine. We want to remove 5 threat. We can turn the tide for 5 damage for really, really cheaply. We don't have to play big hands here. This is way better. This is 1 for 5. This is 3 for 6. Do the math. So we want to play a Sneak By. That'll clear it. Then we just have to hit the toughness off. It has Retaliate, so ideally we do it with someone with more health, or we can do it with our face. Our face is, no, but we have to recover. We'll start doing the things that we do. We'll start with our alter ego ability. We'll discard cards. Shang-Chi's gone? No. Big hands, not super useful. We'll use Amir. So we'll bottom a card to draw. I think we might as well just put Shang-Chi on the bottom because it's just like strictly better than laser cannon. Not strictly, but you know what I mean. We drew a helicarrier. Phenomenal. So good. We'll recover for 6. And when we recover, we have new technology. I don't know if we forgot this yet, but improved recovery says when we recover, we draw a card. That's right. Recover 6, draw a card. It's a wiggle room. That actually beats the Retaliate. Wait, that's good. That's not bad. We flip up. Actually not bad. We might want to have cards to get rid of the exosuit, or we might just like throw enough damage. Wow, what is this hand? Okay, so we definitely don't need this. So we'll do 1, 2 for Sneak By. We have so many cards. This will remove 5 threat. So we've cleared all the threat off of this. We were meant to do something first. Yeah, hold on. We're meant to do something first. It ultimately doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll just attack with Dazzler. She gets defeated. We're going to do that before we do the thwart because we need to get this toughness off. She's defeated to consequential after taking Retaliate. Because once we've done that, we can play... yeah, we couldn't have attacked ourselves with big hands. It's too expensive. But we'll play Turn the Tide here. Turn the Tide. So Turn the Tide will do 5 damage to the Sleeper. We can't recur it. The Sleeper's removed from the game. Sleeper Awakened is removed from the game. Okay. We have 100% information what the last encounter card is in the deck, but I don't know what it is myself. Imagine it blasted the Treachery away. Wait, what? We carried the laser cannon for the target ban just for this moment to discard it to random treachery. I mean, it was good. We're thankful. We had to keep these cards. We didn't clear the side scheme, so Skilled Investigator doesn't go off. It says after it's defeated. When this thing clears, it says remove this from the game, so you don't actually defeat it. Might be a genuine Helicarrier turn. I think we've gone this far. Either we play the Helicarrier or we get rid of the Exosuit, or we play Red Dagger. Unfortunately, I think the Helicarrier is the worst part. I think it is play Red Dagger. If we play the Helicarrier, can we also play Red Dagger? No, we can't. That would have been too nice. Yeah. Red Dagger is better than a Big Hands, sort of. But then we waste some cards. Did this turn suck? He says, looking at these entire player starting hand, not knowing what to do with it. We could play Helicarrier and play a Big Hands. I think that's the best. I'm going to play Helicarrier because VillainTheory wanted me to do this. So play the Helicarrier. Great. Yeah, it's with Pleading Eyes. We'll exhaust this to play a Big Hands to do 4 damage to the villain. We could not advance the villain. We have 13 health, so we don't need to get Electra to like panic block territory. I don't think there's... Chad, did we not fire Nakia? Did we not fire Nakia this turn? Because if we fire Nakia, we could have played both of them. Did we not fire Nakia? Let me just fire Nakia, use that to play the Helicarrier, and then instead of doing 4 damage, we'll play Red Dagger, and Red Dagger will do 2. I don't think we fire Nakia. I think we're falling apart a bit. I got flustered. I saw the Helicarrier, and I looked at my eyes, and I was like, oh. And then we will just attack with Electra. Okay, we're good. Good turn. I don't think we fired Nakia. I think we just flipped up. Multi-talented, multitasking, endurance, turn the tide. The worst on the Helicarrier, it looks like a weird toy. It looks strange, but the proportions on the thing are like not at all pleasing in terms of industrial design. It looks all sorts of wrong. But it's not the art. It's just like the ship looks wrong. It doesn't look like it should be able to fly. Okay, this hand is strange. We'll leave it at that. This goes to 1. We grab a side scheme. Now, when we grab this side scheme, which is Censor the Past, this one's a fun one, as much as it is another card that undoes all our work with a mirror. We do shuffle this deck because it's empty. There's no penalty to shuffling it. This has an acceleration, and when we clear it, we can choose 3 cards from our discard pile and shuffle into our deck, which, I mean, that's good, but it undoes our ability. We'd probably still do it because we can just put all our busted 0-cost allies in. If Electra doesn't block, she can knock out Red Skull. We have 13 health. Most superheroes don't look like they should be able to fly. So thematic. I mean, Falcon looks like he should be able to fly. I can't think of a character who can fly that doesn't look like they should. It's not like Blob is flying. Like, they look aerodynamic. They got capes and wings and stuff. You said drawn by an artist, but the Helicarrier is from a comic book, so checkmate. Right? Like, this doesn't have an artist credit on it, which means it is from Marvel. So, I don't know. Falcon is the yellow starburst. Red Skull's attacking us for 3 and a card. We'll take it. We have no wiggle room, right? Isn't almost all the card from Marvel Champions from the comics? No, it's actually all over the place. Basically, any card that has an artist credit is not. So like Red Dagger, it was commissioned for this game. What else on the table was commissioned for this game? Skilled Investigator was commissioned for this game. So I'd say it's 50-50. I think a lot of the hero identities and villains in the modern sets are all commissioned. I do think, I don't know if it got more or less common. Yeah, Red Skull. Yeah, there you go. Red Skull is commissioned for this. This is Red Skull 1, but it's the same art, obviously. Yeah, this is from Javier Pina, I think. It's a bit small to read. Yeah, so it's actually, I think the majority of art is commissioned. Okay, so Red Skull's attacking us for 3 and a card. We don't care. 4, give Red Skull a tough status. I mean, that's annoying. We're not good at those. So we take 3. 1 encounter card. Infinite power. Infinite power. Okay, so this is commissioned. Give Red Skull a tough stats card. Red Skull attacks you. Sucker. Attacks for 3 and a card. I mean, this could just be Red Dagger because this hand is not that good, but we can easily take the damage here. The card that we want to shuffle back with Censor the Past is probably Dazzler, because it's Art 1 Confuse, and Confuse is good. Yeah, we might just use Red Dagger here because Red Dagger can like take the toughness off. I mean, that's kind of his job. I mean, I'm at 10 health and I don't know why I'm getting nervous. Always Red Dagger. I mean, okay. Red Skull's attacking for 3 into Red Dagger. 4/5 off of a laser rifle. Okay. Red Dagger's defeated. I think we're going to use Red Dagger's text because it's a reasonable way to deal with toughness. So looking at hand, multitasking has this, which is good and free. I'm not going to play a second one. Turn the Tide is good and free. So we'll spend 2 multi-talented. I think that's correct. We'll deal 2 damage to the villain and return this to our hand. That's it. Red Dagger is the GOAT. I mean, there's never been a room of people this excited for Red Dagger. Okay, that's it. It's our turn. We'll use Biokinetic for multitasking. We're going to knock out Red Skull. So multitasking here is going to fire. We spent a wild, which we made it a mental. This doesn't say printed. Yeah, so we can make it work. So we'll just remove all the threat on the table. Multitasking, we probably won't add it back, but we'll let that be pending because Censor the Past will fire first. This says when defeated. This says after side scheme is defeated. This is, I think, happens first. So we can shuffle up to 3 cards from our discard pile back into our deck. So I think we're going to do Dazzler. I think I'm going to do my favorite card, Turn the Tide, and I'm going to shuffle the deck. And I'm going to do Clear the Area. I think that's a good combination. So all this goes back, and then we'll draw 1 card with Skilled Investigator. We can't discard 2 multitaskings to add Red Dagger. Oh, does it actually say different? No shot I've ever read the text on Red Dagger. Oh, wow, it says different. Okay, good catch. That sucks. I guess we're getting rid of an endurance. Good catch, thank you. I've clearly not read the text on this card fully. Red Skull punching Hulk for effect. Josh of Smegs left the chat. Okay, 1 encounter card. Sorry, 1 card, we draw Machine Man. Okay, so the question is, do we need to play the multitasking? I don't know if Red Skull advances. Does Red Skull 3 have toughness? Because that would be a good spot to use our face. Doesn't. So this card is not worth returning. We are going to fire Turn the Tide twice, I think. Yeah, so yeah, we won't return it. Speaking of return it, we'll play Turn the Tide. We did the thing. So this is just going to do 3 damage to the villain. We advance the villain. Red Skull goes to the next side. When revealed, deal each player an encounter card. Same text, numbers just go a bit higher. 20 health is laughably low. And then we're going to exhaust this to return Turn the Tide to our hand. And then we're going to play Turn the Tide again with Embiggen, which again, playing a return to Tide, 1 for 5 is just nonsense good. The rest of this hand, we can't remove the Exosuit. We'll just play Machine Man. We'll just do a bit of little chip damage with Machine Man because we'll probably block with him sooner than later. So Machine Man will attack for 1 to the villain down to 14. A Waylay basically gives us lethal next turn. We'll pass. We didn't shuffle. Oh, wait, we have a Helicarrier. Man, I'm so not used to this. I didn't plan any of the turnaround Helicarrier. It could have kept 1 card in our hand. It doesn't matter. No, it does matter because then if we can use Helicarrier for Machine Man, we can make a Machine Man attack for 1 more. It does matter. Shout out to the Helicarrier that finally hits the table. So that's good. 13. Good lucky number. All right. This could be the last turn. Draw 5. Sneak by. Okay. Deadpool. Waylay, that is 9 damage. Big Hands, that is 6 damage. Wiggle Room, that is free damage. That's good. So this goes to 1. We draw the top card of this deck. It's Killer for Hire. It's super not impactful. Low impact scheme. 4 threat. That's it. Villain is attacking us for now 4 on a card. So slightly worse, but we don't care. We have a Wiggle Room. So 4. 5, 6 off of our Harvest. So we'll start with the first Wiggle Room. We probably won't be bouncing it. But with this Wiggle Room, we take only 3 damage. We draw a card. We drew Shang-Chi. We could exhaust Wiggle Room to add it back to our hand, but I'm totally comfortable taking 3 damage and like replaying the Big Hands twice. So we'll take 3. 2 encounter cards. Hydra Mercenary has guard. Do hate that. Makes me unhappy. Luckily, Electra can deal with it. So there is 3 of them. This is the Winter Soldier one. Oh, both of the sets have Hydra Mercenary. I haven't appreciated that. So there's 3 printings of Hydra Mercenary. There's 1 in Rhino, and there's 1 in Black Widow, but I don't know why I imported all of these into the machine, but I did. And then there's 1 with Winter Soldier. So good fun. Hydra Exo Soldier. Okay, so these are the elite troopers. This one has just a bunch of keywords, right? Just toughness. Okay, it has a keyword, 5 toughness. Okay, so we probably have lethal here. Hey, El Bustos, how's it going? Found your channel with the Villain Theory video. Been listening to your live game past couple days and have been loving them. Thanks for the compliment. Thanks. Welcome to the channel. Glad you could find it. Shout out to Villain Theory who's in chat and I'm playing his deck. But that was a great video. Glad you liked it. Wait, it also helped to play Dagger before, right? Yeah. It was good. It fired twice. It's good. Can you please stall for like 10 turns to make the Helicarrier play worth it? I think we have lethal maybe now. Let's do some math. So for Waylay, we need to thwart. That's not that great with this hand. Oh, that's actually not that bad. But in terms of the damage we have, Electra always hits the Hydra Mercenary, nothing to it. So she'll attack for 3, knocking out the Merc. Good. We just have to figure out how to do 13 damage to Hydra to Red Skull. And I think naturally our hand has 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we can just do it with the Machine Man. Yep. Yeah, we have it. We'll use the Helicarrier. We'll use Biokinetic. We'll play big hands and we'll throw some hands. That does 6 damage with Embiggen, so the villain takes 6. We'll exhaust ourselves to add this back to our big hand. Okay, then we'll spend... I mean, Shang-Chi's technically cheaper than Machine Man. We'll spend 2 on the big hands again. Does 4 to the villain. We can't return it. We'll let Shang-Chi come in. Shang-Chi will enter play. We won't go for the confuse or the stun. Shang-Chi will attack for 2. And then Machine Man, the real secret protagonist of this deck, will attack for 1 plus Waylay. The villain takes 2. We have defeated the expert campaign unscathed through every single scenario. The really cool thing about Machine Man, and this is what Villain Theory was saying, is like when we can jump down, which we could have done this turn, we can end up drawing a card with a mirror. We can draw a card with Kamala. So if we were missing a bit of damage, we would have got extra damage with Machine Man. Actually, wait, do we have no hero cards in our deck? We don't. So we would have done 1 more with Machine Man, which we would have drawn off of a mirror. I guess with a mirror, then we would have put a card down first to guarantee that we get +2. But we had extra damage that turn. The Helicarrier is my go, but either way, I'm glad people have found on your channel. Thank you, Villain Theory. All right. Deck is sick. Again, this is Villain Theory's deck, who is very kind. We specifically were talking about like one of the cool things about this game is if you give your deck to someone else and see how they play it, it's like a very cool way to learn about the game and how other people interact and value cards in the game and tempo and control and what they're scared of and what they value. So like, I'm happy to hear after if you learned anything from watching this. And I specifically asked for 2 decks from characters that I've struggled with classically. Miss Marvel, I've classically struggled with. And I think this deck has some really cool things to celebrate. Like just the 0 for 5 turn the tide. Like you can play this twice for no cost, means that it's such a good card to bring back with your hero text, your morphogenetics, because then you can play this and basically just do 8 damage every time it fires, which is absurd, just nonsense. Like I was playing way too much Confused when I played Miss Marvel. I think her precon also I struggled with, and I don't think I'm alone in that. It's probably not a great precon, but this just puts you so far forward on tempo, and then we still felt like we had enough consistency. These allies that we added to the deck helped a heck of a lot, because again, if you don't draw events, you're not really doing much. The other deck that we won't be playing on Sunday, I think we'll be doing something else, but we'll probably play next week, is a Wasp deck. So we can look forward to that. Let me tell you, I do not care about Wasp. Wasp might be my least favorite hero, so I'm excited to see if that does something. I know this one looked way more fun than the Wasp deck, but we'll find out together what the Wasp deck does, because I just think Wasp fundamentally has bad cards in her hero kit, as much as like the Miss Marvel cards are all actually quite good. And Red Dagger is obviously the best one of them. That's mostly it. We've been streaming for just under 6 hours. I am hungry. I want to say a huge thank you. If you're new to this channel, if you just caught here recently, thanks so much for joining. If you appreciate content like this, if you want to take a second to leave a like on the video, it's so appreciated. If you want to subscribe to know when we go live, the next time we usually go live is Sunday mornings, Eastern Standard. Also, if you want to leave a comment, all this sort of stuff really helps the channel grow. Has your opinion changed on Miss Marvel at all? Do you think? Yes, a ton. I still think inherently she has the issue. And you know, when the video came out and you talked about Embiggen, I was like, I didn't watch it because it was your first card that you said is like, this card is good, but when it comes to like a consistency generator, this card does not fall into the consistency generator camp for me, because this card only does something if your hand is good, right? So it's like the opposite of something like Domino's Pistol, which is always good, barring I guess you could be stunned. So like, it's really good when these fire. And I think the way that this deck is constructed, we haven't had a turn in which we couldn't do nothing. Like we were just stuck. We didn't have an attack event. We didn't have at least a thwart event. And the fact that all the thwart events usually draw cards, either because one way or another, or Skilled Investigator or Clear the Area, we have this deck construction was better at not bricking, which I think was really good. Because ultimately, outside of our allies, this deck has no guaranteed output, right? And I do think you can draw into a hand that is unplayably bad, but that's also like what's really good about Miss Marvel's text and Machine Man and whatever other resource sinks like the Helicarrier you want to play. They allow you to do something even if things are really quite bad. And also, I think the thing that I was impressed with is Under Surveillance. Like Under Surveillance, I didn't often play. Obviously, you get thwarted out in expert play solo more often than you die to damage. Maybe a bit more than 50-50, but not much more. And like just playing this to say like, okay, things are bad, jump down to Alter Ego, find an ally. Like, I get it. That actually is a line. And that's like maybe the one good thing we can say about Red Dagger, because you can draw him with your Teen Spirit. Like that actually is kind of cool. I'm into that. And I like that a lot more. That gave me way more freedom than sometimes you feel restricted in expert solo play, or if you just can't jump down on some turns. Like shout out to Under Surveillance. It was a good card back in the day. It's not a bad card still, especially if you want to play with your alter ego cards. I don't think we ever had all three personas on the table, and I think that's totally fine. Yeah, I guess Bruno Corelli is the one card that does give us consistency, but it's like just annoying to play, I'll be honest. To have to figure this out before you jump up just kind of sucks. Understands the lifesaver, yeah. And solo, it like scales really well in solo because it's not adding per player, so like you get the most out of this for solo. Where the thresholds are like, imagine the threshold going from 7 to 11 is such a big deal compared to the threshold going from like 21 to 25. Like that's a huge difference in threshold. I can't believe we lost the main scheme immediately. I've never done that. That's really funny. Shout out to Abs, man. That kind of sucked. I do also think playing with the other modulars was quite fun. I enjoyed that. I'm definitely going to do that more. I need to hang out on modular champions. The only annoying thing about like playing with other modulars is the way that I store scenarios is I have the boxes. And like this one's a bit big because this also has like Kang and what's it called, these guys, the Wrecking Crew, and then it has Green Goblin in here. Is usually I store all my side schemes, or sorry, all my modular sets in the box that they come with. So like to make this happen, I had to open a whole bunch of different boxes and find the right cards. So like packing this up is also going to take a moment, but I don't know, some people put all their modulars in one box, and I think those people probably enjoy modularity a bit easier than I do. That's mostly it. We just about hit the 6-hour mark. So thanks so much for hanging out. Again, one more time, if you appreciate content like this, if you want to leave a like, that's super appreciated. I'll link to the video about the upgrades in the description, and VillainTheory's channel as well as much as I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. You have all the mods in one box, so it suits me well. Yeah, I imagine. I keep it like this because I mostly play campaign mode, so having the modulars next to the scenario like makes way more sense for how I interact with this game. But like, yeah, there's ups and downs to it for sure. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll catch you in the next one. Take care. Enjoy your weekend, especially if it's a long weekend, huh? We'll see you on Sunday.